Chapter 625. Chaos Ocean Giant Hammer Godly World of Great Sky Holy Land. There was a godly palace built on top of a mountain, emitting endless godly light and murderous aura. This was where Heavenly Master Wanluo's cave abode was located. Heavenly Master Wanluo was one of the few great Heavenly Masters in Great Sky Holy Land. Although he didn't have a miniature universe, he could still maintain his combat power at the level of a third-step celestial master with the help of many ancient inheritances and a full set of seven-step true treasures. Inside the godly palace, Heavenly Master Wanluo's avatar sat on the throne with his eyes closed. He kept talking about all kinds of cultivation knowledge. The hundreds of perfected cultivators below all listened attentively, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. Heavenly Master Wanluo suddenly stopped talking, and those true emperors looked up in confusion. "That's all for now," Heavenly Master Wanluo said softly. "Yes." Although the true emperors were confused, they still bowed and left. Then, a misty figure appeared in the godly palace. It was Jun Tian Supreme. "Greetings, Supreme." Heavenly Master Wanluo bowed respectfully. "Previously, I ordered you to lead 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords and wait outside the 8 Cloud Ruins. Have you discovered that Tao Lord Mountain Sea?" Jun Tian Supreme asked in a deep voice. Celestial Lord Wanluo replied respectfully, reporting to Supreme, "Ever since my clan's true monarch Hu Yu and the other candidates failed, I've been keeping an eye on them under Supreme's orders. I've never let my guard down. The stone celestial body where 8 Cloud Ruins is located has a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. The 20 Universe Tao Lords and I have been keeping an eye on it. No matter how strong Tao Lord Mountain Sea is, he can't leave quietly. However, 1,000 years have passed and we still haven't found him. We can guess that he's still in 8 Cloud Ruins. Don't be careless. With the foundation of 8 Cloud Inheritance, there might be a way to hide from you." Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. "Don't worry, Supreme. Apart from Jun Tian Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land, Heavenly Feather Race from the First Universe, and some other great powers are guarding there. There's no way he can escape." Heavenly Master Wanluo said. "Very well. No matter what, we have to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. The inheritance of 8 clouds that he obtained is extremely important to me. We have to capture him at all costs." Jun Tian Supreme's tone was indifferent. "Yes." Empyrean Wanluo replied respectfully. Jun Tian Supreme nodded indifferently. Given the foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, even if they lost over 100 Tao Lords at once, it wouldn't be a big deal. This was because the Holy Land could only withstand a limited number of Tao Lords. In addition, over the long years, the Holy Land had accumulated a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Once a Tao Lord perished, a quasi-Tao Lord would quickly break through and take his place. Therefore, to the high and mighty Jun Tian Supreme, he did not care about this bit of loss at all. He was well aware of what the 8 Clouds inheritance meant. Even if he threw in the entire foundation of the Great Sky Holy Land, as long as he could obtain a small portion of the 8 Clouds inheritance, it would bring him endless benefits. He could even break through the current eternal state and become a super powerhouse in the upper realm. In the Wuxia ruins, the stone celestial body where the 8 Cloud Ruins was located was still shrouded in red mist. There were no experts around. At this moment, Empyrean Wanluo and the 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords were all hidden and scattered in all directions, staring at the stone door of the 8 Cloud Ruins. Each of the 20 Tao Lords had an incarnation hidden in Empyrean Wanluo's sword-shaped rank 7 flying treasure so that they could contact each other at any time. "Everyone, Empyrean Wanluo just looked for me." Empyrean Wanluo glanced at them. "Again?" "Lord Wanluo, Empyrean Wanluo has already looked for you 5 times in the past 1,000 years. It seems like Empyrean Wanluo really values this inheritance. I'm considered an old man in our holy land. In countless eras, I've never seen Empyrean Wanluo take something so seriously. How can he not? Look, not only is Lord Wanluo here, but there are also 20 of us Universe Realm Tao Lords guarding here. Even if the remaining 7 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather Race come together, we can still hold on for a while. Isn't it easy to deal with a half-step Heavenly Venerable Mountain Sea Tao Lord? After all, in terms of strength, there are 4 half-step Heavenly Venerables among the 20 of us." It's easy. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Holy Land were very relaxed. They all had high statuses. For countless years, they could even talk to the Heavenly Venerables of the Holy Land on equal footing. It could be said that their 1/3 step Heavenly Venerable and 20 top-notch Universe Realm Tao Lords were definitely the top experts of the Great Sky Holy Land. This also showed how determined the Great Sky Supremacy was. Similar to the Great Sky Holy Land, The Red Lotus Holy Land's third step Heavenly Venerable Sparkling Dust also led 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords to guard the 8 Cloud Ruins, waiting for the Inheritor to appear. In another void near the 8 Cloud Ruins, a middle-aged man with 6 pairs of white wings was also staring at the area shrouded in red fog. He was the first sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather race, the existence closest to an invincible Heavenly Venerable in the Chaos Sea. Previously, the Heavenly Feather race had suffered heavy losses in the fight for the 8 Cloud inheritance. Not only had they lost the 3rd Sacred Lord and the 4th Sacred Lord, but they had also lost dozens of supremely talented Tao Lords. Thus, the remaining 7 Sacred Masters moved out at the same time to stop the 8 Cloud successor, which was a rare sight. Great Sky Holy Land, Red Lotus Holy Land? A bunch of has-beens. Without the 2 supremacies, what are you? This time, the 7 Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Feather race have moved out together and controlled all the safe routes around the 8 Cloud Ruins. Even if you capture the Inheritor, don't even think about escaping. The 8 Cloud inheritance will eventually belong to the Heavenly Feather race. The first Sacred Lord had firmly controlled this safe route. Moreover, the other 6 Sacred Lords had also sent out a clone to gather around the first Sacred Lord so that they could contact each other at any time. Once a battle broke out in the area one of them was in charge of, the other 6 would immediately rush over. The Myriad World Ruins was not like other places. It was very strange here. If one wanted to wander around here, one had to know the safe route. If one wandered around without a target, it was very easy to be contaminated by those strange white flames and green winds. Even a 3rd step Heavenly Venerable would not dare to say that he could resist those strange things. Moreover, these 2 strange things could follow the spiritual consciousness and directly attack cultivators who used their spiritual consciousness to investigate. Therefore, in the Myriad World Ruins, there were basically no cultivators who dared to use their spiritual consciousness to investigate on a large scale generally. Those who could investigate a light year away were considered courageous. Of course, those who were courageous were more likely to provoke the strange things and die faster. Myriad World Ruins, the 8th level of the 8 Cloud Pavilion's inheritance space. It's finally over. Jianghu heaved a sigh of relief. I didn't expect tomorrow's supremacy to have so many problems in cultivation. It only took me a month to explain to Master and the others how to become a Heavenly Venerable. However, it took me more than 10 years to explain to tomorrow's supremacy how to cultivate to the limit of a Heavenly Venerable. Let's stop here. Jianghu stood up and waved his hand, placing the hundreds of millions of inheritance stones back to their original positions. Although 1,000 years had passed in the outside world, he had spent 1 billion years here. He had already memorized the information in the inheritance stones. Of course, with so many inheritance stones, it covered 90% of the primordial realm civilization foundation. It was extremely vast. Although he had memorized it all, the follow-up research would take a long time. He would need to study it slowly in the future. No matter how much he studied it now, it would not increase his strength. He had to go out and continue cultivating. Of course, the main reason was that his experience points were almost used up. He looked at the changes in the experience points interface. Cultivation, True Body, 5th Transformation True Lord, 9 Tribulations, 900 trillion, Clone, 5th Transformation True Lord, 9 Tribulations, 900 trillion, Tao Technique, Ultimate Sword Tao, 1000 yuan, 1000 yuan, 5 Elements Heavenly Tao, 1000 yuan, 1000 yuan, Life Heavenly Tao, 1000 yuan, 1000 yuan, Secret Technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Tao Scroll, 10,000 yuan, 10,000 yuan, 8 Lives, 1,675 yuan, 10,000 yuan, Cloud Annihilation, 1,785 yuan, 10,000 yuan, Cultivation. Technique, Purple Cloud Sword Sutra Deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point, 2,510 trillion eternal experience point. 3 yuan, in the 1 billion years of seclusion in the millionfold time acceleration domain, Jianghu fell into a special state and did not continue to use the interface to deduce. However, he was still awake for the first 100 million years. He used the experience points interface to raise the 3 great heavenly Tao to the perfected realm. The 3 great unique secret techniques had also improved a lot. Among them, because the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was created by him, it was perfected when it was created. As for 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation, it took him a total of 30 million years to reach the beginner level of understanding. Then he used the interface to raise it to the current realm. If it were not for the lack of experience points, he would have already raised it to the perfected state of the first level. As for the secret techniques in the past, Jianghu naturally did not care for them with the inheritance of the 8 clouds. After changing the 2 great unique techniques, those secret techniques were automatically removed from the interface. These 2 great unique techniques are really powerful. Although they have not even reached 20% of the first level, the strength of my body and primordial spirit have already improved a lot. Jianghu carefully sensed. In the past, his body's strength was only at the beginner level of a Stage 6 Supreme Treasure. Now it was much stronger than many ordinary Stage 6 Supreme Treasures. The strength of his primordial spirit had also improved from the beginner level of a Stage 1 Heavenly Master to the level of an ordinary Stage 1 Heavenly Master. This was only the first level of 8 lives and cloud annihilation. These 2 great unique techniques had 8 levels. If I can complete the first level, then my body's strength should be at the level of a Stage 7 Supreme Treasure. The strength of my primordial spirit should be at the level of a second step Heavenly Venerable. Jianghu was filled with anticipation. Then he started to worry again. Even if he got out, where would he get experience points? What he needed for his cultivation now was eternal experience points. This meant that he had to kill at least a Dao Lord to satisfy his cultivation needs. If he wanted to obtain experience points by killing ordinary cultivators and convert them bit by bit, he would probably not be able to collect enough eternal experience points by the end of this calamity. Let's leave the 8 cloud ruins first. Jianghu shook his head. Besides the experience points, there was a Stage 9 Supreme Treasure outside waiting for him to refine. After refining Mount Shenhuang, I can choose to break through and become a Dao Lord. But before that, there is one more thing I need to do. Whoosh, Jianghu moved his mind and a space vortex appeared in front of him. Then he stepped into it and arrived at another inheritance space. Treasure space. He looked around and saw that he was surrounded by the void. Right in the middle was a towering treasure mountain. On top of the treasure mountain, there was a dazzling brilliance that shot into the sky, revealing endless power. Every ray of brilliance was so strong that it made Jianghu's heart tremble. It was as if thousands of heavenly venerables were self-destructing. The waves of overwhelming power made Jianghu breathless. There are a total of 361 treasures that have been accumulated over the years by generations of 8 clouds. Unfortunately, I can only take one and I have to put one back while I'm still alive. Jianghu looked at the treasure mountain. That was the rule. Every generation of 8 clouds did the same. Generally, they would take one and put one back. If they were strong and had great achievements in the future, they could put 2 or 3 back and it would be considered a contribution to the 8 clouds. What Yakin had taken from the Mountain of Treasures and returned to the Mountain of Treasures was recorded on the stone tablet of the Mountain of Treasures. The 361 treasures on this mountain had a special name in the primordial realm. They were called origin embryos. This was a kind of precious treasure that was refined according to the unique refining methods of the primordial realm. Every one of them was enough to make those primordial chaos realm superpowerhouses excited. Embryos meant embryos. For a cultivator, different treasures were needed at different times. For example, a tribulation transcender wouldn't be able to use a 6th tier supreme treasure. Therefore, any formed supreme treasure couldn't be used by a powerhouse forever. Therefore, there was a special treasure like the origin embryo that was not fully formed and had relatively low requirements. Even tribulation transcender powerhouses could use it. To be precise, it was a kind of magic treasure that could grow. It could continuously absorb and integrate with other supreme treasures to strengthen the origin of the origin embryo and achieve the purpose of upgrading. As long as the owner of the origin embryo was strong enough, it could provide enough supreme treasures to devour. In that case, this origin embryo would be able to grow into an extremely terrifying top treasure in the end. I can only choose one. What should I choose? Sword embryo. Jianghu really wanted to take a few more. However, the mountain of treasures in front of him was built by the ancestor, Divine King 8 Clouds. The restrictions inside were not something he could undo. He had to have 8 Clouds inheritance imprint to take out an origin embryo. Without the inheritance imprint, even if he forced his way in, he wouldn't be able to take away the treasures here unless he was stronger than Divine King 8 Clouds. However, if he had that kind of strength, he probably wouldn't take a fancy to this mountain of treasures. Every one of them seems to be made by nature. Jianghu strolled on the mountain of treasures. Rays of light soared into the sky, emitting powerful auras. Once they erupted, even heavenly venerables would be instantly killed. However, there were special restrictions on this mountain that suppressed the power of every origin embryo so they wouldn't threaten Jianghu. Attack, armor, essence, soul, flight, so many strange treasures. Jianghu looked at them one by one, envious. He really wanted to take the full set of 4 treasures and leave. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. Jiang Xi stopped halfway up the mountain, looking at a tall stone sword. This stone sword looked like it was carved from rock, but also looked like it was formed by natural weathering. It was incomparably tall. Casually taking it out, it could form a mountain on its own. Although it was inserted into the mountainside, the position of the sword hilt was the same height as the mountain of treasures. Of course, what attracted Jiang Xi the most was still this stone sword's outer shape. Among these 361 origin embryos, there are 6 sword embryos. Only this one is very similar to the killing shadow sword that I used since young. It's just that the blade is longer, leaning more toward power. This is even better. After I cultivate 8 lives, my body will definitely be more powerful than same-rank powerhouses. Adding on this sword, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. This is it. Jiang Xi walked forward and reached his hand out to touch the massive stone sword. Buzz. Immediately, a layer of light film appeared on the entire stone sword surface. On it, countless patterns and symbols flowed rapidly. Compared to the meteor light rays inside the 3 sword mountains that he comprehended previously, this was clearly much more complicated. Boom. The entire mountain of treasures began to tremble. Light began to appear in every corner, reflecting the light of this massive stone sword. A legacy mark appeared between Jiang Xi's eyebrows, forming a resonance with the light. Immediately after, he realized that he had formed a special connection with this stone sword, as if it was a part of his body. This was obviously a more advanced method of recognizing its owner. Origin embryos are magical treasures that can only be refined with a huge price. The current 8 clouds, remember, it will be your partner for life, your best friend in life and death. Treat it well. An old voice sounded in Jiang Xi's ears. This voice, is it the founder of the treasure mountain, the 8 clouds king? Jiang Xi was a little surprised but still bowed respectfully. Then he looked at the massive stone sword in front of him and thought, small, small, small. Immediately the towering stone sword shrunk rapidly. Soon, it had shrunk to a height that was slightly higher than Jiang Xi's waist. Buzz. Jiang Xi waved the sword lightly without using any Dao techniques or mystic arts. The sword blade had an invisible sharpness, causing a mark to appear in the surrounding space. This power. Jiang Xi was surprised and delighted. The 8 Clouds Pavilion was also refined by the founder, the 8 Clouds King, and the space inside was extremely stable. Even he had to use the newly created level 7 mystic arts, the 3rd move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Heavenly Dao Scroll, to leave a mark in this space. And now, this sword embryo's blade could cause a visible mark in space. It was enough to see how powerful this treasure was. Although it's only at the beginning of level 7, it's still a level 7 treasure. Jiang Xi smiled. Compared to Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Shenhuang, this sword embryo's grade was much lower. However, this sword embryo was a growth type. As long as it devoured enough treasures, it was not impossible for it to reach the level of Sky-Piercing Tower and Mount Shenhuang. Most importantly, this sword embryo was completely compatible with him, making it easier to use. In battle, it was naturally easier for him to unleash his strength. After I stepped onto the path of cultivation, the first sword I used was the Shadow's Lair sword. And this sword embryo is a weapon that can accompany me for life. It can accompany me to the peak or accompany me to my death. Jiang Xi lowered his head and gently stroked the sword with his finger. This sword should also be called the Shadow's Lair sword. With a thought, Jiang Xi left 2 simple words on the sword, Shadow's Lair. Since he stepped onto the path of cultivation on Earth, he had used many sword-type Dharma treasures. Now he had finally found a sword that he could use all the time. The Shadow's Lair sword. Senior 8 Clouds, I know you look down on those ordinary treasures, but you should at least leave a few hundred of them in the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jiang Xi sighed. If there were so many ordinary treasures, the sword embryo would have a source of devouring in the future. However, the inheritance stone left behind by the 8 Clouds Divine General had recorded it very clearly. Each 8 Cloud could only take 1 origin embryo in the inheritance. As for the other treasures, the 8 Clouds of each generation had to fight for them. Fortunately, the candidates also left some treasures behind during the inheritance selection. With a thought, over 10,000 treasures of various types appeared in front of Jiang Xi, ranging from stage 1 to stage 7. There was one stage 7 treasure, which was the Heavenly Feather Race's treasure, the Rippling Palace. There were 121 stage 6 treasures, most of which came from the candidates of the 3 major forces of the Chaos Sea, the Heavenly Feather Race, the Great Sky Holy Land, and the Red Lotus Holy Land. The 3 major forces were rich, and experts above the Tao Monarch level basically all had Stage 6 treasures. There were 2,560 Stage 5 treasures, which came from the Tao Monarchs and some perfected Monarch level candidates. There were 16,872 treasures of Stage 4 and below, which were basically left behind by the candidates of the three major forces of the Chaos Sea. Given their foundation, those 9 Tribulation Transcender candidates who were sent to participate in this inheritance selection all had Stage 1 or Stage 2 treasures. We'll keep the 7th grade and 6th grade supreme treasures for the human race's experts. We'll keep some for the Earth's lineage, and the remaining ones will be devoured by the slaughtering Shadow Sword. Riverward quickly distributed the treasures. The 4th square of the 8 Cloud Ruins was a green grassland. It was very spacious, and only an 8-story ancient pavilion stood at the end. Whoosh! Suddenly the towering 8 Cloud Pavilion disappeared into thin air. It was replaced by a man wearing black armor with golden patterns and carrying a stone sword on his back. From what Master and Venerable Ming said, it seems that the Great Sky Holy Land, the Red Lotus Holy Land, and the Heavenly Feather race have many experts lying in ambush outside the 8 Cloud Ruins to capture me? Jianghu frowned slightly. This was a troublesome matter. With his current strength, he had already surpassed a half-step Heavenly Venerable. Even if he met a first-step Heavenly Venerable, he would still dare to fight. However, if he was facing dozens of Heavenly Venerables, and there were even third-step Heavenly Venerables, he would definitely not be their match. Should I use the Heaven Connecting Tower and rush out? Jianghu shook his head. This was not a foolproof plan. Although the Heaven Connecting Tower was sturdy, it could only block those attacks. It would be difficult to break out directly. If those experts lying in ambush outside trapped him and sent him to a dangerous place in the Chaos Sea, then it would be over. For example, the depths of the Myriad World Ruins 90,000 light-years below was known as the Forbidden Area of the Chaos Sea. Since countless eras, no force had been able to explore the area 90,000 light-years below the Myriad World Ruins. Even Qing Shuang's clan, which was so powerful, could only explore 90,000 light-years deep and did not dare to go any further. Any expert who entered that area would not be able to return. Jianghu's mind turned rapidly as he considered how to break out. At the entrance of the Myriad World Ruins, a middle-aged man in white held a golden armillary staff. He broke through the void and teleported to the outside of the huge abyss. After 30,000 years, I finally arrived here from the Golden River. Heavenly Feather Tribe, Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, you want to kill my tribe's prodigy. Have you asked for my permission? Tomorrow Venerable looked at the huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years. In fact, ever since he knew that Jianghu had entered the 8 Cloud Ruins, he had rushed here alone. He did not have a 7th-order flying treasure to break through the many dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, nor could he cross half of the Chaos Sea quickly through the mysterious monitoring space channel like Jianghu. His journey was sometimes through the space whirlpool, sometimes by teleportation and sometimes by flying. For 30,000 years he had not stopped for a moment. Now he had finally arrived. In another year I will reach the 8 Cloud Ruins. Chapter 626. A year later. 8 Cloud Ruins, the 4th square. Ming Zun is here? Jianghu was surprised and happy. His clone had just received a message from Ming Tianzuan. Who would have thought that the strongest powerhouse of the human race would spend a total of 30,000 years to rush here from Goldflow River? These were 2 great forbidden grounds that crossed the Chaos Sea, and there were countless difficulties and dangers within. I preached to Ming Zun for more than 10 years, but he did not reveal anything to me. I was still worried about how to leave. Jianghu smiled and shook his head. However, if Ming Zun helps me break the encirclement of those forces, my chances of escaping will greatly increase. Jianghu followed the path he came from. He passed through the 3rd square, the 2nd square, and finally arrived at the 1st square. He stood at the place where the first round of selection was and looked at the void world. He was filled with emotions. 30,000 years of experience flashed before his eyes like an illusion. The figure of the 8 Cloud General seemed to still be standing beside the altar and had not dissipated. Perhaps, during the first stage he had already decided that I was the inheritor, and the subsequent stages were just a formality. This thought flashed through Jianghu's mind. The 8 Cloud General already knew that he was the owner of the heaven-reaching tower, and this treasure used to belong to a divine king of the primordial realm. It could be said that there was an unbreakable fate between him and the primordial realm. Chaos Origin Divine General, Divine King and Ruler. From this point of view, the Divine King had a higher status than the 8 Cloud General. She should be at the same level as the 8 Cloud Divine King. What kind of person was she? Jianghu shook his head gently and hid his emotions in the bottom of his heart. He then took out the heaven-reaching tower and shrunk it to the size of a speck of dust. He then flew toward the glowing stone door. This void world still hides some secrets. I'll leave it for the future. He took one last look at the void world that had brought him great opportunities. Jianghu did not take away the 9-realm puppet because it was the most common type in the trial space of the 8-cloud pavilion. The stone celestial body where the 8-cloud ruins was located had a maximum diameter of 90 million kilometers. It was neither big nor small in the Wuxia ruins, which was a strange place. Spiritual sense was not very useful. The 3 major forces that had been monitoring the 8-cloud ruins did not dare to let down their guard. From where they were, they could see the stone door in the red fog with their naked eyes. Right now, the stone door was still tightly shut. Suddenly, the stone door seemed to move, opening a gap, but nothing seemed to have happened. Did you see that? The stone door should have been slightly open just now. Quick, that Tao Lord of the mountains and seas must have already slipped out. Everyone pay attention to your surroundings. Don't let him escape. Exalted Celestial Myriad Net and the 20 Universe Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land were the first to grow wary. Although they could see the stone door with their naked eyes from where they were standing, they could not see it clearly because they were still quite far away. Moreover, Jianghu had already shrunk Tongtian Tower to the extreme, so it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. As for spiritual sense detection, first of all, spiritual sense could not be released wantonly in the Wuxia ruins. Secondly, even if they could use spiritual sense, these experts would not dare to check the situation in the 8-cloud ruins for fear of angering the divine general of the 8-cloud inside. All of you keep a close watch. Heavenly Master Wanluo immediately became nervous and ordered, "Don't be careless. Once you discover a flying treasure or other flying object, you must stop it. Don't let Tao Lord of the mountains and seas escape." Yes. The 20 Universe Realm Tao Lords responded in unison. The Supremes have already told us many times. This is a matter of great importance. Moreover, the experts of the Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather race are lurking nearby, wanting to capture the last inheritor. We have been guarding for so long. Don't let them take advantage of us in the end. Heavenly Master Wanluo shouted. Ah, Lord Wanluo, don't worry. We have so many level 7 ultimate treasures. Even the 7 heavenly masters of the Heavenly Feather race can't take the inheritor away from us. The 8-cloud inheritance will belong to the Great Sky Sacred Ground in the end. The battle was about to start. At this moment, the Great Sky Sacred Ground wasn't the only one who noticed the strange movements of the stone door. The Red Lotus Sacred Ground and the Heavenly Feather race who were guarding the other areas also noticed the experts of the 3 factions who had been peaceful for 1,000 years, as well as the experts of the other factions in the Chaos Sea, were all excited. That stone door is finally moving. The inheritor is coming out. This is our race's last hope for eternity. We must capture that inheritor. That despicable 8-cloud divine general caused the deaths of 2 heavenly masters and many Tao Lords of our race. He even wants to cut off our race's hope for eternity. His inheritor must die. No matter how great the potential of this inheritor is or how great the threat is, he has to pass today's trial. No matter how talented a cultivator was, they would need enough time to grow. Even if he obtains the inheritance now, he won't be much stronger in a short period of time. Although our race is the strongest race in the first universe and the 3rd largest faction in the Chaos Sea, once the calamity descends, as long as there is no eternity, even the strongest race will perish. For eternity we don't have to worry about anything. We don't have to care about the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land. So what if they are Holy Land universes? In front of the opportunity for eternity, there is only one word: snatch. This is our last hope. The remaining 7 sacred masters of the Heavenly Feather race communicated through their avatars. Let's wait and see. Let the Great Sky Holy Land and the Red Lotus Holy Land fight for it first. The experts of the other factions will definitely make a move. The fight for the inheritor this time won't be that simple. Although there are only 3 factions on the surface, there might be more hidden in the dark. That's right. That Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea has obtained the inheritance and must have means to protect himself. It won't be easy to capture him. Let's wait and see first and then find the right opportunity. We have already guarded the various safe routes. As long as he passes through one of these safe routes, the 7 of us can join forces and capture him in one fell swoop. The eyes of the 7 sacred masters emitted a divine light and killing intent. This time it wasn't just a battle for revenge. It was a battle to change the fate of their race. According to the 8-cloud divine general, the Heavenly Feather race was an eternal race. In the next calamity, the Heavenly Feather race would be born again in the Chaos Sea. However, that Heavenly Feather race only had the same bloodline as this Heavenly Feather race. It had nothing to do with them. Only when they were truly eternal could it be called eternal. At the same time, the various factions lurking around the 8 Cloud Ruins had yet to confirm who the inheritor was. However, this didn't hinder their next move. They knew that what they had to do was to capture the inheritor. Whether it's perfected Lord Hu Yu, Dao Lord of the Mountain Sea, or any other candidate, it's fine as long as we capture him. This was the common thought of all the factions. Jianghu only came out after confirming that tomorrow Venerated Ming was near the 8 Cloud Ruins. With tomorrow Venerated Ming's cooperation, I'll break through even the heavenly net. The heaven connecting tower was like a speck of dust, advancing at high speed in the quiet void. When the distance was too far, it was hard to see with the naked eye. One could only see it clearly when they were close. This is that flying treasure of the pagoda? It's Dao Lord of the Mountain Seas. A Dao Lord of the Great Sky Holy Land hurriedly contacted Heavenly Venerated One Luo and the other Dao Lords through his avatar. Haha, stop him first. I'll rush over now. Heavenly Venerated One Luo was pleasantly surprised. Alright. Dao Lord CG received the order and immediately turned into a stream of light, flying towards the tower. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Venerated One Luo rode on his 7th grade flying treasure and followed a safe path. His speed instantly increased by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times the speed of light. He was so fast that before Dao Lord CG could get close to Jianghu, Heavenly Venerated One Luo had already arrived. Dao Lord of the Mountain Sea, my race's Great Sky Supreme wants to meet you. Why don't you follow me to the Great Sky Holy Land? He said loudly. There was no arrogance in his tone, only incomparable confidence. The heaven connecting tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, stopped in the void. Jianghu was in the space of the heaven connecting tower, looking at the outside world. Great Sky Holy Land? As expected of the number 1 faction in the Chaos Sea. They're even the first to make a move. This should be Heavenly Venerated One Luo. He's a 3rd step Heavenly Venerate and has a full set of 7th grade treasures. He's a top expert among the Heavenly Venerates. He once blocked the other factions at the entrance of the 8 Cloud Ruins for a long time, Jianghu thought to himself. After thinking about it, his voice transmitted through the heaven connecting tower. Heavenly Venerated One Luo, I have urgent matters to attend to in the 4th universe. When I'm done, it won't be too late to meet your Supremes. What do you think? Oh? My race's Supremes invited you. You're not even going to give them face? Heavenly Venerated One Luo smiled, but his heart was filled with coldness. Return to the 4th universe? Once Heavenly Venerated One Luo returned, the other factions could only watch helplessly. After all, no faction dared to provoke the original wills of the 4 primal universes. They were existences that could suppress even invincible Heavenly Venerates. Could it be that when your Great Sky Holy Land invites guests, you forcefully invite them? Riverward's expression was indifferent. I've already said good things. Since you don't listen, don't blame me for being impolite. Heavenly Venerated One Luo sneered. He steered the sword-shaped flying boat straight to the airspace above sky-piercing tower. Then, the sword-shaped flying ship opened up a huge hole, and an extremely strong suction force burst out, enveloping the entire sky-connecting tower, trying to suck Riverward and the supreme treasure inside. Suck it in. Heavenly Venerated One Luo shouted. Do you think I'll be sucked in just because you said so? Jianghu smiled. Swoosh. Suddenly, the heaven-connecting tower that was being sucked in disappeared and was replaced by an 8-story pavilion. The heaven-connecting tower was one of his trump cards. It was better not to expose it for the time being. However, the 8-Cloud Pavilion did not have such scruples. Back at the 4th square of the 8-Cloud Ruins, many candidates saw this special treasure and knew that it was the treasure of the 8-Cloud inheritance. Therefore, they did not have to worry about it being exposed. Even if they did not take it out now, the experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea knew how powerful the 8-Cloud Pavilion was. That's the 8-Cloud Pavilion. As expected, Heavenly Venerated One Luo's expression changed when he saw the 8-story pavilion. In the end, the Celestial Exalts and Downlord candidates had all died within this treasure. Get in. Heavenly Venerated One Luo drove his 7th grade flying boat with all his might, trying to suck the 8-Cloud Pavilion in. Boom. However, no matter how hard he tried, the 8-Cloud Pavilion did not budge. Instead, it was rapidly expanding. Previously, it was only a few dozen meters tall. In the blink of an eye, it became a gigantic object that was 1 trillion kilometers tall. Then, the tip of the gigantic pavilion broke through the void and flew forward majestically. It was not afraid of the suction force at all. Oh no. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo's expression changed drastically. He realized that it was impossible to suck the 8-cloud pavilion in with the suction force of the treasure. Block it. He drove the flying boat and crashed into the 8-cloud pavilion. Boom. The two colossal objects collided in the void. In the silent Wanjie ruins, even time and space were originally still, but now there were waves after waves of great waves. However, the 8-cloud pavilion only shook slightly and dissipated the terrifying impact of the collision. Then it continued to fly forward unstoppably. This was a treasure made by the ancestor of the 8-cloud lineage, the 8-cloud godly king, and it contained a miniature universe. A third step Heavenly Venerate wanted to shake the 8-cloud pavilion with just a 7th-grade treasure? It was impossible. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo could only watch as the 8-cloud pavilion got further and further away from him. Lord Wan Luo, let me help you. At this moment, Dao Lord Hai Ji flew over. Quick, trap him in front. Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo said anxiously. Go. Dao Lord Hai Ji blocked the path of the 8-cloud pavilion and waved his hand, sending out a golden stream of light. It was a 6th-grade special true treasure in the shape of a golden net. It was used to restrain enemies. The golden net rapidly expanded in the air, and soon, it was more than 1 trillion kilometers in diameter and enveloped the 8-cloud pavilion. Small, small, small. Dao Lord Hai Ji controlled it with all his might. However, no matter how he controlled the golden net, the 8-cloud pavilion did not show any signs of shrinking. Instead, it continued to fly forward. Ka. The golden net emitted a sound similar to that of metal cracking, as if it was about to break. Not good. Dao Lord Hai Ji's expression changed. Lord Wan Luo, I can't stop it either. Within the core inheritance space of the 8-cloud pavilion, Jianghu sat leisurely in front of the wooden house on the island. This is the place. Break. He smiled gently. Boom. The 8-cloud pavilion, which had been traveling at 100 times the speed of light, suddenly sped up, and a powerful force exploded. Dao Lord Hai Ji, who was in front, was too close to dodge. Pooh! This universe-level Dao Lord, who had the combat power of a half-step Heavenly Venerate, was crushed by the 8-cloud pavilion, his body and soul destroyed. You killed a universe-level Dao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. Seeing this, Heavenly Venerated Wan Luo's expression changed slightly, then he snorted coldly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he once again used his flying boat to chase after the 8-cloud pavilion. At the same time, the phantom of a golden hammer formed out of thin air. With the terrifying might of a third-step Heavenly Venerate, it smashed towards the 8-cloud pavilion. A 9th-grade mystic art. Within the 8-cloud pavilion, Jianghu's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 627. The 8-cloud pavilion could withstand the impact of a Tier 7 treasure, but it might not be able to withstand the power of a Tier 9 mystic technique. A Tier 9 mystic technique represented the limit of a Heavenly Venerable. One step further and it would be at the supreme level. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo's attack was supported by a Tier 7 treasure. It could definitely severely injure or even kill a first-step Heavenly Venerable. Therefore, Jianghu was not sure if he could withstand such an attack. Boom. The giant hammer shadow formed by the Tier 9 mystic technique shattered the void and instantly smashed into the 8-cloud pavilion. A terrifying power erupted instantly, trying to break through the layers of barriers of the 8-cloud pavilion and attack Jianghu in the core inheritance space. However, there were too many inheritance spaces within the 8-cloud pavilion. The power of the giant hammer shadow was weakened layer by layer. When it finally reached Jianghu, it was only left with the power of a Tier 2 mystic technique. Looks like I underestimated the 8-cloud pavilion. This is a treasure that is not inferior to the sky-reaching tower. The difference is that the main function of the 8-cloud pavilion is to nurture super experts. It doesn't have any attack power. Jianghu smiled and crushed the last giant hammer shadow. However, it's enough to deal with the current situation. Boom, boom, boom. The 8-cloud pavilion crushed all obstacles and flew forward at high speed with an unstoppable momentum. He's actually unscathed? Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was shocked. He had used his strongest attack just now but it still could not do anything to Jianghu? What should we do? Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo was really anxious. He was very clear about the situation. Although Jianghu was an inheritor, the forces in the Chaos Sea did not take Jianghu seriously. Therefore, the various forces set up layers of ambushes outside the 8-cloud pavilion in preparation to capture Jianghu. The Juntian sacred ground relied on many Tier 7 treasures and the fact that the various forces were not united to set up an ambush closest to the 8-cloud pavilion. If Jianghu was allowed to break out of their encirclement, the other forces outside would rush in. Once a chaotic battle broke out, it was hard to say who Jianghu would fall into. Until now, Celestial Venerate Wan Luo still hadn't taken Jianghu seriously. He believed that Jianghu had only relied on the 8 Clouds Pavilion of the 8 Clouds Inheritance to block his attack as long as they could stop Jianghu. In the end, regardless of whether it was the 8 Clouds Inheritance or the 8 Clouds Pavilion, both would belong to their great sky holy land. The problem now was how to stop Jianghu, who seemed impossible to stop at all. Could it be that they were just going to watch Jianghu rush out of their encirclement and let the other forces join in the fight? Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, more than 10 figures flew over from all directions. They were the other 19 universe-level Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Let's attack together and stop him. Heavenly Premier Wan Luo shouted anxiously. Buzz. Immediately, many secret technique phantoms condensed in the void. Most of them were the giant hammer phantoms unique to the Great Sky Sacred Ground. There were also 8-armed giants, strange beasts, supreme treasures and so on. This was the attack of the 19 top universe-level Tao Lords. Not only were there 3 half-step heavenly venerates, but half of them also had 7th-grade supreme treasures. Their combined attack was enough to fight against 3 to 5 heavenly venerates. Boom, boom, boom. All the attacks hit the 8 Clouds Pavilion at almost the same time. A huge explosion occurred, and a terrifying power swept across a radius of 1 trillion kilometers. Even the void of the myriad worlds ruins that was still had terrifying abyssal cracks appearing. However, when everything calmed down, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was still unaffected and it continued to move forward unstoppably. We can't stop him. Lord Wan Luo, what should we do? If this continues, he'll escape. The remaining 19 universe-level Tao Lords were also anxious. They kept shortening the distance between them and the 8 Clouds Pavilion, trying to shrink the encirclement. Within the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jianghu's expression was still calm, but he was calculating his position and the best route in his heart. Don't get too close. Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo hurriedly reminded. The scene of Jianghu driving the 8 Clouds Pavilion and killing a half-step Heavenly Venerate was still clearly imprinted in his mind. The 19 universe-level Tao Lords didn't know about this situation. When they heard this warning, they reacted quickly and immediately retreated. Too late. Jianghu sneered. Speed up. Instantly, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion increased from 100 times the speed of light to 10,000 times the speed of light. Of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords, the furthest one was only 10 million kilometers away. With the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, he could cross it almost instantly. Swoosh. The 8 Clouds Pavilion shattered the void. First, it crushed the nearest universe-level Tao Lord. Then, it drew a beautiful arc and crashed into the second Tao Lord. Puff. Puff. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. A series of notifications sounded on the interface, indicating that one universe-level Tao Lord after another had been killed. Run. Retreat. Run. Even if they wanted to escape, how could they escape? In the end, only one of the 19 universe-level Tao Lords had a Tier 7 protective treasure. He wasn't directly crushed by the 8 Clouds Pavilion, but he was more than half dead. The rest had all died. At the same time, their treasures were also instantly collected by Jianghu into the 8 Clouds Pavilion. Jianghu, you deserve to die. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo was shocked and angry, but more than that, he felt incredulous. You've lived for so long. How can you say such things? Jianghu laughed loudly. At the same time, the 8 Clouds Pavilion continued to advance unstoppably. Boom, boom, boom. Heavenly Sovereign Wan Luo continuously used his strongest attacks. Numerous golden hammer phantoms formed by Tier 9 mystic arts struck the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. However, these attacks were destined to be futile. Soon, Jianghu charged out of the encirclement occupied by the June Sky Sacred Land and was seen by even more factions. It's the 8 Clouds Pavilion. The successor is charging out with the 8 Clouds Pavilion. The June Sky Sacred Land couldn't catch him or stop him. This is our chance. Attack. In this area, not only was there the second largest faction in the Chaos Sea, the Red Lotus Sacred Land, but there was also the Heavenly Feather race that was not weak at all. Moreover, the Heavenly Feather race could be said to have sent the strongest forces this time. There were a total of 7 Heavenly Venerate Sacred Lords. In addition, many factions in the first, second, and third universes, as well as heavenly venerate lone travelers, were not easy to deal with either. Some factions, even if their heavenly venerates were weaker than the heavenly feather race, would only send more peak universe realm Tao lords. After seeing the 8 Clouds Pavilion, these factions added up to more than 50 heavenly venerates and nearly 1,000 Tao lords. They immediately entered a frenzied state of attack. In midair, powerful and terrifying attacks easily distorted and shattered the spacetime of the myriad world's ruins. Some tried to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion directly, while others attacked indiscriminately. They not only attacked the 8 Clouds Pavilion but also other factions, trying to mess up the situation. This was because only when the situation was chaotic would those weaker factions and lone heavenly venerates have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Boom. Boom. Crash. These attacks landed on the 8 Clouds Pavilion, causing it to tremble again and again. Finally, its speed was affected and it slowed down. Amidst this huge commotion, 5-colored brilliance circulated. In an instant, it condensed into a light figure that looked like a woman's. The woman's face was blurred. She was nearly 1 light year tall and had 12 pairs of 5-colored wings on her back. She held a giant sword in both hands and looked extremely divine. This was the supreme light figure summoned by the 7 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race. It was the heavenly feather general from countless eras ago. When Jianghu first entered the Chaos Sea, he had seen 2 heavenly venerates of the heavenly feather race join forces to summon a supreme light figure. However, its power was obviously not as strong as the one before him. That formless pressure completely enveloped the world, as if it was some kind of supreme existence. The supreme light figure with a blurry face waved the giant sword in her hand and drew a circle in the air. Then, that circle was like a black hole that quickly swallowed the 8 Clouds Pavilion that was billions of kilometers tall. Even heavenly venerate Wan Luo, who had a full set of 7th grade supreme treasures, could not shake the 8 Clouds Pavilion. However, the supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race could do it. This showed how powerful they were. However, in the next moment, bam, bam, bam. Almost at the same time, a total of 10 7th grade supreme treasures struck that supreme light figure, causing it to crumble. Damn it. The 7 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race were furious. They had seen the opportunity just now. When they saw that the 8 Clouds Pavilion's flying speed was affected under the attacks of so many people, they immediately took action. They wanted to use the strongest supreme light figure to swallow the 8 Clouds Pavilion in one fell swoop. However, in such a chaotic battle, their plan failed in the end. 7 birdmen of the heavenly feather race, you want to capture the inheritor? Dream on. My corpse race has been watching you for a long time. In the distance, a sinister old man sitting on a blood-colored coffin laughed sinisterly. Corpse race. The 7 sacred lords of the heavenly feather race were even more furious. The heavenly feather race and the corpse race of the first universe were both races with heaven-defying talents. Because the 2 races had opposing talents, they were natural enemies. Both sides had never stopped fighting, and neither side could see the other side coming out on top. Previously, the heavenly feather race had the 9 sacred lords and could be said to have completely suppressed the corpse race. But now, the heavenly feather race only had 7 sacred lords left. When the 2 races fought again, the corpse race was not afraid. Boom. 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 The battle in the void became even more intense. So many heavenly venerables and Tao lords were not only besieging Jianghu's 8 Clouds Pavilion, but they were also fighting amongst themselves. In the core inheritance space of the 8 Clouds Pavilion, Jianghu was also shocked just now. He was almost swallowed by the supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race. Fortunately, the factions in the Chaos Sea were not united. The attacks of the heavenly venerables directly defeated the supreme light figure. As expected of the inheritance method left behind by the Chaos Origin Divine General. Just the supreme light figure is so terrifying. Of course, Jianghu was also aware that his current cultivation level was only a 5th transformation True Lord. Once he became a Tao Lord and activated the 8 Clouds Pavilion, the situation would be different. More than 50 heavenly venerables, and nearly 1,000 Tao Lords. After being safe again, Jianghu's heart burned with passion again. He really wanted to smash these powerhouses that roamed the Chaos Sea to death. Unfortunately, he could only think about it. This situation was not like when the Great Sky Holy Land besieged him just now. With so many powerhouses attacking together, the speed of the 8 Clouds Pavilion was greatly reduced now. What he needed to consider was how to escape and not to think about gaining experience points. Unless boom. Brr. Brr. All sorts of terrifying sounds or all sorts of supreme treasures smashed over one after another. There were also all sorts of heavenly venerables above rank 7 that continuously condensed and landed on the Eight Clouds Pavilion. These attacks broadened Jiangxi's horizons. In the entire Chaos Sea, there were pitifully few heavenly venerables and even fewer rank 7 supreme treasures. But today, 1/3 of the heavenly venerables and more than half of the Chaos Sea's rank 7 supreme treasures were gathered here. This won't do. Although our attacks slowed down the Eight Clouds Pavilion, they did not cause any damage to the Eight Clouds Pavilion, let alone capture the inheritor in the river. Trap him first. As long as we can stop the Eight Clouds Pavilion, we will have a chance to slowly get him out. These powerhouses discovered the terror of the Eight Clouds Pavilion after a period of chaos and frenzied siege. Those factions that had deliberately wanted to stir up the situation no longer caused trouble. They all focused their firepower on the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Instantly, the power of these powerhouses' joint attacks increased explosively. All sorts of attacks became terrifying. A towering giant palm appeared out of thin air and directly grabbed the Eight Clouds Pavilion. However, the Eight Clouds Pavilion forcibly flew along with the giant palm. The supreme light figure of the heavenly feather race also appeared once again. The giant sword transformed into a black hole, wanting to swallow the Eight Clouds Pavilion. There were also giant hammer phantoms, red lotus phantoms, saber lights, sword lights, and so on. All sorts of secret techniques and supreme treasures flooded the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Boom boom boom. A terrifying energy tide swept through an area of hundreds of light years. The power that erupted completely squeezed this space. Under such a situation, the Eight Clouds Pavilion was finally forced to stop. Not good. Jiangxi's heart sank. He was afraid of falling into this passive situation. Once trapped, he would be at the mercy of others. Haha, this is a big scene. However, at this moment, a loud laughter that sounded like the roar of heaven and earth resounded through the void, suppressing the voices of all the heavenly venerables and Tao lords. Boom. At the same time, a golden staff shadow that was close to a light year long swept over from afar. Boom boom boom. Wherever the staff shadows passed, the Tao lords would explode like illusions. Nearly 100 of them had perished in an instant. Tomorrow Venerable. Damn it, it's Tomorrow Venerable. All the heavenly venerables and Tao lords were shocked and furious. Such a big scene is rare. The white-robed Tomorrow Venerable finally arrived on the battlefield with the armillary staff in his hand. He had a smile on his face as he looked at his enemies. Kill him. Split up a portion of the heavenly venerables and surround Tomorrow Venerable. The rest of the powerhouses continued to attack the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Although the experts present were furious, they quickly responded to the situation. The first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, the two third-step Heavenly Venerables, attacked Tomorrow Venerable together with 8 other Heavenly Venerables. Tomorrow Venerable chuckled. Then he suddenly shouted, "Eighth move." Boom. 8 towering figures of Tomorrow Venerable suddenly appeared in the surrounding void. One of them was slightly blurry, but each of them held a armillary staff and swept across the land with a radius of 1 light year. These 8 figures were located in 8 different directions. It was as if they had turned this world into Tomorrow Venerable's world. And Tomorrow Venerable's true body was the core of this world. When this world was formed, many mystic technique attacks within it exploded. Only a few rank 9 mystic techniques and a few rank 8 mystic techniques resisted the pressure of this world. But then in the darkness, a glowing shadow of a staff appeared. The strange thing was that this staff shadow didn't seem to belong to this world. It seemed to have descended from another world. A mystic technique that's close to rank 10. His 8th figure is clearer than the last time. It's also stronger than the last time. We can't fight it head-on. The first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo, and the other Heavenly Venerables all looked extremely serious. They also condensed mystic technique shadows. There were giant hammer shadows, supreme light shadows, beasts and Dharma treasures. Although the first Sacred Lord and Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo also used rank 9 mystic techniques, their power was obviously inferior to Tomorrow Venerable's staff technique. Boom. The shadow of the staff that was born from the darkness swept across. Boom. Boom. The glowing shadow of the staff, with an unstoppable momentum, almost instantly defeated their attacks. This, too strong. Could it be another invincible Heavenly Venerable? All the experts on the battlefield were shocked beyond words. Boom. Tomorrow Venerable didn't stop after his attack. Instead, he swung his armillary staff again and swept it across. 8th move. The shining staff shadow seemed to have descended from another world and swept across again. This time, the target of the attack was the Heavenly Venerables and Tao Lords that were attacking Jiangxi. Retreat. Dodge. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The more than 40 heavenly venerables and nearly 1,000 Tao lords immediately panicked, especially those Tao lords. They fled in a hurry, not daring to stay where they were. By now, everyone knew that if these Tao lords were to be struck by that staff, they would probably be annihilated in body and soul. As they scattered and retreated, Jianghu finally had a chance to catch his breath. Just now, the Eight Clouds Pavilion had no chance to escape under the siege of so many experts. Now the situation had changed. Tomorrow Venerable's powerful entrance solved Jianghu's predicament with just 3 staff strikes. Ah, my chance is here. Jianghu's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. Charge, charge, charge. Almost instantly, he increased the speed of the Eight Clouds Pavilion to 10,000 times the speed of light. Whoosh! The tip of the Eight Clouds Pavilion shot forward, smashing into the fleeing Tao Lords. Puff! Puff! You kill the Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You kill the Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +9. You kill the Universe Tao Lord, Eternal Experience +6. Along with the notifications on the experience panel, one Tao Lord after another was killed by the Eight Clouds Pavilion. There was a miniature universe hidden in the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Who could withstand the impact of a miniature universe? The Tao Lords who dared to besiege him were all elites of various factions. Except for a few universe gods, the rest were basically universe gods, but none of them could withstand the impact of the Eight Clouds Pavilion. About 30 light years away from the Eight Clouds ruins, the originally still spacetime was distorted. In the distorted spacetime, there was an ordinary bluestone hidden. An old man wearing a beast skin robe was sitting on the bluestone. The Eight Clouds Pavilion lives up to its reputation. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone looked from afar, his deep gaze passing through 30 light years of space. As expected of a treasure refined by godly King Eight Clouds. Although it's not an offensive treasure, it's still so powerful. He chuckled. Tomorrow Venerable. The kid who followed Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then has grown up. He's almost as strong as Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament back then. It seems that I was overthinking this time. With him around, I don't have to do anything. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head slightly. Then, the distorted spacetime returned to normal, and the mysterious Heavenly Venerable left quietly. First attack, then change. Chapter 628. Crash, crash, crash. Jianghu controlled the Eight Clouds Pavilion and crazily crashed into the fleeing Tao Lords. In the chaos, no matter how the Tao Lords stopped resisting or fled, they couldn't stop the Eight Clouds Pavilion's attack. Puff, puff. One Tao Lord after another exploded in midair, transforming into dust. In less than a minute, only 100 or so of the 1,000 Tao Lords remained alive. They had been rather far away from Riverward to begin with, which was why they had managed to survive and preserve their lives. As for the fallen Tao Lords, apart from a few Eon-level Tao Lords, the rest were basically all Universe-level Tao Lords. In addition, none of the Heavenly Venerables died. With the strength of Heavenly Venerables, even first-step Heavenly Venerables, Jianghu couldn't use the Eight Clouds Pavilion to smash them to death. Venerable Ming Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're finished. The humans of the Fourth Universe are finished. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you killed my race's Tao Lords. You deserve to die. I'll definitely destroy the humans of the Fourth Universe. Whether it was the first Sacred Lord, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Net, and the other 10 Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Venerable Ming, or the 40+ Heavenly Venerables who were attacking Jianghu just now, they were all furious. Their hearts were trembling and bleeding. If the 100 Tao Lords that Venerable Ming had killed at the beginning were included, then nearly 1,000 Tao Lords had died in this battle. In order to capture the Inheritor, the various factions of the Chaos Sea had sent out all their elites. In other words, almost 90% of their top Tao Lords had died in this battle. Comparatively speaking, the Great Sky Sacred Land and the Red Lotus Sacred Land were in a better state. They had a large number of quasi-Tao Lords. Even though so many Universe-level Tao Lords had died, they could quickly replenish them in the future. The other factions that had suffered heavy losses were heartbroken. With so many top Tao Lords dead, they probably wouldn't be able to recover to their previous peak state even after this era ended. Humans, despicable humans. All humans deserve to die. Kill Venerable Ming. The remaining Empyrean powerhouses knew that they could not do anything to the Jianghu inside the Eight Cloud Pavilion, so they focused their anger on Empyrean Ming. Apart from the dozen or so Heavenly Venerables who continued to try and stop Jianghu, the other 40 or so Heavenly Venerables used their ultimate treasures or 7th, 8th, and 9th level secret techniques to directly attack Heavenly Venerables. That vast momentum was completely capable of instantly annihilating a first-step Empyrean. Ming Tianzuan was not afraid at all. Instead he laughed loudly, "Good." Although the armillary sky staff in his hand was only a grade 6 supreme treasure, he had mastered a secret technique that was close to grade 10. Thus, he was able to crush Heavenly Venerate Wan Luo and Heavenly Venerate Sparkling Dust, who both had a full set of grade 7 supreme treasures. Of course, these two third-step celestial masters didn't have miniature universes, so their actual combat power was weaker than that of ordinary third-step celestial masters. Boom. The staff shadows that were born from the darkness smashed towards the 40-plus Empyrean powerhouses again and again. Fighting alone. Ah, great. Ming Tianzuan laughed loudly. He no longer had the refined image he had before. Now he seemed a little wild or perhaps a little deranged. It seemed that this was the real him. The armillary sky staff swept in all directions, destroying the shadows of secret techniques and grade 6 and grade 7 true treasures, preventing the 50-plus Empyrean masters from getting close to him. At this moment the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The entire ruins of myriad worlds seemed to be affected by this battle and was constantly shaking. A battle that was close to the level of a supreme. At this time, Jianghu wasn't idle either. He knew that since he didn't have the strength to participate in the battle with Ming Tianzuan, he should quickly leave this battlefield. This way Ming Tianzuan could advance or retreat as he pleased and wouldn't be distracted by saving him. So, 8 Cloud Pavilion shuttled rapidly, increasing its speed to 10,000 times the speed of light as it advanced towards the top of the Myriad Worlds ruins. As long as he left the Myriad Worlds ruins where time and space were still, he could teleport away. By then, the various powers in the Chaos Ocean wouldn't be able to do anything to him. What should we do? Are we going to let him escape? Are you going to stop him? Who can stop 8 Cloud Pavilion now? Didn't you see that more than 800 Dao Lords were killed just now? I can't accept this. If it wasn't for Ming Tianzuan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. The 100-plus Dao Lords who were lucky enough to escape just now stood far away and watched as 8 Cloud Pavilion broke through the void and went further and further away from them. However, in the end they gritted their teeth and followed under the lead of more than 10 Dao Lords. 8 Cloud Pavilion moved forward and even deliberately went close to those strange places. More than 10 Heavenly Venerables and 100-plus Dao Lords who were following from afar were afraid and didn't dare to get close at all. After all, the green wind and white flames were extremely strange and could even kill Heavenly Venerables. Of course, Jianghu wasn't courting death because he knew the power of 8 Cloud Pavilion very well. Moreover, he had the map of the Blue Frost clan and knew more safe routes to the Myriad Worlds ruins than the Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. Some seemingly dangerous places actually had some safe routes hidden, but the various powers in the Chaos Ocean didn't know about them now. Therefore he used this advantage to force the 10-plus Heavenly Venerables and 100-plus Dao Lords who were following him to give up in the end. In the silent void, apart from the huge boulders, there were also some flying treasures floating in the air. They were the experts who were chasing Jianghu. Damn it. In one of the flying treasures that looked like a palace, the 3 sacred lords of the Heavenly Feather clan roared as they watched 8 Cloud Pavilion fly away. Give up, we give up. It's useless to continue chasing now. I don't believe that Dao Lord Mountain Sea will hide in 8 Cloud Pavilion forever. Or hide in the 4th universe forever. If he wants to become a Heavenly Venerate, he has to go through life and death training again and again. I've never heard of an expert who can become a Heavenly Venerate just by hiding and not fighting. Yes, although he obtained 8 Clouds inheritance, he still needs a lot of battle training if he wants to become a Heavenly Venerate. He even has to adventure with other Heavenly Venerables in the 3 Forbidden Lands. Unless he doesn't want to become a Heavenly Venerate, he has to roam the Chaos Ocean. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future. Whether it was the Heavenly Feather clan or the other forces in the Chaos Ocean, they all knew that it was impossible to catch Dao Lord Mountain Sea in this situation. They could only wait for Dao Lord Mountain Sea to train in the Chaos Ocean in the future. However, they had to admit that if they couldn't do anything to Dao Lord Mountain Sea now, it would be even more difficult to catch him in the vast Chaos Ocean in the future. Jianghu finally broke out of the encirclement of the various forces and got rid of the pursuit. With his speed, it would take him about 3 years to leave the Myriad Worlds ruins from the 8 Cloud ruins. To an expert with an endless lifespan, this time was no different from a second. They could close their eyes and meditate for a while and it would pass. Tomorrow Venerate can come and go more freely if he's alone. I don't have to worry about his safety. In the 8 Cloud Pavilion, Jianghu finally heaved a sigh of relief. Just now, his clone had communicated with Tomorrow Venerate's clone and found out about the current situation. Facing the siege of more than 40 Heavenly Venerate experts, Tomorrow Venerate was not at a disadvantage and was not in danger. Now I can go to Mount Shenhuang without worry. Let's go. Jiang Xi drove the 8-cloud pavilion and followed a safe path between the huge rocks and celestial bodies, constantly moving out of the myriad world's ruins. At the same time he was multitasking and sorting out the gains of this battle. In terms of supreme treasures, although he had killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords, it was the three major forces of the Chaos Ocean, Juntian Sacred Ground, Red Lotus Sacred Ground, and the Heavenly Feather Race, who had brought him great gains. This included 15 7th grade Supreme Treasures and 43 6th grade Supreme Treasures. The 7th grade Supreme Treasures all came from the Tao Lords of Juntian Sacred Ground and Red Lotus Sacred Ground. These two Sacred Ground universes had a deep foundation and had accumulated for countless eras. They also had the most 7th grade Supreme Treasures. This time, in order to catch Jiang Xi, they took out many 7th grade Supreme Treasures. However, they didn't expect that the universe Tao Lords they sent out would be killed by Jiang Xi. As for Supreme Treasures below 5th grade, there weren't many. Other than 159 5th grade Supreme Treasures, there were basically none below 4th grade. After all, the Tao Lords who dared to participate in this siege all had the strength to dominate the Chaos Ocean. Naturally, the Supreme Treasures on them wouldn't be bad. I'll keep the 7th grade Supreme Treasures and 6th grade Supreme Treasures to improve the foundation of the human race. I'll use the rest to improve the Killing Shadow Sword, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Then, he opened the experience points panel and checked the changes in his experience points. This was the main point. Eternal experience points, 8,169 yuan. He had slain nearly 1,000 Tao Lords, but roughly 10% of them were at the Aeon level. The rest were all at the universe level. This battle could be said to be a huge harvest. It's a pity that I don't have the strength to kill those heavenly venerables. Otherwise the harvest this time would be even more. Jiang Xi shook his head. However, with so many eternal experience points, the two ultimate techniques can be improved again. 8 lives, 1,675 yuan/10,000 yuan for the first level. Cloud Annihilation, 1,785 yuan/10,000 yuan for the first level. If he could complete the first level of these two ultimate techniques, the strength of his body and primordial spirit would be able to reach another level. When I subdue Mount Shenhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm and kill heavenly venerables. It's not impossible. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it as he drove the 8 Clouds Pavilion forward. At the same time, in the 4th universe, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of a huge stone table in the starry sky. Ah, awesome. It's been a long time since I've had such a good battle. Ming Qinzuan laughed loudly. I don't think you're going to save Jiang Xi this time. You're the one who wants to have a good battle, right? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head and chuckled. This time, facing so many heavenly venerables, it's all thanks to Jiang Xi. He taught me the Tao for more than 10 years, allowing my staff technique to improve further. Otherwise the outcome would be hard to say. Ming Qinzuan smiled. The 8 Clouds legacy is indeed extraordinary. He only taught you the Tao for more than 10 years and you've gained so much. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments praised. Suddenly Jiang Xi's figure appeared in the starry sky. Jiang Xi. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Jiang Xi, you've shaken off their pursuit? Ming Qinzuan asked with a smile. I'm already safe. Jiang Xi nodded with a smile. Ming Qinzuan, you've also escaped? Do you think those heavenly venerables can keep me here? Ming Qinzuan was very confident. Jiang Xi and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments looked at each other and smiled. After this battle, the humans of the 4th universe had truly become famous in the Chaos Sea. Even in the long history of the Chaos Sea, killing nearly 1,000 Tao Lords in one battle was something that was extremely rare. I'm here to tell you another piece of good news, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Then he explained the situation of the supreme treasures obtained in this battle. Ming Qinzuan was one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea apart from the two supremes. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was even more composed by nature. However, when they heard that there were a total of 15 7th-tier supreme treasures, they could no longer sit still. They were both surprised and delighted. To be exact, there are 16 7th-tier supreme treasures. When I was in the 8 Cloud Ruins, I also obtained the 7th-tier supreme treasure of the Heavenly Feather Clan, Mud Billow Palace, Jiang Xi said with a smile. How can there be so many? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments could not help but say, 7th-tier supreme treasures can only be encountered by chance. Until now, no one has obtained more than 10 7th-tier supreme treasures by themselves. Even my master, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament, who was invincible in the Chaos Sea back then, did not obtain one. The Heavenly Feather clan had 9 Supremes back then, but they only obtained one 7th tier Supreme treasure. I didn't expect this. I thought it would be good to have 2 or 3. It seems like the Juntian Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land really put in a lot of effort to capture you. Ming Tianzuan sighed. In the end it benefited us. Jiang Xi laughed. With so many 7th tier and 6th tier Supreme treasures, it's enough to make our clan's strength soar qualitatively. Don't think about your clan. It's better to give yourself a set of 7th tier Supreme treasures first. That way you'll be able to deal with more dangers in the Chaos Sea in the future. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. That's right, Ming Tianzuan said. Master, I obtained the inheritance of the 8 Cloud lineage. Naturally, there are treasures prepared for the inheritor. Jiang Xi smiled. Is it also a 7th tier Supreme treasure? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked. It's only strong. Jiang Xi nodded. The value of a single sword embryo far exceeded that of so many 7th tier Supreme treasures. Furthermore, he had the Heavenly Tower, 8 Cloud Pavilion and 6-fold Mountain. These Supreme treasures were also incomparably precious. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to subdue Mount Shenhuang soon. It was another 9th tier Supreme treasure. Therefore he was no longer interested in these 7th tier Supreme treasures. It's settled then. I only need to keep one 7th tier Essence Soul Supreme treasure. The rest will be given to the clan. I still need some time before I can rush back to the 4th universe. You guys can discuss how to distribute these Supreme treasures first. After Jiang Xi finished speaking, he disappeared. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and Ming Tianzuan looked at each other. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's heart. Back then there were people in the clan who were worried that Jiang Xi's rise was too fast and that he did not have a sense of belonging to the clan. They had to be wary of him. But in fact, Jiang Xi's rise in strength is indeed inconceivable. However, his dedication to the clan did not change at all. Instead, he became more and more responsible. Ming Tianzuan sighed. That's right. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. No matter what realm an expert was at, they would always consider themselves. This was normal. However, to be able to make a choice in the face of great temptation was a commendable thing. They could tell that Jiang Xi did not even blink when taking out so many Supreme treasures. This was enough to prove Jiang Xi's character. Soon 3 years had passed. At the entrance of the abyss-like Wuxia ruins, a dust-like 8 clouds pavilion flew out of the entrance that had a diameter of 300 million light-years. Wuxia ruins? I'll have to come again after this storm has completely subsided. Jiang Xi looked at the huge abyss. His purpose this time was to excavate the treasure space left behind by Qing Shuang and retrieve the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's clan. However, he encountered the appearance of 8 Clouds ruins by accident and obtained the inheritance of 8 Clouds by accident. Was it really an accident? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. Among the 3 most dangerous places in the Chaos Sea, he already knew the origin of Mount Shenhuang and Goldflow River. Only the Wuxia ruins was the only place that he could not see through. Especially the area below 90,000 light-years in the Wuxia ruins, it was the most mysterious place in the Chaos Sea. Since the countless calamity eras, no force could explore that area. Even Qing Shuang's clan could not go below 90,000 light-years in the Wuxia ruins. Of course, there might be forces that knew the secret there. However, those forces had already disappeared in the long river of time. I wonder if Zhizun can go down there? Jiang Xi shook his head gently. He did not think too much about it. He then teleported several times and rushed into the chaotic gray fog, heading toward the direction of the mysterious monitoring space. From the Wuxia ruins to Mount Shenhuang, it was equivalent to crossing half of the Chaos Sea. If he only teleported, flew, and rushed through the natural space whirlpool, it would take more than 100 million eras. However, through the space whirlpool in the mysterious monitoring space, he could reach Mount Shenhuang quickly. It would only take a few decades. I'm finally here. In the endless chaotic gray fog, Jiang Xi looked at the towering mountain that was 900 million light-years tall. Although it was still hundreds of light-years away, he could still clearly feel the strong aura that Mount Shenhuang was emitting. The armor treasure formed by the 6 mountains was trembling violently. It's only been tens of thousands of years. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang should not have found a new master yet, Jiang Xi thought to himself. The current spirit of Mount Shenhuang was born after the battle in the relief carvings. The original spirit was destroyed by the enemies of the astral boundary. Until 30,000 years ago, Jiang Xi broke into the origin space of Mount Shenhuang and awakened the weak old spirit. Then he made the old spirit the spirit of the 6 mountains. If he wanted to refine Mount Shenhuang, only one of the two spirit treasures could survive. Without a doubt, the old spirit was recognized by Jianghu. The current spirit of Mount Shenhuang would be annihilated. Therefore, after Jianghu left last time, the spirit of Mount Shenhuang went crazy and wanted to find a new master. As a result, many strange things had happened in Mount Shenhuang in the past tens of thousands of years, attracting the investigation of some heavenly venerables. However, due to the appearance of the 8 cloud ruins, these strange things did not attract much attention. Jianghu had heard about these things. So many eras have passed but no new master has been found. It's only been 30,000 years and you want to find one? I don't believe that the meat in my mouth will fly away. Jianghu smiled gently. Whoosh. He drove the sky-piercing tower and teleported directly to Mount Shenhuang. As for the 8-cloud pavilion, he had already put it away. After all, the sky-piercing tower was better in terms of sturdiness. Jianghu would not risk the 8-cloud pavilion. If it was destroyed by the light blades in the origin space of Mount Shenhuang, the loss would be great. First released, then modified. Chapter 629. Jianghu followed the directions given to him by the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang last time and quickly arrived at a narrow safe zone. Mount Shenhuang had a total of 36 large safe zones and countless small safe zones. The powerhouses cultivating here were basically all gathered in the large safe zones, so he was not discovered by any powerhouses along the way. Jianghu looked around this small safe zone. Not far away was a huge abyssal fissure with terrifying lightning flashing inside. And the main body of Mount Shenhuang was close by. He could feel that aura that seemed to be able to suppress everything. I can enter Mount Shenhuang's origin space by tearing open the spatial barrier here. Jianghu followed the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang's guidance and found the location where he came out last time. Then he used all his strength to activate Heavenly Tower and directly broke open the void in that area. Rip! A hole was instantly torn open in the spatial barrier, and Heavenly Tower passed through and entered Mount Shenhuang's origin space. Boom! Boom! Endless origin light blades crazily slammed into Heavenspan Tower, causing Heavenspan Tower to be flung away like a rubber ball. Even though Jianghu had already created a rank 7 mystic technique and his strength had barely reached the level of a first-step heavenly venerable, he was still frightened. However, with the experience from last time and the guidance of the old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, he was much more relaxed this time. Heavenly Tower turned into a speck of dust and flew between the endless light blades. Soon, it arrived in front of the 9-layered mountain peak formed by the origin light blades. This was where the main body of Mount Shenhuang's spirit was. Human, it's you. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang's angry voice suddenly sounded. Although it was incomparably old, it hid endless anger. Last time, it had a lot of its origin devoured by the old spirit. It could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Now that it saw this human again, it was naturally incomparably furious. It's me. Long time no see. Jianghu smiled lightly. At the same time he drove Heavenly Tower and quickly approached the 9-layered mountain peak. Unlike last time, the strength of his primordial spirit had already reached the heavenly venerable level and could already resist the powerful pressure emitted by the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. In just a moment, the distance between him and the 9-layered mountain peak was only 3 kilometers. Why, the strength of your soul. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was immediately shocked. There was even clear fear in its voice. Yes, the strength of a heavenly venerable primordial spirit. Jianghu's smile remained unchanged as he continued to approach its body. No, this is impossible. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was truly panicking. It couldn't believe it. How many years had it been? It was only 30,000 years. In less than an era, the strength of this human true Lord's essence spirit had actually reached the heavenly venerable level. It had been standing in the chaos sea for countless eras, but it had never seen such a heaven-defying genius. Human, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang hurriedly shouted. Under such circumstances, there was no time for it to think too much. Once this human got close to it, he might be able to find a way to refine it. At that time it would be the time of its death. Too late. Jianghu sneered. Whoosh. The heavenly tower, which was the size of a speck of dust, instantly crossed the final distance and truly stuck to the surface of the 9 mountain peaks formed by the light blades. Although Jianghu could still feel waves of terrifying pressure, with the strength of his heavenly venerable primordial spirit, he could already bear it, albeit barely. Human, you can't succeed. You can't succeed. As long as I'm not willing to acknowledge you as my master, even if you have a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, you can't succeed. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang saw that its pleading was futile and no longer pretended as it roared angrily. Jiang Xi smiled gently. If he hadn't obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, he might have been troubled by this for many years. Because even if he had a heavenly venerable primordial spirit, he still didn't have a way to refine Mount Shenhuang by force unless the spirit of Mount Shenhuang cooperated with him. Now, with the foundation of the 8 Clouds inheritance, there were naturally many ways to refine it by force. Go. Jiang Xi split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness and formed a mysterious rune out of thin air. Then, this spiritual consciousness rune left the heavenly tower and directly imprinted itself on the 9 mountain peaks. Ah! The spirit of Mount Shenhuang screamed in horror, its voice trembling uncontrollably. This was because the spiritual consciousness rune had shaken its core origin, making it involuntarily want to submit even if it wanted to resist. There was always a thought in its heart that was eroding its will to resist. Don't you dare! Don't you dare refine me! The spirit of Mount Shenhuang's voice was no longer as coherent as before. It was resisting with all its might. I have all the time in the world to waste with you. Jiang Xi smiled. At the same time he repeated the process. Every time he split 9 strands of his spiritual consciousness to form a spiritual consciousness rune and imprint it on the 9 mountain peaks. This was the 9 spirits refining technique of the 8 Clouds inheritance, created by the founder, the 8 Clouds Divine King. Forcibly refining a Tier 9 supreme treasure was naturally a piece of cake. Human. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was still roaring, but its voice was starting to weaken. The imprints were preventing it from being distracted. At this rate I'll probably succeed in 3,000 years. Jiang Xi estimated the time in his mind. Then he used the interface to increase the level of 8 lives and Cloud Destroyer. On the other side, his clone was not idle either. It was also using the interface to convert eternal shards to expand the size of the Grotto Heaven world. The limit of a Grotto Heaven world was 10 billion light-years in diameter. His Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven was currently only 3 billion light-years in diameter. Although it was far more than the 900 million light-years of an ordinary universe realm Tao Lord, it was still far from the limit. Time passed year after year. When Jiang Xi had been refining Mount Shenhuang for 2,600 years, an uninvited guest appeared in the Chaos Sea. The boundless Chaos Sea was like an ocean with turbulent waves. If one was strong enough and had a wide enough field of vision, one would discover that there were 4 incomparably huge celestial bodies, like islands, floating in this vast sea. Around them there were many small islands like reefs. Above them the endless void was filled with many abyssal rifts. An endless stream of chaotic gray fog poured down from those abyssal rifts. On this day, an abyssal rift that was more than 10 billion light-years wide underwent a change. Inside that abyssal rift, there was originally an endless amount of lightning and thunder. Suddenly, a flash of starlight shone, splitting the lightning and thunder. Then the starlight continued to expand, becoming extremely dazzling in an instant. Finally, it condensed into a dazzling ball of starlight, filling the abyssal rift. Kaboom! As if the world was splitting apart, the dazzling ball of starlight suddenly exploded. A handsome young man holding a spear and wearing silver battle armor appeared in the abyssal rift. The lightning and thunder that could instantly annihilate a third-step heavenly venerable only bounced slightly after landing on him. Then, like a flame extinguished, there was no more movement. Phew. Really is a ruin. There's an aura of decay. The handsome young man shook his head gently. Back then, the Star Lord ordered me to guard the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. It has been more than 3.9 million calamity years since then. I didn't expect such an opportunity to appear in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea in this calamity era. According to the trace of mystery I sensed more than 30,000 years ago, what appeared this time should be the inheritance of the 8 Clouds lineage. The 8 Clouds lineage of the primordial realm. This is a supreme inheritance more powerful than the 1,000 illusions lineage of the astral realm. The 1,000 illusions immortal general's gaze seemed to have crossed half of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and arrived at the myriad world ruins. Even though he was already a Chaos Essence Immortal General, he could not suppress his excitement at this moment. The 1,000 Illusions Immortal General had not experienced the era of confrontation between the two realms. He was born after the Primordial Realm's army had destroyed many calamity eras on that path. Naturally, he had not seen the power of the 8 Clouds lineage. However, to this day he could occasionally hear legends of the 8 Clouds lineage in the Astral Realm and Star Origin Realm. In that era, the 8 Clouds Immortal King was the existence closest to the Star Lord and the Primordial Realm Emperor. The inheritance he left behind was naturally one of the top inheritances in the two realms. The primordial realm back then has become the current star origin realm. The primordial realm emperor, the Eight Clouds immortal king, the eternal dawn immortal king. These super experts who once stood at the peak have all left their traces in the primordial realm's chaos sea. This time I paid a huge price to descend here. I must dig it out properly. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's eyes were burning. Then he swung his spear, directly breaking open a deep black hole in the terrifying abyssal rift, and stepped into it. Whoosh, space warped, and this valiant immortal general-level expert appeared a trillion light-years away. Whoosh. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll in this extremely dangerous chaos sea. Those perilous places that could annihilate heavenly venerables were no threat to him. Every time he crossed a trillion light-years, it did not take long for the Thousand Worlds ruins to arrive. After arriving at this huge abyss with a diameter of 300 million light-years, he finally stopped. Even if the primordial realm's chaos sea is broken, that overbearing rule still exists. Even I can only exert the strength of a heavenly venerable. The Thousand Illusions immortal general shook his head gently. Otherwise he would only need to take one step to arrive at the Thousand Worlds. There would be no need to go through so much trouble. Then he turned his gaze to the entrance of the Thousand Worlds ruins. Looking at the huge abyss, his originally calm face turned solemn. The Thousand Worlds ruins is said to be left behind by the primordial realm emperor. It is said that in a certain era in the future he will bury the Thousand Worlds. Unfortunately, the primordial realm emperor has passed away. Who can he bury? The Thousand Illusions immortal general sighed. Then, without further thought, he directly entered the Thousand Worlds ruins. However, he did not continue to move forward by a large margin. Instead, he flew quickly toward the Eight Cloud ruins. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green wind emerged from a huge stone celestial body beside him and attacked the Thousand Illusions immortal general in an extremely strange manner. This? The Thousand Illusions immortal general's expression changed drastically as he quickly dodged. However, the green wind was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to lock onto everything. No matter how he dodged, he could not escape. Whoosh! At this moment, another huge stone celestial body on the other side emitted a wisp of white flame and attacked him. Impossible. Green wind, white flame, these primordial realm strangeness have long been obliterated by the Star Master. How can they still exist here? The Thousand Illusions immortal general's face revealed a trace of horror as he desperately dodged. However, in the end he was still infected by these two strangeness. Ah, my life is over. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's face was ashen. After he arrived, he did not take the primordial realm's chaos sea seriously. However, he did not expect that there would be such terrifying strangeness here. The Thousand Illusions immortal general's expression suddenly froze. I'm fine. He realized that the green wind and white flame had only swallowed a very small portion of his divine body and primordial spirit after landing on him. This level of injury was almost negligible. With his ability he could recover instantly. So it's the most basic primordial realm strangeness. It's not the kind that could instantly kill a immortal general back then. The Thousand Illusions immortal general heaved a sigh of relief as if he had just survived a disaster. I still have to be more careful. He was no longer as unrestrained as before. Instead, he was highly focused as he followed the mysterious feeling he had towards the Eight Clouds branch back then and kept approaching the Eight Clouds ruins. With his speed, no matter how careful he was, it only took him a day to arrive at the Eight Clouds ruins. More than 2,000 years had passed. As Jianghu left with the Eight Clouds pavilion, the huge stone celestial body had already returned to its original state. The thick red fog and the cracks in the void had already disappeared, leaving behind a tightly shut stone door. It's only been 30,000 years and it's already been taken away? The Thousand Illusions immortal general's eyes flashed coldly. Backtrack, he yelled coldly. Suddenly, an invisible ripple spread out from his glabella and covered the surrounding void of the Eight Clouds ruins. Time seemed to be flowing backward. Scenes that had already happened were presented in reverse before the Thousand Illusions immortal general. Although he could only unleash the power of an eternal supreme level, he could easily backtrack time and see what had happened in the past. However, boom. When he saw a speck of dust fly out of the stone door, it was as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned ghastly pale and blood flowed out from the corner of his eyes. The supreme treasure of a divine king. The Thousand Illusions immortal general quickly closed his eyes and stopped backtracking time at the same time. He knew that the artifact was the Dharma treasure left behind by the Eight Clouds immortal general. It was not something that could be shown by backtracking time at all. That was why he had suffered a backlash. The Thousand Illusions immortal general looked at the tightly shut stone door and thought for a while. In the end he did not force his way in. He did not dare to barge into the land of inheritance left behind by the Eight Clouds branch. If there was some powerful weapon inside, the loss would outweigh the gain. Although he only took a glance, he knew that the speck of dust was the most important Dharma treasure of the Eight Clouds branch, the Eight Clouds Pavilion. Since the Eight Clouds Pavilion had been taken away by the inheritor, it was no longer important whether he could enter the Eight Clouds ruins or not. Since I can't find the inheritor through backtracking time, it seems that I can only rely on the local forces of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. The Thousand Illusions immortal general frowned slightly. Then 2 apparitions walked out of his body. They looked exactly the same as his original body. They both held long spears and wore silver armor. After these 2 apparitions appeared, they immediately returned to the entrance of the Myriad World's ruins. As for the Thousand Illusions immortal general himself, he looked deeper into the Myriad World's ruins. Although he had not experienced the confrontation between the 2 worlds, he was, after all, an expert who guarded the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Of course, he knew some of the ancient rumors of the Myriad World's ruins. The location below 90,000 light-years of the Myriad World's ruins, or to be exact, the area below 99,999 light-years, was the forbidden area of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Of course, that was only for the many experts in the Chaos Sea. For a God General level expert like him, there was nothing to be afraid of. There are many rumors about what's in the depths of the Myriad World's ruins. One of the most credible rumors is that the inheritance of the primordial realm's emperor is hidden here. On this trip, not only do I want to obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance, but I also want to explore the depths of the Myriad World's ruins. With that, the Thousand Illusions immortal general flew toward the bottomless depths of the Myriad World's ruins. On the other hand, it only took 1 day for one of the apparitions of the Thousand Illusions immortal general to arrive at the Juntian sacred ground. He stood in front of the barrier of the eternal universe with a smile on his face. Juntian Honglian, these 2 lucky fellows are considered rising stars in the Star Origin realm. They have the potential to become Grand Supremes. This time they can help me find that inheritor. With a stroke of his hand, he broke the barrier of the Juntian sacred grounds universe and stepped into it. It was not difficult to break the barrier of the universe. A Tao Lord could break the barrier of the original universe. However, it was very difficult for outsiders to enter the universe from the outside. For example, only native living beings could enter and exit the 4 original universes freely. This was because the original will of the original universe was too powerful. Even the Thousand Illusions immortal general did not dare to provoke the power of the original will. It was less difficult for outsiders to enter the eternal universe. With the strength of the Thousand Illusions immortal general, he could naturally force his way into the Juntian sacred ground. When he broke the barrier of the universe, the towering giant hammer in the center of the Juntian sacred grounds giant hammer divine world suddenly trembled violently. Supremes? Supremes are descending again? What's happening? Why do I feel like the entire sacred ground is shaking? The Tao Lords and perfected immortal experts who were cultivating around the giant hammer were all startled awake. More than 30,000 years ago, they had already seen Supremes descend once. Therefore they were not as shocked as the last time. However, this time Juntian Supreme did not descend in front of his people. Instead, he appeared at the edge of the Juntian sacred ground. He was wearing a black robe and his entire body was shrouded in a gray mist, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. The moment Juntian Supreme appeared, he saw the Thousand Illusions immortal general. Immortal general? Juntian Supreme was shocked. He was the owner of the Juntian sacred ground. He knew everything that happened in every corner of the universe. However, he did not notice this valiant youth at all. There was only one possibility for this situation. The other party's strength had far surpassed his. My name is Thousand Illusions immortal general said indifferently. Greetings, Lord Thousand Illusions. Juntian Supreme quickly bowed and dispersed the mist that shrouded him. It was a black-robed elder who also looked like a human. However, he had 8 arms. I have something for you to do, Thousand Illusions immortal general said. It's Great Sky's honor to work for Lord Immortal General. Juntian Supreme was secretly shocked. He had walked out of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea and naturally knew about Thousand Illusions immortal general who was in charge of guarding the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. Thousand Illusions immortal general said expressionlessly, there are a total of 3 things. First, Exterminate all the humans in the 4 original universes. Second, find the inheritor of the 8 clouds. Third, gather information on Mountain Sea Star. First, then change. Chapter 630. Each of the 3 matters had exceeded Jun Tian Supreme's expectations. Finding the 8 clouds inheritor was still acceptable. It was not strange that Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun wanted the 8 clouds inheritor. It was not a big deal that Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun wanted to exterminate the human race. It was nothing more than enmity. In Jun Tian Supreme's opinion, the human race was a powerful bloodline race in both the primordial realms Chaos Sea and the Star Origin realm. It was normal for them to have enmity with Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun. The only thing that Jun Tian Supreme could not figure out was the information about the Mountain Sea Star. What kind of place was the Mountain Sea Star? He suddenly thought of something and said to Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun, Lord Immortal General, I think I should know about the Mountain Sea Star, and it is related to the 8 clouds inheritor. Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun's eyes flashed. I don't know where the Mountain Sea Star is, but I know that the new 8 clouds inheritor is Dao Lord Mountain Sea. Be more detailed. Dao Lord Mountain Sea comes from the 4th universe. His name is Jianghu and he has only cultivated for about 100,000 years. Such talent is extremely rare in the primordial realms Chaos Sea. He is good at sword techniques. Jun Tian Supreme explained Jianghu's situation in detail, including his background, cultivation, experience and so on. After Jianghu became the 8 clouds inheritor, the various forces in the Chaos Sea had collected all his information. Therefore it was not strange that Jun Tian Supreme knew all this. I think that this Dao Lord Mountain Sea is most likely to know the whereabouts of the Mountain Sea Star, Jun Tian Supreme said solemnly. After Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun heard this, his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, bring him to me. Don't worry, Lord. I will do my best to complete this. Jun Tian Supreme bowed. Then he said with a smile, Lord, I have another request. You dare to raise a condition with me? You misunderstand, Lord. I was thinking that if I can help you complete these 3 tasks, can I become your disciple and become a disciple of the 1,000 Illusions lineage? Complete them first, Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun said coldly. Yes. Jun Tian Supreme still bowed respectfully. Because he knew that although Illusion Immortal General Chen Yun did not explicitly agree to his request, it was equivalent to an agreement as long as he completed these 3 tasks. He could become a disciple of the 1,000 Illusions faction. As for the 8 clouds inheritance, although it would be taken by the Illusion God General in the end, there was nothing they could do about it. In front of the powerful Illusion God General, he had no right to refute. Therefore Jun Tian Supreme could only settle for the next best thing. As long as he could enter 1,000 Illusions Divine General's tutelage, there would be plenty of opportunities to come into contact with 8 clouds inheritance in the future. Furthermore, the 1,000 Illusion lineage was an extremely transcendent existence in the Star Realm and the Star Origin realm. Otherwise, the Star Lord wouldn't have let the 1,000 Illusion Divine General guard the broken primordial realms Chaos Sea. If he could become a disciple of the 1,000 Illusions faction, then his future development in the 2 worlds would definitely be thousands of times better than it was now. Lord Divine General, there's one more thing. Jun Tian Supreme said again. Divine General 1,000 Transformation's eyes immediately turned cold. Cold light flashed, and the entire Jun Tian Holy Land universe shook violently as if it was going to collapse. Your Excellency misunderstood. Jun Tian Supreme's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly said, it's about the matter of exterminating the human race. I just learned that the human race in the first universe was exterminated at the beginning of this calamity era. Now only the human race in the 2nd, 3rd and 4th universes still exist, and they are all pinnacle races. However, it'll be more difficult to exterminate the human race in the 4th universe. Your Excellency, you might not know, but an invincible heavenly venerate once appeared in the human race in the 4th universe during this calamity era. His name was Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. However, he later challenged the original will of the primordial universe for eternity and was permanently suppressed in the end. Although it's a reckless act, his courage is commendable. Divine General 1,000 Transformations nodded lightly. The Chaos Sea's laws were very domineering. Under normal circumstances, cultivators could at most unleash the combat strength of a peak Heavenly Venerate. The reason why an invincible Heavenly Venerate was invincible was that their Tao technique, body, and essence spirit had at least reached the peak Heavenly Venerate, or even exceeded the peak Heavenly Venerate in one aspect. Such a powerhouse was enough to suppress the entire Chaos Sea. Unlike the Chaos Sea, the laws of the four primordial universes allowed one to unleash the combat strength of a peak Tao Lord. At most, an invincible heavenly venerate also had to follow such a rule. However, if an invincible heavenly venerate could be invincible at the heavenly venerate level, then of course they could also be invincible at the Tao Lord level. If a race had such a powerhouse, then the difficulty of exterminating the race was indeed very high. Divine General Thousand Transformations continued, since this invincible heavenly venerate has been suppressed, then how difficult is it to exterminate his race? That's the problem. Heavenly venerate Purple Firmament has been suppressed, but now another heavenly venerate tomorrow has appeared. Although this heavenly venerate tomorrow isn't an invincible heavenly venerate, his strength is about the same as an invincible heavenly venerate, Juntian Supreme explained. Another one? The providence of the human race in the fourth universe is actually so prosperous? Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flashed. Not only that, but that Tao Lord Mountain Sea who obtained 8 Clouds inheritance also came from the human race in the fourth universe. Juntian Supreme added. What? Divine General Thousand Transformations could no longer maintain his indifference and revealed a shocked expression. The Emperor Lord of the Primordial Realm and the human race have a very deep relationship, and the human race in the fourth universe has such great providence. In an era of calamity, 2 invincible heavenly venerates appeared in succession, and even the inheritance of God King 8 Clouds was obtained by the living beings of this race. It seems that the mountain sea star that the Star Lord can't forget should be in the fourth universe. It might even be in the human territory of the fourth universe. Divine General Thousand Transformations' eyes flickered with starlight as he instantly thought of many things. At this moment, Juntian Supreme added, there's one more thing. Back then, the various factions of the Chaos Sea besieged Tao Lord Mountain Sea. In the end, not only did he escape, but he also obtained at least 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. With these, the human race in the fourth universe will have at least 10 more peak Tao Lords. This is the most troublesome thing. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded slightly. He understood what Juntian Supreme meant. This was because the original will of the original universe was extremely powerful. If they wanted to exterminate the human race in the fourth universe, they could only do it through the other races of this universe. Outsiders had no chance to make a move at all. Even if they were Chaos Essence Divine General level experts, once they entered the original universe, they would not be able to escape the fate of being suppressed. And now, the human race had Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow, who was close to an invincible Heavenly Venerate, and at least 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. This was equivalent to the human race having at least 11 peak Tao Lords. In addition, since Tao Lord Mountain Sea had obtained the inheritance of 8 Clouds, he would definitely impart some of the inheritances to the peak Heavenly Venerate to other experts of the race. It would not be long before Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow could use this to become an invincible Heavenly Venerate. At that time, Heavenly Venerate Tomorrow would be enough to sweep away all the experts. It would be almost impossible to exterminate the human race. Thinking of this, Divine General Thousand Transformations waved his hand and more than 100 glowing light balls appeared in front of him. Each light ball had an artifact inside. Here are 100 7th-tier supreme treasures and 10 8th-tier supreme treasures. Give these to the other races of the fourth universe and let them join forces to exterminate the human race. Yes, Divine General. Juntian Supreme bowed respectfully and received the 100 supreme treasures. Divine General Thousand Transformations nodded and disappeared into thin air, leaving the great sky sacred ground. On the other side, Divine General Thousand Transformations' second doppelganger arrived at the Red Lotus sacred ground and gave a similar order to Red Lotus Supremacy. The difference was that he only asked Red Lotus Supremacy to exterminate the human race of the second and third universes. He did not order Red Lotus Supremacy to collect information about Mountain Sea Star or to find the 8 Clouds heir. Chaos Sea was vast and boundless. Among the 100 or so powers, although there were no obvious signs of an alliance, everyone had a certain amount of contact in private. Many races and powers from the 4 original universes had secretly sought refuge with the 2 Holy Land universes at the beginning of this calamity era. Hence, Juntian Supreme and Red Lotus Supremacy did not spend much effort to send the news of exterminating the human race to the second, third, and fourth universes. Although the human race of the second and third universes was also a pinnacle race, they were not the strongest pinnacle race. Hence, the battle of extermination was less difficult. The most difficult one was the fourth universe. The human race was the strongest pinnacle race here, and Sky Pass Mountain River diagram covered the entire universe. Once a race war broke out, the human race would definitely have the upper hand everywhere. Juntian Supreme was of course aware of this. He followed Divine General Thousand Transformations orders and handed many supreme treasures to the demon race, ghost race, and a lone heavenly venerate in the fourth universe. However, this process was completed in Chaos C. The human race in the fourth universe naturally had no way of knowing all this. Universe 4 in a silent starry sky. Hong Hong. Two spiritual consciousnesses crossed the void and instantly landed here, transforming into two huge shadows. One was a huge beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails. The other was a huge ghost with a green face and fangs. They were Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon from the demon race and Heavenly Venerate Yendu from the ghost race. Thousand Demon, you also met Juntian Supreme? Heavenly Venerate Yendu asked directly. That's right. He gave us an 8th grade true treasure and 10 7th grade true treasures. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon nodded. Seems like it's the same. This Juntian Supreme is really rich. Forget about the 7th grade true treasures, he's actually willing to take out 8th grade true treasures, and one for each of us. Heavenly Venerate Yendu sighed. Although I don't know what grudges Juntian Supreme has with the human race, isn't his request what you and I have long wanted to do? Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon smiled. Yes. Although the fourth universe has 3 pinnacle races, the human race occupies the best territory in the entire universe. That territory can give birth to the life with the most potential, so they can repeatedly give birth to top geniuses with outstanding talent. Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, Heavenly Venerate Ming Jiang Ci, one peerless genius after another was born in that territory of the human race. Heavenly Venerate Yen Du said with a serious expression. Now Jiang Ci of the human race has obtained 8 clouds inheritance. In the future, the human race will definitely become even stronger. At that time, there will probably be no space for our 2 races to survive in the fourth universe. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon also said solemnly. Then, from today onwards, our 2 races will truly form an alliance. At the same time, we will rope in the other top races to kill the human race together. That's great. The monster race and ghost race were the pinnacle races. Although they were inferior to the human race, they were still extraordinary, and their efficiency was naturally extremely high. After the 2 heavenly venerates made their decision, they began to act on the same day. In the monster race's territory. All perfected monarchs and tribulation transcenders, enter the myriad monster universe. Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demons order spread throughout the monster race. The war was about to begin. Tribulation transcenders and perfected monarchs were the elites of races that might give birth to Tao monarchs in the future. Naturally, they couldn't take the risk as for those cultivators below the Tao integration stage, it was hard to say whether they would be able to give birth to a perfected monarch in the future. Moreover, even if a large number of cultivators below the Tao integration stage died, it wouldn't be long before a new batch of cultivators appeared. A moment later, in the sacred land of the myriad monster universe, Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon looked at the 15 monster Tao monarchs in front of him and said solemnly, "This war is to seize the foundation of the human race. The human race will definitely counterattack crazily. This time I will personally lead you to attack. I will be the main force, and your mission is to support me and strive to kill all the Tao monarchs of the human race." Yes, Heavenly Venerate. The 15 monster Tao monarchs were very excited. Starting a war of extermination against the human race. In the past, this was something they would never have dared to think about. But now they were filled with confidence. This confidence came from those 7th-tier supreme treasures. Under normal circumstances, the highest combat power allowed in the primal universe was the limit of Tao monarchs. Even heavenly venerates had to abide by this rule. Otherwise, they would attract the punishment of the universe's origin will. But now, there were suddenly 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, which allowed 10 of them to unleash combat power at the limit of Tao monarchs. In addition to Heavenly Venerate Thousand Demon, the monster race had 11 peak Tao monarchs, which was enough to sweep through the fourth universe. Moreover, the ghost race would also take action this time. They also had the combat power of so many peak Tao monarchs. Naturally, it would be easy for them to destroy the human race. At the same time, the ghost race also carried out a similar pre-war mobilization. One after another, ghost tribulation transcenders and true monarchs flew into the ghost race's Yendu universe. In the end, the ghost race's headquarters in the fourth universe was only left with 2 seas of bones, one large and one small, quietly floating in the starry sky. These 2 seas of bones, the large one had a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, and the small one had a diameter of 1 million kilometers. Both were surrounded by barriers made of white bones. In the blood-red sea water, there were also eerie white bones floating. It looked like a land of death, but it contained endless vitality. The ghost races royal bloodline golden Wuxia and royal bloodline silver Wuxia were born in these two seas of bones. The origin of the bone seas was mysterious. It was said that at the beginning of the Calamity era, when the fourth universe had just given birth to life, these two seas of bones had already existed. The ghost race's biggest reliance on these two seas of bones to become a peak race was these two seas of bones. After the ghost race's experts below the level of Dao monarchs died, they had a chance to be reincarnated in these seas of bones in the future and obtain a second life. Under such a mechanism, some ghosts with outstanding comprehension abilities but poor cultivation talent could use this opportunity to become royalty and possess a stronger bloodline. This way, some true geniuses could be born. However, the more talented a ghost race member was, the lower their chances of being reincarnated in these seas of bones. At this moment, Heavenly Venerate Yendu stood above the two seas of bones and looked down at the 13 ghost race Dao monarchs below. He said in a deep voice, "Let's go to the human race's territory." Yes. The 13 ghost race Dao monarchs were also very excited and entered the large and small seas of bones. In the end, Heavenly Venerate Yendu waved his hand, and the two seas of bones shrank to the size of a disc. He held them in his hand like magic treasures. The two seas of bones were the ghost race's sacred grounds and were incomparably miraculous. If Dao lords like them were to be heavily injured, they would be able to draw upon the boundless life force within it to quickly heal their wounds. In a war, these two seas of bones were even more valuable. Although the monster race and ghost race's movements were extremely secretive, the human race's skyspan river diagram was constantly monitoring these two races. In the end, they still discovered some clues. First issued, then changed. Chapter 631. Universe 4 within the skyspan mountain river diagram. It had only been 2,600 years since Jianghu had explained the Tao to the human experts. Today the human race had once again convened a meeting of the highest level Tao lords. Ming Zun sat on a black throne at one end of the long stone table, while Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Jianghu sat on the golden thrones on the left and right respectively. These were the current three titans of the human race. Apart from the three of them, the other 21 Tao lords also appeared on their respective thrones. Only Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament's black throne was empty. In addition, this meeting was not as lively as the previous one. The atmosphere was very solemn and somewhat dull. After everyone had arrived, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a solemn expression, "According to the information I received, the human race in the second and third universes has suffered heavy losses. It will not be long before they are exterminated. I can confirm that this is an extermination operation against the human race, and it was premeditated," Ming Zun said in a low voice. The human experts present, including Jianghu, all had extremely solemn expressions, but they were not nervous. This was because not long ago, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had learned of the crisis the human race in the other universes were facing through the intelligence network of his race in the Chaos Sea. The human race in the second and third universes had been attacked by the joint forces of the various peak races. Although the human race in the fourth universe had not encountered such a situation yet, everyone had taken precautions in advance. The human Tao lords who were adventuring in the Chaos Sea had all rushed back as fast as they could. Only Jianghu was an exception. His true body was still in Mount Shenhuang and had reached the final juncture, unable to leave. Right now, the one participating in the Tao Lord conference was his clone. "Master, did you summon us here because the demon race and ghost race have made a move?" Jianghu asked. "That's right. Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament just told me that he discovered through the Skyspan Mountain River diagram that the two Heavenly Venerables of the demon race and ghost race should have had a meeting." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. "Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament?" Jianghu, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shirzun, and the other human experts were all shocked. "I never told you that although Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament has been permanently suppressed, he can monitor the entire Universe 4 through the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. Only Empyrean powerhouses and special regions like the ancient immortal world could repel the Heavenspan Mountain River diagram. Apart from that, Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament can see everything with her own eyes. Furthermore, she can transmit the detailed situation to us in real time," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said solemnly. "This is a good thing." Many of the human experts present were overjoyed. In such a peak race war, overall strength was very important, but so was intelligence. If Empyrean Purple Firmament could provide everyone with detailed traces and movements of the enemy, then they would not be so passive. Although those Heavenly Venerables can repel the river diagram's probing, Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament can also use this to infer the approximate location of those Heavenly Venerables and determine their whereabouts, added Tao Lord 9 Firmament. Yes. Yes. Jiang Ci and the others nodded in agreement. The number of Empyrean powerhouses in the fourth universe was limited. Each of the three pinnacle races had one. In addition to the lone Empyrean, there were only 11 Empyrean powerhouses in total. Determining their whereabouts through the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram was nothing difficult. As long as the two Heavenly Venerables of the demon and ghost race made a move, they would be able to determine their whereabouts through the river diagram. Just now, these two pinnacle races moved almost at the same time. According to Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmament's judgment, a team of Tao Lord experts will be coming soon. We have to be prepared, said Tao Lord 9 Firmament in a deep voice. Since it's a race war, no matter what schemes are hidden behind it, no matter who the enemy is, we have no need to fear. Let's fight. Tao Lord Sword One's gaze was sharp and filled with a strong desire to fight. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shizhuan, and the other top-ranked experts of the human race were also filled with killing intent. That's right. Although the enemy this time is the alliance of two pinnacle races, we have the supreme treasures provided by Jiang Ci. If we really fight, we'll definitely be able to catch the demon and ghost race off guard. Heavenly Venerable suddenly laughed. All the human experts present turned to look at Jiang Ci. The atmosphere also became relaxed, and the tension from before was swept away. Yes, although Jiang Ci's original body did not return, he released Tao Lord Clear Flame and the other human candidates from the Eight Clouds Pavilion after leaving the ruins of myriad worlds. At that time, Jiang Ci had thought that the Eight Clouds legacy might bring disaster to the race. Therefore, he asked Tao Lord Clear Flame to bring back the 16 Tier 7 Supreme Treasures and 164 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, he set off for Mount Xinhuang. He did not expect that this move would really work. With so many Supreme Treasures, each of the 24 pinnacle human experts present could get 2 to 3 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Then, 16 of them could get a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure. Although the power of a Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was far inferior to that of a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, this was the fourth universe and not the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth law of the fourth universe could at most unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord. A Tier 6 Supreme Treasure was enough to raise the combat strength of a Desolate-level Tao Lord to the universe level. And now, the human Tao Lords had at least 2 Tier 6 Supreme Treasures. Their actual combat strength naturally far exceeded the universe level, reaching the limit of a universe-level Tao Lord. The two teams of pinnacle experts formed by the demon and ghost race are moving at the same time. Each team is led by a Heavenly Venerable expert, so we have to split up. Heavenly Venerable Ming will lead the Tao Lords of the Tao sect, Buddhism sect, and Guanghan sect to stop the ghost race. I'll lead the remaining Tao Lords of the Purple Firmament sect, Sword Gate, Chaos Essence sect, Wuxia sect, Sky Sun sect, and True Mystic sect to stop the demon race. We'll try to stop the enemy outside the human territory. Only then can we minimize the losses of the human race. Tao Lord 9 Firmament said solemnly. In terms of strength, the number one expert of the human race was Heavenly Venerable Ming, but in terms of leadership, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was actually better. Therefore this battle was under his command. Does anyone have anything else to add? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments glanced at everyone. No. No. Agreed. All the Tao Lords nodded. They could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in their hearts. It was about to erupt during the battle. Although Jiang Ci did not say anything, he also agreed with this plan. Although Heavenly Venerable Ming's team only brought experts from the three immortal Tao sects, including Heavenly Venerable Ming himself, this team had a total of 10 Tao Lords and above. Although they seemed to have fewer people than Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team, their overall strength was about the same. This was because the Tao Lords of these three sects were generally much stronger in terms of cultivation. Furthermore, the Taoist path, Buddhist path, and Moonfrost sect were more or less counters to the ghost race. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's team had a total of 14 Tao Lords. Although most of them were at the Desolate level, apart from Tao Lord 9 Firmaments who was a half-step Heavenly Venerable, there was also Jiang Ci's clone. Their overall strength was naturally not weak. Jiang Ci's clone's body and essence spirit were slightly weaker than his true body. It was only comparable to a universe-level Tao Lord. However, by relying on the power of his Grotto Heaven World and a Tier 7 Supreme Treasure, his actual combat strength had actually reached the limit of a Tao Lord. After all, his Grotto Heaven World far surpassed that of an ordinary universe-level Tao Lord. A universe-level Tao Lord's Grotto Heaven World was normally 900 million light-years in diameter. In the past 2,600 years, the mountain sea grotto heaven's diameter had expanded by 4 billion light-years. The power of the world Jianghu had absorbed from it was naturally stronger. After making the final arrangements, Tao Lord Nine Firmament's eyes were filled with a divine light. He said in a deep voice, "If that's the case, let's set off." Between the human territory and the demon territory was an extremely vast stretch of desolate starry sky. There were no stars in this starry sky, only endless darkness. Suddenly, a huge gray flying vessel Supreme Treasure crossed an unknown number of light-years and teleported into this starry sky. A colossal beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails was lying prostrate within the Supreme Treasure's space. A vast and vigorous aura constantly emanated from its body. It was the primogenitor of the demon race, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. Below them were the 15 Tao Lords of the demon race. All of them were waiting and preparing for the upcoming battle. Just as Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was about to teleport again, he suddenly stopped and looked into the distant starry sky. The 15 Tao Lords also looked in that direction. The flying vessel Supreme Treasure didn't block their vision. They immediately saw a colorful palace appear in the distant dark starry sky. That's the Heavenly Feather Race's Supreme Treasure, the Rippling Palace? Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was shocked. However, on second thought he understood what was going on. No, it's the human race. Although Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend hadn't participated in the battle for the 8 Clouds legacy, he knew that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had obtained it. The Rippling Palace of the Heavenly Feather Race had been lost in the 8 Clouds ruins. It wasn't strange to see the human race using this 7th-tier Supreme Treasure. However, the sudden appearance of the human race surprised Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. The human race actually dared to come out prematurely. The Tao Lords of the demon race were also surprised. Kill? Destroy this group of human Tao Lords. Then they roared furiously, their murderous intent boiling. Then, with a furious snort, a terrifying ripple spread out from the flying vessel. Like a spacetime wave, it affected this dark world. The spacetime wave carried with it terrifying power, distorting spacetime as it furiously crashed towards the rippling palace, wave after wave. Boom. Powerful shockwaves continuously impacted the rippling palace. However, the rippling palace didn't move at all in the starry sky. It wasn't affected at all. After all, it was a 7th-tier Supreme Treasure. Although Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend was a 2nd-step Celestial Venerable, he could only use the combat power of a Tao Lord at most. Naturally, he couldn't shake the rippling palace. Within the Supreme Treasure space of the rippling palace was the group led by Tao Lord Nina Firmaments. Including Jianghu, there were a total of 14 Tao Lords. After they'd gathered, they'd first used a large-scale teleportation array to teleport to the borders of the human race's territory. Then they'd teleported to this desolate starry sky. It's Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. Tao Lord Nina Firmament said in a low voice. Jianghu, Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord One Sword, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the other human experts all saw the scene in the distance. Within the dark spacetime waves, an incomparably enormous behemoth had appeared. This behemoth had 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails, and it seemed to cover the entire dark starry sky. When it spread its enormous body, it was at least a light-year in size. It was utterly shocking. How dare Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's body expand to such an enormous size? Tao Lord Mi Luo let out a cold snort. Even though he's unable to use the power of an Empyrean due to the restrictions of the natural laws of the primal universe, his body is far more powerful than ours. Of course he dares to expand his body. Tao Lord One Sword said softly. He expanded his body in order to use his own power to deal with all of us. However, this will also make it easier for us to attack him. Tao Lord Long Wall laughed coldly. Prepare for battle. Jianghu said. Battle. Battle. A total of 14 human Tao Lords left the rippling palace and entered the dark starry sky. Whoosh. Instantly, one of the serpentine tails of the incomparably enormous Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend swept out in an awe-inspiring manner. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they left the flying vessel and stood on one of Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's heads. Leave Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend to me. The rest of you go deal with those Tao Lords. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments barked coldly. As he spoke, a layer of violet gold gloves appeared on his hands, as thin as a cicada's wings. The gloves then began to extend towards his arms, quickly covering his entire body and forming a suit of violet gold battle armor. Boom. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments's aura reached its peak. With a furious roar, he charged towards Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend. At the same time, heavenly venerable myriad fiends' enormous body charged towards the human Tao Lords at high speed. The 15 Tao Lords stood on one of his heads, ready to attack at a moment's notice. A human has charged out. It's Tao Lord Nina Firmaments. Humph, how arrogant. Even if he's a half-step Empyrean, he's still a universe Tao Lord. How dare he fight heavenly venerable myriad fiend? He's courting death. The Tao Lords stood together, watching this scene leisurely. They were very confident in this race war. Moreover, this group of human experts was not the full strength of the human race. It was best to let heavenly venerable myriad fiend show his strength at the start of this battle. If they interfered, they might offend heavenly venerable myriad fiend. Whoosh! Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, who was rushing over from afar, suddenly struck out with his palm. The palm with the violet gold gloves rapidly expanded as rays of rainbow-colored light condensed in his palm. The auras of various Taoist arts gradually rose, quickly forming a universe that covered the starry sky. This was a rank 7 mystic art universe in the palm. Boom. Furthermore, the violet gold gloves carried an incomparably terrifying aura as they pierced through layers of space and landed on heavenly venerable myriad fiend's body. Boom. 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 Terrifying power erupted instantly, but it only caused part of heavenly venerable myriad fiend's body to tremble. His entire body was unharmed. You have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well? Heavenly venerable myriad fiend was both surprised and delighted. Something's not right. Tao Lord Nina Firmament's expression changed slightly. He realized that his palm strike had not caused any damage to his opponent. This was the primal universe, not the Chaos Sea. At most, everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord. Even if his opponent was a second-step heavenly venerable, he would definitely be injured after taking his palm strike. This was because the violet gold gloves on his hands were a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure. There was only one explanation. Heavenly venerable myriad fiend had a rank 7 defensive supreme treasure. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments did not even consider a rank 8 supreme treasure. After all, even the 2 Holy Land universes of the Chaos Sea did not have one. The demons have a rank 7 supreme treasure as well? He instantly felt that there was a huge conspiracy behind this. After all, in terms of overall strength, the demons of the 4th universe were at the bottom of the Chaos Sea. It was already good enough for them to have a rank 6 supreme treasure. Moreover, the races that attacked the humans of the 2nd and 3rd universes did not have any rank 7 supreme treasures. Just as Tao Lord Nina Firmament's thoughts were racing, I didn't expect you humans to have a rank 7 offensive supreme treasure other than Tidal Wave's Palace. Heavenly venerable myriad fiend's huge body was entrenched in the starry sky as he looked down at Tao Lord Nina Firmaments in the distance. His voice pierced through time and space, resounding throughout the entire starry sky. It seems that Jianghu must have obtained it in the 8 cloud ruins. Haha, just like Tidal Wave's Palace, this supreme treasure belongs to the demons. Heavenly venerable myriad fiend laughed loudly. Juntian Sacred Land and Red Lotus Sacred Land had lost 15 rank 7 supreme treasures in the battle to intercept Jianghu. They were the only ones who knew about this. The 2 sacred lands did not intend to spread this news. After all, this concerned the sacred land's reputation. In addition, heavenly venerable myriad fiend did not participate in the battle at the 8 cloud ruins at all. Therefore, he still did not know that Jianghu had brought those rank 7 supreme treasures to the humans. Chapter 632. In the dark and desolate starry sky, Empyrean myriad demons' massive body seemed to be the only thing left. He looked down at Tao Lord 9 Firmaments in the distance with a ferocious aura. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, I know that you can possess the combat strength of a Tao Lord without the help of an ultimate treasure, but so what? The laws of the primal universe suppress me and you. Even if you have a tier 7 ultimate treasure, you're at most a Tao Lord. I'm different. My armor can block all of your attacks. No matter what you do, you won't be able to hurt me. Empyrean myriad demons' laughter echoed throughout the starry sky. The expressions of the human experts, led by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, turned grim. Master, his armor isn't tier 7. It's tier 8. Jianghu's expression turned even more solemn. Others couldn't tell the difference between a tier 7 ultimate treasure and a tier 8 ultimate treasure, but he had already memorized all the information of the 8 Clouds legacy. He could recognize the armor's grade at a glance. Tier 8. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's expression changed drastically. Tier 8 ultimate treasure. How is that possible? Even the 2 holy lands of the Chaos Sea don't have a tier 8 ultimate treasure. How can the demons have one? The other human Tao Lords were shocked as well. Change the battle plan. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments took a deep breath. He transmitted to Jianghu and the others with his spiritual consciousness. In the primal universe, it's impossible to kill Empyrean experts. Our target isn't the Empyreans but the Tao Lords. I'll hold Empyrean Myriad Demon back. You guys deal with the Demon Tao Lords. After saying that, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments attacked again. He teleported and sent out another palm strike. The massive universe in the palm, enhanced by the violet gold glove, reached the limits of the primal universe. Boom. This palm strike hit Empyrean Myriad Demon's massive body once more. Although it couldn't hurt him, it was enough to hold him back. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Empyrean Myriad Demon laughed loudly. 10 tails of various forms swept across the starry sky. Space-time distorted and the starry sky shattered. Terrifying power indiscriminately attacked the human experts. Kill. 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 At the same time, Jianghu Tao Lord Salsword, Tao Lord Everwall, and the other human experts didn't dodge. Instead, they all unleashed their secret arts and locked onto the monster Tao Lords atop Empyrean mini-monster's head. Monsters, let's go. Exterminate all of these humans. Empyrean Myriad Monster ordered. The Tao Lords who had been waiting for the right moment immediately grew excited upon hearing this order. Yes, Sky Sovereign. Let's go all out and destroy the human race. I've been waiting for this moment. Why is the human race the strongest race in the fourth universe? After this battle, the demon race will be the strongest race in the fourth universe. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all humans. The Tao Lords of the dire monster race all roared and howled. They all had different bloodlines and different appearances, and they represented different factions within the dire monster race. A total of 15 Tao Lords teleported at the same time and charged towards Jianghu and the other human experts. 7th Tier Supreme Treasure, unleash your power. Tao Lord Eater, Tao Lord Gold Wolf, Tao Lord Skyfox and Tao Lord Tao Tai were the first to attack. 1000 Heart Vine. Golden Wolf howls at the moon. 8 Diagram Hellfrost. Heaven Devouring Flames. Instantly, the 4 supreme treasures in the form of vines, giant claws, formation diagrams, and blazing flames released tremendous power under the control of the 4 Tao Lords. Every attack had reached the limit of a Tao Lord. If not for the suppression of the laws of heaven and earth in the primal universe, the power of these attacks would probably have reached the heavenly venerable level. 7th Tier Offensive Supreme Treasure. How can the dire monsters have so many 7th Tier Supreme Treasures? Jianghu and the others were shocked. No, there's more. Jianghu's spiritual sense swept across the Tao Lords one by one. Given his ability to identify supreme treasures, he immediately sensed the aura of 7th Tier Supreme Treasures on the other 6 Tao Lords. 3 were Armor Supreme Treasures, 3 were Essence Soul Supreme Treasures, and 4 were Offensive Supreme Treasures. The dire monsters had revealed a total of 10 7th Tier Supreme Treasures. There are actually so many of them? Riverward was bewildered. He knew how precious 7th Tier Supreme Treasures were. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the 2 Holy Land universes had the ability to take out so many 7th Tier Supreme Treasures at once, but this time, the dire monsters had an 8th Tier Supreme Treasure, which even the Holy Land universes couldn't take out. What's going on? What's hidden behind all this? Jianghu's mind raced, but he couldn't find an answer. Could it be the upper realm? This thought flashed through his mind. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. However, the current situation didn't allow him to continue thinking about it. Tao Lord Shermion, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, Tao Lord Sky Fox, and Tao Lord Taoye's attacks were approaching. Senior Brother Chang Yuan stopped them. Jianghu looked at Tao Lord Chang Yuan beside him. Tao Lord 9 Clouds was fighting Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon, so the command of this battle fell to Jianghu. With his strength, none of the Tao Lords of the human race were dissatisfied. Open! Tao Lord Chang Yuan shouted. All of a sudden, strands of golden light rose from the armor he was wearing. Then these strands of golden light quickly changed and condensed into a golden transparent bell, which just happened to cover all of them. Clang! Clang! Massive rumbling sounds filled the starry sky, and the starry sky within 100 light-years exploded. Spatial fragments surged out in all directions, creating chaotic streams of space. As for Jianghu and the others inside the golden bell, they were completely unharmed. 7th Tier Supreme Treasure Armor, Gold Bell Armor. You humans, have another 7th Tier Supreme Treasure? Tao Lord Golden Wolf was shocked. Heavenly Venerable, another 7th Tier Supreme Treasure. Tao Lord Shermion hurriedly sent a spiritual message. Where did the humans get so many 7th-tier supreme treasures? Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon immediately noticed the situation and exclaimed in shock. Seize them. Seize all of these 7th-tier supreme treasures. The Palace of Tidal Waves, the Violet Gold Gauntlet, and this Golden Bell. Seize them all. He ordered the monster Dowlords once more. At the same time, he roared at Dowlord Ninafirmaments, who was still fighting him. Dowlord Ninafirmaments, get the hell out of my way. Just wait and see your clansmen get slaughtered. Dowlord Ninafirmaments sneered as he struck out with both palms, using the 7th-tier secret technique Universe Palm. Blocked by the pair of violet gold palms, Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon's enormous body found it very difficult to approach Jiangxi's battlefield. On the other side, Jiangxi and the others were able to withstand the attacks of the monster race under the protection of Dowlord Changyuan's 7th-tier supreme treasure, Gold Bell Armor. However, the monster Dowlords had already gone mad. They had been filled with confidence when they had 10 7th-tier supreme treasures. Now that they saw that the humans had 3 7th-tier supreme treasures as well, their eyes shone with a greedy light. Kill. The 10 monster Dowlords with 7th-tier supreme treasures stood at the very front and attacked at the same time. One powerful secret technique after another condensed. Some targeted the body, some targeted the essence spirit. Saber light and sword shadows. However, Jiangxi and the others would not allow the monster Dowlords to attack so easily this time. Jiangxi, it's up to you now. Dowlord Sword 1, Dowlord Changyuan, and the other human experts turned to look at Jiangxi. Jiangxi smiled gently. Standing in the void, he spread his arms and said softly, Mountain Sea Spacetime, descend. Boom. An enormous world of spacetime instantly descended. The dark starry sky was instantly filled with world projections of mountains, seas, stars, and continents. These world projections merged with the spacetime, forming an extremely powerful binding force. With a terrifying might, it directly imprisoned the 15 monster Dowlords on the spot. Before their attacks could take form, they were interrupted. At that moment, Jiangxi's Mountain Sea spacetime was an invincible existence. Apart from Heavenly Venerables who could break through the shackles of this spacetime domain, the other monster Dowlords had to rely on the power of their supreme treasures to possess the combat strength of a Dowlord. Now that these monster Dowlords were imprisoned by the Mountain Sea spacetime, they could not break through the shackles instantly. Even if they were imprisoned for 1/10,000th of a second, it was enough for Jiangxi and the others to attack. Furthermore, the time was not that short. Dowlord Devourer, Dowlord Golden Wolf, Dowlord Heavenly Fox, Dowlord Taotai, and the other monster experts immediately panicked with fear in their eyes. Dowlord Mountain Sea. In the distance, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon suddenly roared furiously. He had also noticed the situation here and realized that the experts of his race were in danger. At that moment he finally understood why Dowlord Nine Firmaments would say that they should wait to be slaughtered. Earlier on, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon did not take those words to heart and only thought that Dowlord Nine Firmaments was angry. However, he did not expect it to be true. Dowlord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain was actually this strong. This is the true limit of a Dowlord. The size of his Grotto Heaven world must far exceed that of other Dowlords. That's why he's able to release such a powerful spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's eyes shone fiercely as a Heavenly Venerate expert. He had taken many detours on the path of a Dowlord. Naturally, he knew that there was a limit to a Dowlord's Grotto Heaven world. Under normal circumstances, a cosmic Dowlord's Grotto Heaven world could only reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. In reality, that was not the true limit. If there was a special method that could break through the limit of 900 million light-years, the Grotto Heaven world would expand once more and its strength would increase as well. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon knew that Dowlord Mountain Sea must have done that. My race's Dowlord is in danger. Get lost. Get lost. His massive body charged forward, wanting to break free from Dowlord Nine Firmament's obstruction and head to the other side of the battlefield to break through Jiangxi's spacetime domain. Heavenly Venerate. Patriarch, save me. The 15 demon Dowlords were all using their spirit senses to ask for help. If it was a one-on-one battle, they would not be any weaker than the humans. But who knew that Dowlord Mountain Sea's spacetime domain would be so strong? This way they would not be able to use the advantage of their Tier 7 supreme treasures and would be at a complete disadvantage. They would even be facing a life-and-death crisis. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. He broke through Dowlord Nine Firmament's universe palm once more and his body rapidly shrank. From a light-year in size, he became a massive beast that was only 100,000 kilometers long. Previously, he had grown so large because he wanted to suppress all the experts in this human team with his own strength. Then he would have the 15 demon Tao Lords join forces to wipe out the humans. But reality gave him a hard slap in the face. The hidden methods of this human team of Tao Lords were not inferior to theirs at all. In fact, they were even stronger. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had destroyed all of their trump cards. Swoosh. After shrinking, Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's speed immediately soared and he broke through Tao Lord 9 Firmament's obstruction. So this is a Heavenly Venerate expert. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed inwardly. Even with the restrictions of the primal universe's laws, Heavenly Venerates were not so easy to deal with. Boom. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon instantly arrived at the battlefield between Jianghu and the Demon Tao Lords. Break! He roared and set off a terrifying spacetime wave. In an instant, he disintegrated Jianghu's mountain sea spacetime. Although it sounded long, given their speed, the entire process lasted for less than a millionth of a second. It happened almost instantaneously. Jianghu had just used the mountain sea spacetime when Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon broke through it. Too fast. Jianghu, Tao Lord Sword 1, Tao Lord Long Wall, and the others looked at each other helplessly. After all, the person in front of them was a second-step Heavenly Venerate, one of the top experts in the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's powerful attack changed the situation. After breaking through the mountain sea spacetime, he hovered in the starry sky, protecting the 15 demon Tao Lords behind him. Humans, I've underestimated you. The eyes on Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 9 heads were filled with coldness. However, your team doesn't have a Heavenly Venerate expert. The control of the battle is now in my hands. Now, I've decided to get rid of you one by one. You're the first. The 18 eyes on the 9 ferocious heads were all focused on Jianghu. Whoosh. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon moved at a terrifying speed. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Jianghu roared and slashed out with the longsword in his hand. Whoosh. A seemingly illusory green ray of light appeared in midair, flashing and disappearing like a dream. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained an endless amount of vitality. In an instant, the entire void was covered by these endless green rays of light, turning into a world of vitality. Boom. In the end, a green sword light seemed to destroy the world, instantly annihilating the world full of vitality. All of this happened in a flash. It was extremely short. However, the entire process seemed to have gone through a reincarnation cycle, from birth to death. Life reincarnation. This was the first time the rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Scripture of the Heavenly Tao, was used in actual combat. Rumble. The green sword light directly collided with Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's body, erupting with a terrifying shockwave that swept over an area of hundreds of light years. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon was sent flying, and Jianghu was also pushed back by the shockwave. If we were in the Chaos Sea, you wouldn't be my match. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared angrily. Attack with all your strength and kill the humans. He ordered the demon Tao Lords again. Yes. Yes, Heavenly Venerate. Die. The demon Tao Lords behind Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon also attacked. In an instant, all kinds of secret techniques condensed again. Some were the roars of mutated beasts, some were essence soul attacks, and some were transformed into sabers and swords that directly slashed over. Among them, the attacks of the 10 demon Tao Lords were obviously stronger, attacking all the human experts at the same time. Universe in the palm. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments also rushed over. He slapped out with his palm, covering Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and the 15 demon Tao Lords, wanting to affect their attacks. Mountain Sea Spacetime. Jianghu growled, and the incomparably realistic world projection descended once again, attacking the demon experts with powerful restrictions and pressure. Break. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon roared. The energy in his body surged wildly, and the surrounding spacetime also distorted and shook. The powerful energy attacked again and again, directly suppressing the universe and the mountain sea spacetime. This time, the 15 demon Tao Lords were not affected at all. Boom, 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 boom. Their various attacks covered the starry sky where the human experts were almost simultaneously. All of you die. Without a Heavenly Venerate expert, you still want to fight us. Humans, you're dead meat. The demon Tao Lords attacked with all their strength again and again. With Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon blocking in front, they were fearless and did not have to worry about being imprisoned by the spacetime domain. Whoosh. Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon's 10 tails danced wildly, instantly becoming trillions of kilometers long and covering the entire void. For a time, the spacetime of the dark starry sky was thrown into chaos, and it also disrupted the human expert's formation and rhythm. At the same time, within the Skyspan Mountains river diagram. Although the battle was ongoing, the human Tao Lord conference did not disperse. Everyone was gathered here to discuss the situation of the battle. Given the strength of a Tao Lord, splitting a strand of spiritual consciousness here would not affect the battle. We've already clashed with the ghost Tao Lords. Just like the demons, they also have 1 Tier 8 cardinal treasure and 10 Tier 7 cardinal treasures. Ming Zun said in a low voice. It seems that there really is a huge conspiracy behind this. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had a solemn expression. No matter what, let's deal with this enemy first. Ming Zun said. Oh. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. Master, it's time for us to make our move. After probing for so long, we should have more or less figured out what they're hiding, Jianghu said with a smile. Yes, let's make our move. We haven't even made our move yet. Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all began to laugh as well, filled with eagerness. They all had Tier 7 cardinal treasures, but they hadn't unleashed the power of their Tier 7 cardinal treasures in their earlier battle against the demons. Me too. Jianghu grinned. Earlier he had only used a supportive technique. In terms of offense, he had only used a single attack lifespan cycle. It wasn't his most powerful attack either. Thus far, their squad had yet to unleash their full combat power. This was because everyone had predicted long ago that this war between the races would be very strange and that there was something hidden behind it. Thus, they had come up with a strategy to counter it. They would first feign weakness, then figure out the situation before attacking with all their might. And now, the time had come. Let's begin. Cripple them. Let the demons regret this. Kill, kill, kill. Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts were all unable to hold themselves back. Off to the side, Ming Zun's squad exchanged glances and smiled, their eyes filled with a strong desire to do battle. 9 Firmaments and the others are about to go all out. We can't just sit around and do nothing. Everyone, let's not hold back anymore. Let's attack with all our might and wipe out the remaining forces of the ghost race. Ming Zun said with a smile, attack first, then change later. Chapter 633. Humans, you will definitely lose this battle. Empyrean Myriad Demon's voice echoed throughout the starry sky. He was wearing an 8th tier supreme treasure. Although it was an armor-type treasure, the power of the supreme treasure alone was enough to reach the limit of a Tao Lord. His 10 tails were like giant snakes covered in black armor. They danced in the air, disrupting spacetime and disrupting the formation and rhythm of Jianghu and the other human experts. As for the 15 Tao Lords, they were using all sorts of secret techniques, waiting for an opportunity to kill Jianghu and the others. On the surface, the human Tao Lords were dodging the attacks of Empyrean Myriad Demon and the other Tao Lords. But in reality, Jianghu Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Tao Lord Sword 1, and the others had already spread out and formed an encirclement. Everyone, are you ready? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments transmitted with his spiritual sense. Haha, I've been waiting for this moment. Cripple them in one fell swoop. Give them a good beating. The human Tao Lords watched as Empyrean Mini-Monster and the 15 monstrous Tao Lords wreaked havoc. None of them felt any fear at all. Instead, they felt exceptionally excited. Empyrean Demonfien's enormous body crushed through the starry skies as he crossed the void. His 10 enormous tails lashed out at Riverward, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Saul's word, and the other human experts. The 15 monster Tao Lords surrounded him, simultaneously unleashing all sorts of attacks. All sorts of secret arts came crashing down on him, blotting out the skies. Master, get ready to begin. Jiangxi's eyes seemed to flicker with excitement. Boom. As Jiangxi cast his spell, the mountain sea spacetime descended once more. The massive projection of the world combined with this spacetime to form a powerful binding force and pressure, instantly imprisoning all the experts of the demon race. Stop struggling. It's useless. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared. His body trembled slightly as he broke through the mountain sea spacetime. That's enough. Jiangxi did not care. His goal in using the spacetime domain was to interrupt this wave of attacks from the Tao Lords. It was enough to stop Empyrean Myriad Demon's attacks for even a millionth of a second. Kill. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments, Tao Lord Saul's word, Tao Lord Everwall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other human experts all attacked. Universe in the palm. Heaven-splitting sword. Sword master heaven and earth. Emperor descends to the heavens. One powerful secret art after another struck out towards Empyrean Demon Fiend, every single one of them having the combat power of a supreme Tao Lord. This squad of human Tao Lords only had 8 7th-tier supreme treasures. Everyone else, however, had 2 or 3 6th-tier supreme treasures. Given that, their combat power was still at the very limits of power for Tao Lords. Almost at the same time, these mystic technique attacks enveloped Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon, whose body had shrunk to 100,000 kilometers long. Boom 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 boom. A terrifying power erupted, causing the starry skies to collapse. It even pierced through the barriers of the universe, causing the chaotic gray fog to pour out in torrents. Empyrean Demon Fiend was knocked flying by the attacks of so many supreme Tao Lords. Impossible. Where did you get so many 7th-tier supreme treasures? 6th-tier supreme treasure. There are still 6th-tier supreme treasures. Empyrean Demon Fiend roared. It was fine if these humans didn't go all out, but when they did, it was like a thunderbolt, causing him to be both shocked and enraged. Just now they had crushed the human experts. They thought that they had forced the humans to their limits and that victory was within their grasp. But they didn't expect that these humans had hidden far more tricks up their sleeves than they had imagined. They had a total of 8 7th-tier supreme treasures and more than 36-tier supreme treasures. But then, when he was sent flying and saw Jianghu attack, he knew that he was wrong. Very wrong. It turned out that the most terrifying person in this squad of human experts wasn't Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, but Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Empyrean Demon Fiend swung his 10 tails, trying his best to neutralize the attacks of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others. He wanted to charge back. However, Jianghu had already made his move. While Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others focused their attacks on Empyrean Demon Fiend, he pointed his long sword at the other Tao Lords. He slashed out with his sword. Sword light lit up, instantly slicing through the void. Then the light suddenly exploded, converging into a giant black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed within the black and white sphere. The black and white sphere was like a miniature universe that enveloped the 15 Tao Lords. Not good. This is... break it. The Tao Lords panicked. They could sense the aura of death descending and wanted to break the black and white sphere. However, Jianghu wouldn't give them the chance to do so. Mountain Sea Spacetime. At the same time, Jianghu used his powerful spacetime domain to imprison all the Tao Lords. Right at that moment, poof, the black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A dazzling sword light flashed and disappeared. Destruction and rebirth. It was the third stance of the Rank 7 secret technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra Heavenly Tao Scroll. Jianghu's strongest move was used in actual combat for the first time. The black and white sphere exploded. Although the 15 Tao Lords saw the dark starry sky again, however, the extremely dazzling sword light had already passed through the bodies of every Tao Lord of the demon clan. It cut through the void and seemed to have left an indelible mark in the fourth universe. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. You killed a flood level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +3. You killed a desolate level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. No. Fear, pain, anger and so on. All sorts of furious roars came from the mouths of the Tao Lords. They looked at Jianghu in disbelief. The other experts in the outside world might not know what was going on in the black and white sphere, but they knew very well how terrifying that sword strike was. That sword strike first swept past the strongest Tao Lord Food Fiend, causing more than 20% of his indestructible substance to be instantly destroyed. One had to know that Tao Lord Food Fiend was wearing a grade 7 armor treasure. Even if Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon personally attacked, he probably wouldn't be much stronger than Jianghu. Moreover, the damage caused by that sword strike was not limited to that. Immediately after, it swept past some of the weaker Tao Lords Cold Light and Xian Feng. In an instant, 6 of the 15 Tao Lords died and 6 were seriously injured. The remaining 3 had grade 7 armor treasures and were only lightly injured. If there are a few more strikes, won't we all be wiped out by him? Even Tao Lord 9 Firmaments isn't that terrifying. That sword strike is too powerful. When the sword light swept past me, it seemed like my grade 7 armor treasure was weakened by half. It directly destroyed nearly 30% of my indestructible substance. Too terrifying. Quick, escape from this place. Retreat, retreat. The remaining 9 Tao Lords were terrified. However, Jianghu was not satisfied with this sword strike. He shook his head. The suppression of the primal universe is too strong. If it was in the Chaos Sea, those 6 who were seriously injured would probably have died. Only the 3 monstrous Tao Lords who had 7th grade armor treasures would be able to survive this attack. If one strike isn't enough, I'll use 2. Jiang Xi's gaze was sharp and his killing intent was about to pour out. At that moment, the remaining 9 Tao Lords had already scattered and fled. They no longer had the will to continue fighting. Everyone was in existence with endless lifespans and did not want to die just like that. Can you escape? With a thought, Jiang Xi caused the mountain sea spacetime to descend once more. The enormous Heartworld projection carried with it an aura of infinite power that bound the Tao Lords. Run! Heavenly Venerable, save us! Patriarch! The Tao Lords were terrified and their hearts were filled with hatred and confusion. They did not understand how this Tao Lord mountain sea could be so powerful. Weren't the laws of the primal universe the limit of Tao Lords? If Jiang Xi knew of their doubts, he would only scoff. This was because the limit of Tao Lords they knew was only the limit of attack power and not the true limit. In other aspects such as the body, primordial spirit, grotto heaven world, and so on, only when all these reached the limits of the primal universe could one be considered the true limit of Tao Lords. It could be said that in the entire Chaos Sea, even Jiang Xi himself had not reached the true limit of Tao Lords. This was because his grotto heaven world was still far from the limit of 10 billion light-years in diameter. At that time he would be the true limit of Tao Lords. Even so, Jiang Xi's spacetime domain through his grotto heaven world was enough to crush these Tao Lords. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared from afar. However, many human experts led by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had joined forces to stop him, preventing him from interfering in the battle. Jiang Xi glanced from afar and waved the long sword in his hand lightly. Although it was only a grade 6 offensive treasure, it was enough for his attack to reach the limits of the primal universe. Whoosh! Endless sword light whistled and condensed into a black and white sphere. Like a miniature universe, it enveloped the remaining 9 Tao Lords. No. Stop it. Stop it. The stronger monstrous Tao Lords did their best to try and stop him. However, Qi-La. The black and white sphere exploded, producing a soul-stirring resplendent sword light that swept past the Tao Lords. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3. You killed an Eon-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 6. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal EXP plus 3. Instantly, the 6 severely injured Tao Lords lost their lives and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Humans, you deserve to die. In the distance, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon, who was blocked by Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and the others, was enraged when he saw this scene. He roared. This time, it was Great Sky Supreme who took the initiative to find him and provide him with help, asking them to destroy the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon was naturally willing to accept such a beneficial cooperation because he also wanted to obtain some information about the 8 Clouds legacy from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. But he did not expect that they would be destroyed by the humans instead. They lost a total of 12 Tao Lords. Although the demons were still the peak race of the 4th universe with him around, they would definitely be suppressed by the humans in the future. Damn it. Humans. The remaining 3 demon experts who possessed grade 7 armor cardinal treasures, Tao Lord Devourer, Tao Lord Golden Wolf, and Tao Lord Heavenly Fox, were furious and heartbroken apart from fear. That was because not only did Jiang Xi kill their Tao Lords, but he also took away 7 other offensive and essence spirit grade 7 cardinal treasures. How could they not feel heartache and anger? Let's go. Retreat. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon roared angrily, filled with indignation. He led the remaining 3 Tao Lords of his race and teleported away from the desolate starry sky. He did not dare to continue fighting because if he did, all the Tao Lords of his demon race might be gone. Jiang Xi Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts did not chase after them. Compared to the demons who fled in panic, they were naturally very carefree and laughed heartily. We've achieved our basic goal. It's very difficult to kill the remaining Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and the 3 Tao Lords, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said with a smile. For countless eras, it's very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the 4th universe. But today we humans killed 12 Tao Lords of the demon race. Once the news spreads, no matter what conspiracy is behind this battle, it'll be able to intimidate those who are itching to make a move. Tao Lord Sword 1 nodded. Tao Lord Long Wall, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others also laughed and turned their gazes to Jiang Xi. The primal universe was not like the Chaos Sea. The Heaven-Earth laws here only allowed peak combat strength of Tao Lords. Therefore it was very rare for a Tao Lord to die in the long years. However, Jiang Xi's appearance broke this rule. Over the past 100,000 years, the alien Tao Lords of the Fourth Universe had died in his hands one after another. Not to mention in the battle outside the Eight Cloud Ruins, he and Ming Zun had joined forces and killed nearly 1,000 Tao Lords of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. From this point of view, Jianghu had become a Tao Lord Terminator. This battle is just the beginning of the race war. No matter what the final outcome is, we have to do our best from the beginning. Jianghu thought silently. Therefore, this battle is a battle of intimidation. We have to unleash our strength and cripple the two peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, so that the other factions in the Fourth Universe will hesitate and not be in a hurry to attack. Jianghu knew very well that no matter what conspiracy was behind this, it had to be related to the Eight Cloud inheritance. Such a powerful and precious inheritance would definitely attract the covetous eyes of various factions. The humans would not only have to face the demon race and the ghost race. One had to know that the experts in the Fourth Universe were not only from the three peak races. Apart from not having any heavenly venerables, some of the top races' strength at the Tao Lord level was actually similar to that of the peak races. In addition, those heavenly venerables were definitely watching this battle. Once the humans showed signs of weakness in the battle just now, those experts and sects who were secretly watching from the sidelines would secretly watch. Then, those forces and lone wolves who were spying in the dark would swarm over and divide the spoils of war, snatch the heritage of the human clan, and snatch the inheritance of Eight Clouds. Since the human race's performance in the battle was so terrifying, those forces and experts in the dark would definitely continue to observe. This was the result that the three powerhouses of the human race, led by Tomorrow Venerable, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and Jianghu, were looking forward to when they deployed this battle. As long as the humans were given a certain amount of time, a certain amount of breathing space, then anything was possible in the future. After all, Jianghu had already imparted the process of breaking through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate to every human Tao Lord. Perhaps at this critical moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Shizuan, and the other universe Tao Lords would break through. Once they broke through to become Heavenly Venerates, the human race would become even stronger. When my true body refines Mount Shenhuang, I'll be able to break through to the Tao Lord realm. At that time, the current situation of our race will also change. Jianghu thought to himself. First released, then changed. Chapter 634. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lords of the human race communicated the results of the two battlefields through the spirit bodies they left behind. It's a pity that we don't have a killer weapon like Jianghu in our team. We only killed 6 ghost Tao Lords, Venerable Ming Ming said with a smile. In front of the huge stone table, everyone was speechless for a moment. They looked at each other and suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha! If Venerable Ming's humble words were heard by the ghost and demon race, their essence souls would probably disintegrate from anger. In the original universe, it was already very rare to kill a Tao Lord. Killing 6 of them at once was something that he would never have dared to think about in the past. However, although we've won the first battle, it's not time for us to relax yet. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said slowly with a solemn expression. Yes, we have to cultivate harder. The danger is not over yet. We have to be extra careful. If we survive this, our human race will become even stronger. The human experts present were all filled with a sense of urgency. From the human race in the second and third universes being almost wiped out to the demons and ghost race suddenly joining forces to attack the humans in the fourth universe. Behind this series of events, there seemed to be a huge hand controlling everything. Jianghu, Venerable Ming Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, and the other human experts believed that even if the demons and ghost race were crippled, things would not end so simply. In the fourth universe, the demons and ghost race were not the only ones that could threaten the human race. After all, the heaven-earth laws of the original universe limited the combat strength of Tao Lords. Even if some top races did not have heavenly venerables, their strength at the Tao Lord level was not inferior to the top races. For example, the top race close to the human race, the Gold Race. The patriarch of this race, Tao Lord Qilong, was a top universe realm Tao Lord and was also one of the top experts in the fourth universe. Furthermore, the number of Tao Lords in this race had reached 10. In addition, apart from those top races, there were also heavenly venerables who wanted to take a share of the profits from the human race. Perhaps they did not have the goal of destroying the human race. Instead, they were here for the Eight Clouds legacy and wanted to seize the opportunity to cultivate to eternity. However, as long as they made a move, it would be enough to bring about a devastating blow to the human race. Among the lone celestial venerables, only Senior Qingshi and Celestial Venerable Lu have a good relationship with me. However, in front of the Eternal, I don't know if these friendships are reliable. Jianghu shook his head gently. In the face of such a great opportunity, it was hard to say what their personal relationship would be. No matter what Senior Qingshi's goal is, he has a deep relationship with our Earth lineage after all, and he has always been protecting Jianghu. If he needs a way to cultivate to the eternal realm, I can give him a portion of the inheritance information. Perhaps he can help the human race. Riverward calculated in his heart. In addition to Purple Firmament Empyrean, who was permanently suppressed, there were a total of 11 Empyrean powerhouses in Universe 4. Each of the 3 pinnacle races had one, while the other 8 were lone travelers. However, to really calculate, the one that Jianghu could not see through the most was Empyrean Bluestone. It seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qingshi's figure had appeared more or less in everything that had happened on Earth. To be precise, it seemed like Heavenly Venerate Qingshi's existence could be found in the trajectory of his growth. No matter what, Senior Qingshi has not shown any malice toward me or Jianghu. From the current situation he is trustworthy. Jianghu thought. At the same time, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yendu's spiritual consciousness gathered again in a silent void, turning into a giant beast with 8 hooves, 9 heads and 10 tails, and a green-faced red-gold ghost with fangs. This time, the Empyreans of the 2 pinnacle races were silent. The atmosphere was very gloomy, and there was anger that they wanted to vent but had nowhere to vent. Compared to the lone celestial venerables, they had the ties of their races, so they usually had a lot of considerations when doing things. If they were the kind of loners with no ties, then they wouldn't have cared about this loss at all. The demon tribe has suffered heavy losses. Empyrean Myriad Demon's voice was hoarse. The same goes for the Ghost tribe. I still don't understand why the humans have so many 7th grade supreme treasures and 6th grade supreme treasures. Empyrean Yendu gritted his teeth. They should have obtained it from the 8 Clouds' inheritance. We were too careless. We thought that with the support of the Great Sky Sacred Land, we could crush the humans. Who would have thought? Empyrean Myriad Demon's tone was very bitter. Originally, we thought that with the many 7th grade supreme treasures and the 2 8th grade supreme treasures, we would be able to destroy the upper echelons of the humans in one fell swoop. Now it seems that the strength of our 2 races alone is far from enough. We have to rely on the top races that are subordinate to our races, Empyrean Yendu said in a low voice. It's impossible to make those top races fight to the death without benefits. Empyrean Myriad Demon snorted coldly. There's no other way. At most, we can give them some information about the 8 Clouds' inheritance after we destroy the humans. The top races do not have Empyreans, so even if they have many Tao Lords, they will be easy to control. The most important thing now is to destroy the humans. Otherwise, if they use the 8 Clouds' inheritance to cultivate more Tao Lords and Empyrean powerhouses, we will have no chance. That's all we can do. The monsters and ghosts each had their own subordinate races, forming 2 major factions. Of course, the humans had their own subordinate races as well. For example, the Tao Alliance was essentially a faction with the humans at its core. However, this was only the beginning stages of this war, so the 3 peak races had yet to mobilize the power of their subordinate races. This was because those who could participate in this war would first have to be the Tao Lords of their subordinate races. However, those Tao Lords were no fools. They would not be willing to be cannon fodder. If there were no benefits, they would not take the risk at all. In the beginning, Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yendu had thought that victory was in their hands. After they destroyed the humans, there was no need to share the benefits with their subordinate races. However, the results of this war forced the 2 Empyreans to change their plans. They immediately began to rope in the top races with Tao Lords. Their attempts to rope in those races quickly received a response. For example, on the side of the monsters, the top races that were originally subordinate to the monsters sent a representative to speak with Empyrean Myriad Demon. Empyrean Myriad Demon, the results of this war have already spread. That human is extremely strong. As for us, many of the top races only have 1 or 2 or 3 Tao Lords. No matter who dies, it will be a disaster for that race. We have no choice but to be cautious. Thus, if you want us to participate in this war, you have to agree to 4 conditions. Speak, Empyrean Myriad Demon said. First, if we participate in this war, we have to stay together. We cannot be separated. Second, if any of us die, the monsters have to treat their race well. Their race's territory cannot be reduced, and outsiders are not allowed to interfere with their race's development. Third, after the war ends, if you are able to acquire the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans, we don't ask for much. We only ask for the legacy and cultivation insights of an Empyrean. Fourth, if the monsters are able to establish a Holy Land universe in the future, they have to leave 10% of the space for us. the top races that are subordinate to them. Clearly, these subordinate races had long since communicated with each other. They had carefully considered the conditions they offered, and none of them had been greedy enough to ask for too much. For example, they only asked for the inheritance of an Empyrean powerhouse. For them, as long as their race could produce an Empyrean powerhouse, then their race would have the foundation to become a top race. I can agree to these conditions. Empyrean Myriad Demon agreed after thinking for a while. On the other side, the Ghost race tried to rope in their subordinate races, but the response they received was similar. In short, the second action of the two pinnacle races caused many of the top races in Universe 4 to join this unprecedented race war. In the human race's territory, there were tens of billions of humans living on an ordinary planet with life. Above the planet's land and sea, there were floating immortal islands. On the ground, there were towering skyscrapers that reached into the clouds. A technological civilization and a cultivation civilization were perfectly combined. At this moment, on the top floor of a skyscraper, a blurry figure gradually condensed into a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes glowed, and each light seemed to contain a universe. He waved his hand, and three figures appeared behind him. One was a rock life form as tall as a mountain, one was a cute little yellow beast, and the last was a strange life form whose entire body was covered in flames. They faintly emitted the aura of a Tao Lord. Patriarch. The three Tao Lords bowed respectfully towards him. "Let's stay on this planet for the time being," the young man said softly. This time, the monster race suffered a great loss, and the ghost race also suffered heavy losses. Next, these two races will definitely do their best to rope in those top races. Then they will regroup and start an even greater race war. However, with so many races, it should take some time to integrate. And those lone Empyrean powerhouses who were originally ready to make a move in the dark will probably hesitate after this battle. This way, the human race will have a chance to catch their breath. The young man seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to his three subordinates. In the end, he shook his head. They are really a plate of loose sand. The root of the problem is that they still lack a backbone. In the entire fourth universe, the combined forces of the three supreme races couldn't compare to the lone Empyrean powerhouses by much. As for the lone Empyrean powerhouses, they naturally had their own plans in the face of this sudden storm. However, the power and resources that the human race had displayed had intimidated the lone Empyrean powerhouses, causing them to hesitate. The human territory. The Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The Tao Lord Palace. Jianghu, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and Tao Lord Long Wall were drinking wine and chatting within the palace. More than a month had passed since the previous battle. The other human powerhouses were all in secluded cultivation. Only the three of them were left to oversee their races. The monster race and the ghost race still haven't made a move, Tao Lord Mi Luo said in a low voice. Tao Lord Mi Luo said solemnly, "These two races were the ones who started this war. I refuse to believe that they'll give up so easily. Given the way Empyrean All-Monster and Empyrean Yendu do things, they're definitely up to something. Their races have just suffered a heavy blow. They probably don't want to be so rash. Instead, they want to be more stable so as to not let the other top races benefit," Jianghu said softly. Top races. Tao Lord Long Wall frowned slightly. It's not just the other races. Those lone Empyrean powerhouses are also a force capable of influencing the course of this war. Jianghu voiced his previous worries. Empyrean Violet Firmament told us that according to his surveillance, no less than 5 Empyrean powerhouses have already secretly entered the human territory. However, they haven't caused much of a stir. Most likely they're all lone Empyreans. Lone Empyrean powerhouses. A hint of wariness flashed through the eyes of Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Long Wall. They weren't so arrogant as to think that just because they had a 7th-rank supreme treasure, they could challenge Empyrean powerhouses. To Tao Lords, any single Empyrean was an extremely terrifying existence. However, the current situation isn't too bad. The results of the previous battle have improved our race's situation considerably. Quite a few races have already taken the initiative to join us, Jianghu said with a smile. That's right. Aside from the ordinary races, all of the supreme races that have joined us have at least one Tao Lord. Their total number of Tao Lords is close to 100. Tao Lord Mi Luo laughed as well. I hope there will be more and more of them. Tao Lord Long Wall nodded. Prior to the first battle, even the Tao Lords of the vassal races of the Tao Alliance were extremely crafty and wouldn't easily risk their lives for the sake of the human race. They were worried that the human race wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the other two supreme races. Naturally, they weren't willing to throw their lives away. Thus, at the very beginning, the human race hadn't even bothered to invite the Tao Lords of their vassal races. Now, however, things were different. The human race's first great victory had given the vassal races of the Tao Alliance a reassurance, allowing them to see the true strength of the human race. Now, if we count the Tao Lords of the Tao Alliance as well as the 100 or so new Tao Lords who have joined us, we'll be able to deal with them. Even if the Monster Alliance and the Ghost Alliance are able to rope in a large number of supreme races, we'll still have a fighting chance. The only thing I'm worried about is those lone Empyrean powerhouses. If they act against the human race as well, the situation will be very bad, Jianghu said softly. Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Long Wall frowned as well. This was a major problem. More than a month had passed since the conclusion of the first battle, but not a single lone Empyrean had been willing to join the human alliance. In the primal universe, Empyreans were experts who were capable of holding their own. If the human race only had a single Empyrean while the enemy had 8 or 10, the human race would definitely be at a major disadvantage. The enemy would only need to send out a single Empyrean to tie down Empyrean, allowing the other Empyreans to attack with impunity and deal a heavy blow to the human race, just as Jianghu, Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Long Wall were discussing. Suddenly Jianghu waved his hand and produced an azure stone medallion. Tao Lord Mi Luo and Tao Lord Long Wall both watched curiously. A look of delight appeared on Jianghu's face. He raised his head and said, "Seventh Senior Apprentice Brother Changyuan, I have something I need to do. If I can take care of it, it'll be of tremendous help to us in this war. If there's anything urgent you need, you can send me a message." "All right. Hurry up and go," Tao Lord Mi Luo said with a laugh. "It'll be of help to the war between the races? Hurry up and go," Tao Lord Long Wall urged. Jianghu nodded. He immediately teleported to the Tao Alliance's Heavenly Court's teleportation platform, then teleported back to Earth. A month ago, after the conclusion of that battle, he had contacted Empyrean Bluestone. Now this mysterious existence had finally replied, requesting to meet him on Earth. Sent first, then changed later. Chapter 635. Earth, Pak Sun Province, Tongtian District. Calculating the time, it was already 43155 of the new moon era. 40,000 years had passed, and Earth had undergone tremendous changes. Only Tongtian District remained the same. At this moment, Jianghu had returned to Earth through the teleportation formation. He appeared in his villa out of thin air and walked to the backyard of the villa. This was the holy land of Earth's lineage. Naturally, there were many powerful cultivators guarding this place. However, when Jianghu walked past them, these guards could not see him at all. They could not sense his presence either. Soon Jianghu arrived at a garden with the architectural style of the ancient Great Xia. Pavilions, terraces, small bridges, flowing water. In the garden, there were many precious flowers from all over the universe. There were flowers of various shapes and colors. It was like a fairyland. Furthermore, there were various animals and birds that were full of spiritual energy. One could see that Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi was playing with a little bird with golden feathers in the garden. Senior Qing Shi. Jianghu walked over and bowed respectfully. "Your garden is not bad." Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi did not even raise his head. He was still bending over and playing with the bird. This should be a layout that was set up by a real master gardener. It looks like it was made by nature. There are no traces of craftsmanship at all. He shook his head in admiration. Then he said, "It's different to have power. You don't even need to give orders. Countless talented beings will help you do things beautifully. Although I'm a high and mighty Heavenly Venerable, I don't have any power. It seems like I have to find a force and become an alliance leader or leader. I'll be satisfied when I'm in that position." Jianghu continued the conversation. He smiled and said, "Senior, if you join the Tao Alliance, your position will definitely—" "What? You want me to be the leader of the Tao Alliance?" Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi interrupted him and said jokingly, "You humans are willing to respect me?" Jianghu smiled awkwardly. How was that possible? Humans were a peak race. No peak race would respect an outsider. This was a pride that was carved into their bones. Although Heavenly Venerable Qing Shi usually maintained his human form, Heavenly Venerable Ming and Tao Lord Nine Clouds had told Jianghu that this mysterious existence was not human. No one knew what kind of bloodline he was from. This was also a mystery. Thus, if Celestial Exalt Bluestone really did join the Tao Alliance, he would at most be ranked in the top 3. He definitely wouldn't have much actual power. "I wouldn't accept it even if you offered it to me. I'm free and unrestrained by myself." Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head again. Besides, the human race is in a bad situation right now. Although you've dealt a heavy blow to the demon race and the ghost race, there's an even bigger storm brewing in the dark. I'm not an idiot to join the Tao Alliance at a time like this. It seems that Senior is also paying attention to the recent situation. Jianghu also stopped smiling. He said seriously, Senior, you're right. Although I've obtained a large number of Grade 6 and Grade 7 supreme treasures in the 8 Cloud Ruins, which have strengthened the foundation and strength of the human race, I've only obtained a few Grade 6 and Grade 7 supreme treasures. However, in the face of so many enemies, we are in urgent need of external help. I wonder if Senior would be willing to join our side? Empyrean Bluestone sat down in a rattan chair at the side and said with a smile, the rise and fall of the human race has nothing to do with me. I can't be bothered to care either. Even if the human race is annihilated, it's fine as long as Jianghu is fine. To be honest, if it weren't for Jianghu, I wouldn't even be bothered to care about you. Daodu? Jianghu was dumbfounded. Senior, what secret is Daodu hiding? He quickly asked. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. When the time comes, I'll naturally tell you. However, for the sake of Jianghu, I can provide you with some information. Senior, please tell me. Jianghu was immediately energized. First, you can invite Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Among the lone Heavenly Venerables in the Fourth Universe, they're considered to be more trustworthy. As long as you're willing to take out the information of cultivating to the limit of a Heavenly Venerable, you should be able to invite them. Jianghu nodded lightly and remembered this in his heart. He had met Heavenly Venerable Lu before. He was a Heavenly Venerable expert who liked to gamble. However, he had never heard of Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. He should be rarely active in the Fourth Universe. However, since Heavenly Venerable Bluestone took the initiative to recommend him, there should be no problem. Second, the root of this race war is in the upper realm. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone said again, upper realm. Jianghu was shocked. He had guessed correctly. When he found out that Heavenly Venerable Thousand Demon had a Stage 8 armor treasure, he had this thought, but he didn't dare to confirm it. Now, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had helped him confirm it. Senior, how do you know this? Jianghu asked. I have my own channels. You don't have to ask. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone shook his head. Then he said seriously, I'm only providing you with these 2 pieces of information this time because of Jianghu. Since the upper realm has already intervened in the power dispute in the Chaos Sea, they must have already started looking for something. In this way they shouldn't be far from discovering Jianghu. Therefore you must grow up as soon as possible. Jianghu's expression turned cold, and he was extremely shocked in his heart. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal too much information to him, these words seemed to hide a shocking secret. A long time ago, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone had said that Jianghu's secret was of great importance and couldn't be exposed. With Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength, he was ranked at the top in the entire Chaos Sea. Even Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament and Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming couldn't see through him. Since Jianghu's secret could make Heavenly Venerable Bluestone pay so much attention and be so vigilant, Jianghu naturally didn't let down his guard. He had always felt a sense of urgency in his heart. However, he didn't expect that Jianghu's secret was actually related to the upper realm. Was it the astral realm? Or was it a power from the primordial realm? Jianghu didn't ask any more. He knew that even if he asked, he wouldn't get an answer. He said respectfully, I'll remember. Thinking about it, he said again, Senior should know that although I obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's heaven and earth law, I can only look at the Heavenly Venerable limit inheritances. However, I still know some information about cultivating eternity. It's all in this jade slip. Senior, feel free to take it. As Jianghu said that, he flipped his hand and took out a jade slip at the same time. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't take it. He shook his head and said with a smile, Consider yourself considerate. If it was the 8 Clouds core inheritance, I would need it. Unfortunately, you can only provide me with some superficial inheritance information. It's of no help to me. Jianghu's heart stirred. He increasingly felt that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was mysterious and unfathomable. One had to know that he hadn't revealed the difference between the core and periphery of the 8 Clouds inheritance to the outside world. However, Heavenly Venerable Bluestone was very clear about this point, as if he had long known about the situation of the 8 Clouds inheritance. That's all I have to say. Let's meet again next time. Grow up as soon as possible. In the future, perhaps you can help me. Heavenly Venerable Bluestone smiled. After saying that, he disappeared into thin air. Riverward still bowed, and then he stood on the spot and fell into deep thought. He was thinking about Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's strength and identity. Although the information I know about cultivating eternity is only a tiny bit, it's enough. If I were to take it out, it would definitely make those Heavenly Venerable powerhouses go crazy. However, in Senior Bluestone's eyes, it's not worth mentioning. From this, I can infer that Heavenly Venerable Bluestone should be at least a third step Heavenly Venerable. I just don't know if he has reached the limits of a Heavenly Venerable. This was a very terrifying strength. This was because in the entire Chaos Sea, there were only about 10 third-step Heavenly Venerable powerhouses. In terms of identity and origin, Jiang Xi also had a guess. This was because the two pieces of information mentioned the upper realm. Although Heavenly Venerable Bluestone didn't reveal the source of his information, the two words, upper realm, made Jiang Xi think of Qing Shuang's clan, a clan called the Qing Yuan clan. Back then, the Eight Clouds Divine General told him that before the Primordial Realm's army embarked on the final path, they left behind a force in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea to bring up the rear. Jiang Xi learned from the inheritance stones of the Eight Clouds Pavilion that the ones in charge of bringing up the rear were the Heavenly Feather clan and the Qing Yuan clan. However, the Heavenly Feather Divine General later betrayed them, which caused the Primordial Realm's army to fail in the end. As for the ancestors of the Qing Yuan clan who knew how many years ago, they fought a great battle with the upper realm. In the end, the clan's strength plummeted and they disappeared in the long river of time. They only left some traces of their existence in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea. For example, that battle caused two more forbidden lands to appear in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea, Mount Shenhuang and Goldflow River. There was also that mysterious monitoring space. Qing Shuang Bluestone. Their names are so similar. Perhaps Senior Bluestone is a descendant of the Qing Yuan clan and has survived until now through some means? Jiang Xi finally made a guess, but he still couldn't confirm the answer. He understood that only when his strength met Heavenly Venerable Bluestone's requirements could he get the answer he wanted. Afterward, Jiang Xi didn't alert anyone on Earth and teleported away, returning to the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Lord Mountain Sea. Lord Jiang Xi. Greetings, Tao Lord. Jiang Xi walked between the floating immortal palaces. Wherever he passed, the true monarchs and tribulation transcenders bowed respectfully. Race war. He looked at those magnificent palaces. Although he couldn't see the other Tao lords, he could feel a powerful aura hidden in these palaces. Now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court was the headquarters of the Tao Alliance. Not only were there more than 20 Tao lords of the human race gathered, but there were also more than 100 Tao lords from other top races. Of these 100 Tao lords, more than 80 were originally from the Tao Alliance's vassals of the human race. As for the remaining 100, they had just joined the Tao Alliance. There were more than 200 Tao lords in total, and they were all preparing for the upcoming war. Jiang Xi. A figure wearing golden armor walked out from the distant Nine Firmaments Palace. It was Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' main body. Master. Jiang Xi went forward and bowed respectfully. You came here for something? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked with a smile. In fact, according to the seniority between master and disciple, he didn't have to come out to greet Jiang Xi. It was just that the human race was facing a crisis, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who controlled the entire situation. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was the one who received the forces that took the initiative to join and organize the powerhouses of the various forces. He came out to greet Jiang Xi out of habit. Moreover, the powerhouses of the human race generally wouldn't come here to disturb Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Since he was here, there must be something. Jiang Xi smiled. There is something good that I came to tell you, Master. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' interest was piqued. I just received news that Celestial Venerable Lu and Celestial Venerable Lai Shan can be invited. As long as you give them these 2 jade slips and promise that there will be space for them to live in the Holy Land universe that humans establish in the future. As Jiang Xi spoke, he took out 2 jade slips. The information in the jade slips was the method to cultivate to the limits of a Celestial Venerable. Good. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was pleasantly surprised. Most lone Celestial Venerables have eccentric personalities and are difficult to rope in. I was still worrying about how to rope in those lone Celestial Venerables. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift. He laughed. By the way, where did you get the news? The personalities of lone Celestial Venerables are extremely secretive. It's very difficult for others to know, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked again. Celestial Venerable Bluestone told me. Jiang Xi didn't hide it. After all, his current strength and status were different from before. It didn't matter if these secrets were exposed. Who in the human race would dare to cause trouble for him? Celestial Venerable Bluestone? No wonder. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded gently and wasn't too surprised. It's because of his existence that Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament's Skyspan Mountain River diagram couldn't monitor Earth. It wasn't until you walked out of Earth that Skyspan Mountain River diagram was able to monitor Earth again. Speaking of which, he was the one who took Earth from us humans back then. Although his tone was flat, it gave Riverward a great shock. Celestial Venerable Bluestone took Earth? What was going on? This is something that happened a long time ago and wasn't recorded. I heard it from my master, Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament. It said that the first human in the fourth universe came from Earth. However, Celestial Venerable Bluestone suddenly appeared and took Earth from the humans, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jianghu was enlightened. It was no wonder that the human powerhouses all said that Earth was the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance's humans. However, he had been a peak human powerhouse for so long, but he hadn't found any information about Earth among the humans. Grandmaster Purple Firmament was an invincible Celestial Venerable. How could Celestial Venerable Bluestone take Earth from him? Jianghu was puzzled. Back then the human race was still very weak. My master wasn't an invincible Celestial Venerable from the beginning. Furthermore, my master wasn't in charge of the human race back then, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments explained. Jianghu nodded gently. It seemed like this was something that happened a long time ago. Celestial Venerable Purple Firmament continued, it wasn't until you walked out of Earth that my master's Skyspan Mountain River diagram discovered Earth's existence again. Only then did he discover that Earth was hiding so many secrets. Now that I think about it, if Earth was just an ordinary planet with life, Celestial Venerable Bluestone wouldn't have taken Earth away with such great fanfare. Upon hearing this, Jianghu completely understood the relationship between Earth and the humans of the Tao Alliance. The humans of the fourth universe came from Earth. However, back then the human race was still very weak and didn't have the strength to discover the many secrets hidden on Earth. Then, Celestial Venerable Bluestone's appearance caused Earth to disappear from the human territory. Naturally, Earth's secrets were hidden as well. Earth, Jianghu thought to himself. He suddenly realized that he had never truly seen through this planet. At this moment, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said to Jianghu with anticipation, Alright, your main body should hurry up and break through to become a Tao Lord as soon as possible. Then our human race's chances of victory will be even greater. Understood. Jianghu nodded with a smile, temporarily suppressing his thoughts. Becoming a Tao Lord wasn't difficult for him at all. As long as his main body refined Mount Shenhuang, he could choose to break through at any time. So, first released, then changed. Chapter 636. In the primordial realm Chaos Sea, Mount Shenhuang, one of the three Deadlands, had stood tall in this vast world for a very long time. Although this place was filled with danger enough to kill heavenly venerables, it was also a cultivation holy land for tempering one's body and essence spirit. Therefore, many experts of the various factions in the Chaos Sea cultivated here. Among these cultivators, Heavenly Venerate Qinyan of the Great Sky Sacred Land was the strongest, followed by Heavenly Venerate Evil of the First Universe and Heavenly Venerate Blood Moon of the Second Universe. These three heavenly venerates cultivated here partly to improve the strength of their bodies and essence spirits, and partly to find a way to refine Mount Shenhuang. Among them, Heavenly Venerate Qinyan had stayed here for the longest time, more than 1,000,000 epochs, but he still hadn't succeeded. On this day, Heavenly Venerate Qinyan, who was closest to Mount Shenhuang, suddenly felt that the powerful treasure aura emitted by Mount Shenhuang seemed to have changed. Although the aura of the treasure hadn't changed and still far surpassed that of a Tier 7 treasure, he felt that something was different. Strange. Heavenly Venerate Qinyan shook his head. Mount Shenhuang has had a few strange changes in the past tens of thousands of years. It must be the same this time. Perhaps. This is an opportunity for me to refine Mount Shenhuang? This thought flashed through his mind. Then he began to excitedly try to refine Mount Shenhuang. Heavenly Venerate Qinyan didn't find it boring at all. He had long gotten used to this cultivation rhythm over the years. An epoch might pass if he opened his eyes or closed them. However, he had awakened more frequently in the past tens of thousands of years, and it was all related to a human. The first time, it was a universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race who asked him for help. Because he owed the first sacred lord of the Heavenly Feather race a favor, he slapped that human. He didn't expect that after he attacked, that human actually succeeded in killing the universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather race and successfully dodged his slap. Then the 8 cloud ruins appeared and caused a stir in the Chaos Sea. However, Mount Shenhuang also had some strange changes at that time, so he didn't rush over. In the end, he discovered that the human Dao Lord who escaped from him was actually the 8-Cloud Inheritor, Dao Lord Mountain Sea. For this reason, he had been regretting it for the past few thousand years. He regretted not slapping Dao Lord Mountain Sea and killing him directly. Otherwise, this 8 Clouds inheritance would belong to their great sky holy land. This was because the two most likely candidates to obtain 8 Clouds legacy, other than Dao Monarch Mountain Sea, was their great sky holy land's true monarch Hu. However, there was no point in regretting. It had already happened. At the core of Mount Xuanwang's origin space, the 9-layered mountain peak that was originally composed of white blades of light was now almost completely golden. Only the tip of the main peak was left with a bit of white. This was the final struggle of the spirit of Mount Shenhuang. Despicable human, I curse you. You will die a horrible death. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang roared. However, his voice was very soft and weak. Thank you for your curse. I will live well. Jianghu smiled. Then he split out 9 more strands of his spirit sense, forming mysterious spirit sense runes. Using the 9 spirits refinement art, he forcibly refined Mount Shenhuang. Buzz, as this spirit sense rune was imprinted, the 9-layered mountain peak trembled slightly. The last bit of white also turned golden. At this moment, Jianghu felt a strange connection with Mount Shenhuang. It was as if this towering mountain peak that was 900 million light-years tall had become a part of his body. Human. The spirit of Mount Shenhuang was still roaring crazily with a deep sense of despair. Goodbye. With a thought, Jianghu erased its existence. Mount Shenhuang, this supreme treasure's origin space is yours. It should be said that it was originally yours. Now it has returned to its rightful owner. He smiled again. Thank you, Master. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang was pleasantly surprised. A shadow appeared on Jianghu's black armor with golden patterns. Then, this shadow turned into a stream of light and drilled into the golden 9-layered mountain peak. At this point, after 2,600 years, he had finally refined this powerful supreme treasure that had stood in the Chaos Sea for countless eras. However, he was still unable to fully activate this 9th-grade supreme treasure. Let's give it a try first. Boom. Riverward's immortal force, primordial spirit force, and physical strength began to circulate rapidly. It was like a burning explosion of energy that spread throughout the origin source space and eventually covered every corner of the space. Rise. He growled hum. This colossal object that was 900 million light-years tall floated up 1 trillion kilometers, then slowly descended another 1 trillion kilometers. It's very strenuous. It's like a child trying to swing a giant hammer. With my current strength, I can't fully utilize this supreme treasure's power. Jianghu shook his head. In the outside world, Jianghu's attempt to activate Mount Shenhuang caused the entire mountain to tremble violently. It was as if more than half of the Chaos Sea had sensed the tremors. The boundless gray mist of the Chaos Sea was like a raging sea, stirring up raging waves. Mount Shenhuang's tremors released terrifying energy that tore open one abyssal fissure after another in the void. What's going on? Is the eternal road descending? Why does it feel like the sky is falling? The powerhouses cultivating in Mount Shenhuang felt it the most clearly. They were also the most shocked and terrified. In this chaotic situation, Jianghu silently teleported out of Mount Shenhuang's origin space. No powerhouse noticed him. He was now the master of Mount Shenhuang, so he could naturally enter and exit the origin space at will without causing any commotion. Moreover, Jianghu had already changed his appearance and aura. With the strength of his nascent spirit, unless a third-step celestial venerable personally inspected him, no one would be able to discern his true identity. Afterward, Jianghu arrived at a large security area of Mount Shenhuang and blended into the group of powerhouses cultivating in seclusion. He looked at the majestic mountain peak and muttered in his heart. Boom. The powerhouses cultivating in seclusion were even more shocked. Look, Mount Shenhuang is shrinking. It's shrinking. How is this possible? Mount Shenhuang, which was 900 million light-years tall, seemed to cover the entire world. Under the watchful eyes of the powerhouses cultivating in seclusion, it rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it went from 900 million light-years tall to 1 light-year tall, and then to 1 kilometer tall. In the end, it disappeared into thin air. It completely disappeared. Mount Shenhuang disappeared. It was refined by some powerhouse? This is earth-shattering news. At this moment, whether it was the extremely noble Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Evil, or the Tao Lords, They were all terrified who in the entire Chaos Sea could refine this legendary supreme treasure. Then this news quickly spread to all the major factions in the Chaos Sea in an extremely frenzied manner. Although no one deliberately fanned the flames this time, the news of Mount Xuanwang's disappearance shocked the major factions, no less than the Eight Clouds' inheritance. From now on, the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea's 3 most dangerous lands would become 2 most dangerous lands. Great Sky Sacred Land, Giant Hammer Divine Realms Divine Palace. It was originally empty. In just a moment, many powerhouses led by Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo arrived. Their faces were filled with unconcealable shock and surprise. I believe everyone already knows that Mount Shenhuang has disappeared. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared, so whenever something major happened in the Great Sky Sacred Land, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo would be in charge. We also received the news. How could Mount Shenhuang disappear? It has stood in the Chaos Sea for countless years. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables can't forcefully take it away. How could it suddenly disappear? At this moment, no matter how high their status was or how strong their mental states were, they were still shocked by this sudden news. These powerhouses who had lived for countless eras were all shocked and in disbelief. Look, this is the scene sent by my clan's Heavenly Venerable Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo pointed to the void. Whoosh! A scene appeared in the air above the Divine Palace. The scene recorded was the process of Mount Xuanwang's disappearance. Mount Shenhuang began to tremble violently, and terrifying energy tore open abyssal cracks. Then Mount Shenhuang rapidly shrank and finally disappeared into thin air. Without a doubt, it's obvious that some powerhouse refined this legendary supreme treasure to be able to do this, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice. Who is it? Who has the strength to do so? Back then, even the Prime said that no powerhouse in the Primordial Realm's Chaos Sea was qualified to refine Mount Shenhuang. Even invincible Heavenly Venerables who reached the limits of Heavenly Venerables couldn't refine it. Yes, the long years have proven that no one can refine this supreme treasure with strength alone. Amidst the clamor, the powerhouses of the Great Sky Sacred Land expressed their opinions. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said in a deep voice, everyone has reached a consensus. It's indeed impossible to refine Mount Shenhuang with strength alone. Countless powerhouses have tried to refine it over the endless years, but none succeeded. In fact, my clan's Heavenly Venerable also tried to refine it before he attempted the Eternal Realm, but he still failed. It's indeed impossible to refine it with strength alone. We can be sure that refining Mount Shenhuang requires a fortuitous encounter. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said solemnly. The Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Land all nodded in agreement. I suspect that some lucky young powerhouse went to Mount Shenhuang for the first time and happened to refine it, Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo said. Young powerhouse? First time to Mount Shenhuang? Everyone fell into deep thought. It was indeed possible, and the possibility was very high. No matter who he is, as long as he can control Mount Shenhuang, he's not weak. If he can fully unleash the power of this supreme treasure, he can be called invincible. Heavenly Venerable Wan Luo's eyes flashed. Therefore, we have to investigate. We have to find out who has Mount Shenhuang. If it's a weakling, then we have a chance to seize this supreme treasure and obtain the method to refine Mount Shenhuang from him. Yes. The Great Sky Sacred Land's Tao Lords all obeyed. Soon, this ancient sacred land universe began to reveal its ferocious claws and fangs to the vast primordial realm Chaos Sea to track down the owner of Mount Shenhuang. Jun Tian Supreme was the master of the Great Sky Sacred Land, so he naturally knew the contents of this meeting. However, he didn't show himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he didn't dare. He also coveted Mount Shenhuang and had tried many times, but unfortunately he failed every time. Back then, even though he had the strength to challenge the Eternal Realm, he still couldn't do anything to Mount Shenhuang. That's a supreme treasure from the Primordial Realm. Jun Tian Supreme sighed softly. Who refined it? Could it be Thousand Transformations Divine General? He was bewildered. It seemed that this was the only possibility. However, intuition told Jun Tian Supreme that there might be other secrets. This was also the reason why he didn't stop his clansmen from investigating. If it was really refined by Thousand Transformations Divine General, then the investigation would definitely fail. If not, then the Great Sky Sacred Land would naturally think of ways to seize Mount Shenhuang. However, right now, I still have to complete Thousand Transformations Divine General's mission. Although the supreme treasure is important, it's not as important as becoming a disciple of the Thousand Transformations lineage. Thinking of this, Jun Tian Supreme shook his head. Because some time ago, he discovered that he couldn't contact Thousand Transformations Divine General. This surprised him because the contact method was left behind by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Even if the other party was in the astral realm, he could receive his message. However, more than a month had passed and he didn't receive any reply. Could it be that he just happened to refine Mount Shenhuang during this period of time? Jun Tian Supreme guessed, but in the end he still didn't have an answer. Let's wait and see. Jun Tian Supreme knew the priority of the matter. The most important thing now was to destroy the fourth universe's human race. Because through this matter, he might be able to capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea and gather information about Mountain Sea Star. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, directly completing the mission given to him by Thousand Transformations Divine General. Those trash from the demon race and ghost race, I gave them so many 7th grade supreme treasures and even 1 8th grade supreme treasure, but they still lost. Looks like I still have to use the 3rd move. Jun Tian Supreme shook his head lightly. Thousand Transformations Divine General gave him 10 8th grade supreme treasures, but he only took out 3 and gave them to the 3 heavenly venerables of the 4th universe. The other 7 8th grade supreme treasures were, of course, secretly kept by him as the foundation of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Boom. In the endless void of the Chaos Sea, a huge existence that was covered in black scales slowly appeared. For a time, the surrounding space within countless light years turned into a world of black flames. I haven't been to the Chaos Sea for a long time. This familiar smell. If Mount Shenhuang hadn't disappeared, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come out of the Sacred Land universe even after 1,000 calamity eras. Back then, even Red Lotus Supreme of my race couldn't take Mount Shenhuang away. I didn't expect it to be refined by some powerful being. I wonder which lucky little fellow it is. I have to find Mount Shenhuang, find that little fellow, and find out how he refined and controlled Mount Shenhuang. This terrifying existence from Red Lotus Sacred Land seemed to be moving slowly, but his speed was extremely fast as he rushed toward Mount Shenhuang's original location. At the same time, the various factions of the Chaos Sea also heard the news and began to investigate who had refined Mount Shenhuang. After all, the temptation of this legendary treasure was too great for them to resist. Therefore, the entire primordial realm's Chaos Sea was once again in turmoil. First released, then changed. Chapter 637. After successfully refining Mount Shenhuang, Jianghu found a vortex passage closest to Universe 4 through the monitoring space left by the Qingyuan clan and rushed there. As for the great shock caused by Mount Shenhuang's disappearance, it had nothing to do with him. The heavenly pavilion changed its shape and quickly shuttled through the endless chaos gray fog. It passed through dangerous places that caused the expressions of many experts in the Chaos Sea to change. In the treasure space, Jianghu frowned and fell into deep thought. It will take 3 more days to rush back to Universe 4 from here. The situation shouldn't have changed much. I can take advantage of this time to familiarize myself with the fused sevenfold mountain. With a thought, a sevenfold mountain appeared in front of him. It was formed by the fusion of his treasure sixfold mountain and Mount Shenhuang. It's still at the peak of rank 9. It shouldn't be. Jianghu felt the treasure aura emitted by sevenfold mountain and shook his head. Master, this is the heaven and earth precepts of the Chaos Sea. I can feel that a large part of my treasure's origin is being suppressed by a domineering force. The old spirit of Mount Shenhuang, which was now the spirit of sevenfold mountain, explained the reason. Jianghu nodded lightly. The peak of rank 9 was equivalent to the peak of heavenly venerable. It was the highest level allowed in the Chaos Sea. Whether it was cultivators or treasures, they had to abide by this rule. Unless they broke this rule and broke through to the eternal realm. Then, with the explanation of the spirit of sevenfold mountain, Jianghu learned more about this treasure. Mount Shenhuang's original complete state was above rank 9. However, due to that great battle, this supreme treasure had been shattered into pieces, falling from that level. Now, although he had reassembled sevenfold mountain, this treasure was still incomplete. Only when all 9 mountains are gathered can this treasure be at its strongest state. The last 2 mountains should be in some corner of the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. I'll look for it after the crisis of my race is resolved, Jianghu thought. Next, he began to examine the various functions of sevenfold mountain. Armor transformation. The 9th rank supreme treasure, sevenfold mountain, turned into a black and gold stream of light and attached itself to Jianghu's body. Then, it instantly transformed into a set of black battle armor. However, this was not the end. A part of the stream of light entered Jianghu's mind after circling around his primordial spirit. it turned into a golden soul armor. 9th level armor, 9th level soul armor. Jianghu's eyes lit up, full of surprise. Armor true treasures and essence soul true treasures were complete. With such physical and essence soul defenses, who in the entire Chaos Sea can injure me? Jianghu's eye was filled with confidence. Moreover, the power of the space-time domain has also been strengthened. Then, with a thought, Jianghu's armor spread out an invisible wave. The surrounding space and time instantly froze. At the same time, it carried a terrifying pressure and binding force. Very strong. I wonder if he has reached the level of a celestial venerable? Jianghu understood that although Sevenfold Mountain's power was at the pinnacle of the 9th level, with his current strength, he still could not unleash the full power of this true treasure. When a celestial venerable had a miniature universe and used the space-time domain, it reflected the projection of the universe. Naturally, its power was far beyond the space-time domain of the Grotto Heaven world. After all, the diameter of a miniature universe was at least 1 trillion light-years. No matter what, if I meet a celestial venerable in the Chaos Sea in the future, I will have greater confidence. Jianghu thought to himself. Previously, his avatar had a short fight with celestial venerable Thousand Devil of the demon race in the original universe. However, the original universe was different from the Chaos Sea. Everyone could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord, so that battle could not be considered a battle with a celestial venerable. Besides, I have to break through to the Tao Lord realm as soon as possible. Between a true Lord and a Tao Lord was actually a process of accumulation. As long as one could completely master a heaven path, one could break through. Of course, it was easier said than done. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. To comprehend and even fully master a heaven path, one could not lack talent, comprehension, and opportunity. From this point alone, the strength of the EXP panel was reflected. With the help of the interface, Riverward had comprehended 3 complete heavenly Tao in just over 100,000 years. Then let's break through now. There was nothing to hesitate about. With his accumulation and the guidance of the 8 Clouds inheritance, breaking through was not difficult. Jianghu operated the various powers in his body, including Tao techniques, primordial spirit, body, secret techniques, and world power. According to the method of breaking through in the 8 Clouds inheritance, he directly broke through the bottleneck between a true Lord and a Tao Lord. Boom. Suddenly, there was a feeling of heaven and earth splitting that lingered in Riverward's heart. At this moment, his body and primordial spirit seemed to have been sublimated, and his life level had undergone a transition. At the same time, in the depths of the space between the 4th universe, Jianghu's Grotto Heaven world was also undergoing drastic changes. At the edge of the originally calm and peaceful world, a vortex with a diameter of more than 1 million kilometers appeared. The entire vortex appeared layer by layer, showing 5 colors and emitting monstrous pressure. At the center of the vortex was a passageway with a diameter of 100 kilometers, connecting to the land of origin of the 4th universe. Jianghu's avatar stood in front of the passageway with a serious expression. This is the most critical moment, devour the universe origin. In the boundless Chaos Sea, there was no lack of chaos fog. This was an extremely high-level energy, and so far no great being dared to directly absorb this energy with his body. This was because this was the source of the universe origin. The 4 original universes, the 2 eternal universes, and a large number of miniature universes of celestial venerables absorbed chaos fog to transform into universe origin and expand their size. Similarly, the Grotto Heaven worlds of true lords and Tao lords also absorbed energy to expand, but the Grotto Heaven worlds absorbed universe origin. Under normal circumstances, a universe Tao lord would need to spend millions or even tens of millions of eras to expand his Grotto Heaven world to a diameter of 900 million light-years. That was the limit of a Grotto Heaven world size. This was because the expansion of a Grotto Heaven world was a very long process. It was very difficult to reach a diameter of 900 million light-years. To reach the real limit, which was a diameter of 10 billion light-years, one had to have a heaven-defying opportunity. Although breaking through from a true lord to a Tao lord wasn't a heaven-defying opportunity, it was still a great opportunity. Many cultivators with a strong foundation could devour universe origin to rapidly expand their Grotto Heaven worlds during this process. This way they could lay a solid foundation for their path to becoming a Tao lord. Unlike ordinary cultivators, Jianghu's Mountain Sea Grotto Heaven had already expanded to a diameter of 4 billion light-years by constantly integrating eternal fragments. This didn't mean that he didn't care about the opportunity brought by this breakthrough. On the contrary, he cared too much. This was because the universe origin he devoured could be transformed into experience points. Last time, when he transcended 9 tribulations in the ancient immortal world and broke through to the tribulation transcender realm, the original will of the fourth universe gave him a lot of heavenly Tao origin. And the heavenly Tao origin was a manifestation of the universe origin. In other words, 1 wisp of universe origin equals 10 trillion experience points. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points equals 1,000 wisps of universe origin. Therefore, Jianghu cared too much about this breakthrough. The breakthrough process is very short, so I must devour the universe origin as much as possible. Jianghu's heart was filled with anticipation as he fully activated the devouring power of the Grotto Heaven world. Rumble. Although the colorful vortex channel was only 100 kilometers in diameter, it was crazily devouring the universe origin from the land of the universe origin. Snake-like streams of colorful light flowed along the vortex channel and continuously poured into the mountain sea Grotto Heaven. Every single stream of rainbow light was a universe origin. This speed was naturally many times faster than when Jianghu transcended 9 tribulations in a row. Some of these universe origins directly integrated into the mountain sea Grotto Heaven, expanding the size of the Grotto Heaven world. Most of them were refined by Jianghu. Refine. Jianghu tried his best to refine the universe origins with his primordial spirit. With the strength of his primordial spirit, the efficiency of refining was extremely high. In almost an instant he could refine a universe origin and obtain 10 trillion experience points. However, in Jianghu's view, this speed was far from enough. In just a moment, the vortex channel connecting to the land of origin of the fourth universe disappeared. The breakthrough process from perfected Lord to Tao Lord was over. The diameter of the mountain sea Grotto Heaven has reached 5 billion light years. If I use eternal fragments to upgrade, it will probably take at least 100,000 years. Jianghu smiled. Previously, when he was in seclusion in the 8 Clouds Pavilion, it took him 30,000 years to increase the diameter of the mountain sea Grotto Heaven from 3 billion light years to 4 billion light years. The larger the Grotto Heaven world was, the longer it would take to expand. Through this breakthrough, he directly saved 100,000 years of effort. If an ordinary perfected Lord breaks through to Tao Lord, it would be good if the diameter of the Grotto Heaven world can be increased by 1 million light years. Jianghu was very satisfied with this upgrade, which benefited from his accumulation of foundation. After all, which expert at the perfected Lord level could have a Grotto Heaven world with a diameter of 4 billion light years? However, the biggest gain this time is not the expansion of the Grotto Heaven world. Jianghu glanced at the changes in the experience points panel. Cultivation, True Body, Desolate Level Tao Lord, 1 yuan/100 yuan. Clone, Desolate Level Tao Lord, 1 yuan/100 yuan. Eternal Experience Points, 19183 yuan. In just a short moment he had obtained a total of nearly 20,000 eternal experience points. If he were to hunt Tao Lords, even if he were to kill all the universe Tao Lords, he would have to kill more than 2,000 of them. This was too difficult. Previously, when the major forces of the Chaos Sea ambushed him outside the 8 Clouds ruins, it provided him with a great opportunity to hunt. It was almost impossible for there to be a next time. With so many experience points, at least it will be enough for me to use for a long time. Jianghu thought to himself. In the following time, Jianghu began to carefully comprehend his new realm and strength. At the same time he used the experience points panel to increase his cultivation level and the level of his 2 ultimate techniques. Ever since he reached the perfected Lord level, he was no longer restricted by the restriction of having to refine spiritual fruits to level up. This was because before he became a perfected Lord, his body and primordial spirit could not withstand the impact of rapid leveling up. Therefore, he had to use a large amount of spiritual energy to offset that impact. After he became a perfected Lord, with his strength, he would be able to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine enough energy in an instant. He would no longer need to rely on spiritual fruits. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Jianghu's true body had quietly returned to Universe 4 without causing any commotion. Only the upper echelons of the human race knew that he had returned. During this period of time, the situation in Universe 4 became more and more tense. The human race, the demon race and the ghost race, the 3 peak races, were all trying their best to rope in those top races. The advantage of the human race was naturally Jianghu's promise that after the war, he would give them a certain amount of inheritance information. The advantage of the demon race and the ghost race was that they promised to give better conditions and more inheritance information than the human race. This was because behind these 2 peak races stood Juntian Supreme. This existence had already cultivated to the eternal realm and was not restricted by the Chaos Sea's laws of heaven and earth. He could provide more information about the eternal realm than Jianghu. Although Jianghu had the 8 clouds inheritance, he could not see a large amount of information beyond the heavenly venerable limit. In comparison, his advantage was much smaller. Of course, no matter what, the 2 camps with the 3 peak races as the core were still gradually taking shape. The human race's camp was one side, and the demon race and the ghost race's camp was the other side. Under this undercurrent, the upcoming terrifying war was getting closer and closer. The entire Universe 4 had fallen into the terrifying oppression before an unprecedented super war. Jianghu, come quickly. On this day, Jianghu, who was also cultivating in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, suddenly heard Tao Lord Nine Cloud's voice. His voice was very anxious. Oh. Jianghu immediately felt that something was amiss. This was because Master Nine Clouds was an extremely steady person. He rarely appeared in such an anxious situation. Swoosh. He immediately teleported and arrived at Nine Clouds Hall where Tao Lord Nine Clouds was. In the hall, Venerable Ming, Tao Lord Yanqing, Tao Lord Shirzun, Tao Lord Sword One, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts also teleported over. Almost instantly, a total of 1 heavenly venerable and 23 Tao Lords of the human race, including Tao Lord Nine Clouds who was originally in the hall, arrived. What in the world happened to make Master so anxious? Riverward looked at the frowning Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. The other human experts also had solemn expressions. Everyone felt an invisible pressure. It was an intuition that something was wrong. Everyone. Tao Lord Nine Clouds looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "The situation has just changed." What change? Nine Clouds, what happened? What's going on? All the human experts, including Ming Tianzuan, asked one after another. During this period of time, everyone had been in seclusion cultivation. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was usually in charge of controlling the situation. I just received news that a large number of top races. Tao Lord Nine Clouds said solemnly. Jianghu, Venerable Ming, and the others were shocked. The Tao Lords of the top races were the key to this race war. In the alliance of the human race, the demon race, and the ghost race, whoever could obtain more would have a greater advantage. Judging from Tao Lord Nine Clouds' grim expression, could it be that many top races had joined the alliance? There are a total of 194 top races, close to 10,000 ordinary races and billions of weak races. They have formed an unprecedented new faction, the Myriad Races Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Clouds said in a deep voice. The Myriad Races Alliance. Instantly the hall was in an uproar. Jianghu, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts were all shocked. This was a huge change in the situation that changed the current situation of Universe 4. First released, then changed. Chapter 638. Within Nine Firmaments Palace. The human Tao Lords were shocked and puzzled after hearing Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' words. How is that possible? There are so many clans. It's too difficult to unite them. Yes, if they could form an alliance they would have done so many years ago. They wouldn't have waited until now. The sudden appearance of the alliance of myriad races was too shocking. There were a total of 3 peak races in the 4th universe. They were in a tripartite situation and controlled more than 90% of the entire universe. Although the 3 races were at war with each other, everyone had a tacit understanding for their own interests. They wouldn't sit back and watch a 4th peak race appear. For example, the Battle Rune race of the Purple Firmament sect in the human territory and the Ancient God race of the Jianghu continent in the Outer Realm battlefield. The Tao Lord Patriarchs of these races were once existences who had the potential to become celestial venerables. However, before they could mature, they were destroyed by the experts of the 3 races. Those top clans, close to 10,000 ordinary clans and billions of weak clans, if they wanted to survive, they basically had to rely on stronger clans to ensure their survival. Therefore, the situation in the 4th universe had been relatively stable for countless years under the control of the 3 peak races. Moreover, although so many peak, ordinary and weak races were scattered in various corners of the universe, they weren't harmonious. Many races had grudges between them. Let so many races form an alliance? The alliance of the human camp, the monster race, and the ghost race had never considered such a situation. After all, in such a short period of time, it was too difficult to unite the countless clans. It was almost impossible. In addition, the strength of the ordinary and weak clans was indeed very weak. As there were no Tao Lords, they were in precarious situations in the universe. They could only rely on the protection of the peak races to survive. Even if they formed an alliance, they wouldn't pose a threat to the 3 peak races. Naturally, everyone ignored the possibility of them forming an alliance. The real threat to the three pinnacle clans was the alliance of 194 pinnacle clans. 194 peak races. How many Dao Lords do they have? How did they do it? Jianghu couldn't believe it. An alliance between races wasn't something that could be settled by everyone sitting together and talking. Moreover, the alliance of myriad races involved so many races. There were grievances, disputes over interests, who had a higher status, who had a lower status, and who was the leader. These were all contradictions. It was too difficult to twist everyone into a single group. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments said in a deep voice, an external force is behind all of this. In the past, the fourth universe was under the control of the three pinnacle races, and the situation was relatively stable. Those races were not under enough pressure. And now, because the two camps were trying to rope them in, their team was being forced. Under these circumstances, there were naturally some Dao Lords who didn't want to help either side. However, they were worried that they wouldn't be strong enough by themselves. Thus, some Dao Lords began to form factions in secret. Although there were signs before, I didn't take it seriously because the scale was small. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the situation would change so drastically? The small alliances would suddenly form a super alliance. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments explained the situation and said solemnly, furthermore, the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance is Patriarch Demon Heart. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the human clan experts in the hall changed slightly. Patriarch Demon Heart. He was a lone heavenly venerate of the fourth universe. He was an extremely mysterious existence who rarely appeared in the fourth universe. Among the lone heavenly venerates, Heavenly Venerate Bluestone and Patriarch Demon Heart were equally mysterious. All the factions in the Chaos Sea were wary of them. This was because they had dominated the Chaos Sea for so long and had never been defeated. They also never participated in the disputes between factions. In terms of overall strength, the newly formed Myriad Races Alliance was definitely ranked in the top 5 of the Chaos Sea. However, a mysterious existence like Patriarch Demon Heart had become the leader of the Myriad Races Alliance without any warning. There are 194 pinnacle races in the Myriad Races Alliance, and each race has at least one Dao Lord expert. In total, there are more than 600 Dao Lords. Furthermore, some of the Dao Lords in the human camp, the demon camp, and the ghost camp have left and joined the Myriad Races Alliance, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments said solemnly. Left? The human experts didn't look too good. Of course, everyone understood that vassal races were ultimately just vassals. It was impossible to make them follow unswervingly. Before this, the various pinnacle races had no choice but to make a choice when faced with the recruitment of the two camps. Although many had gritted their teeth and joined the human race, however, when some of the pinnacle races secretly formed an alliance, it was naturally easy to take away these unwilling races. Nine Firmaments, how many Dao Lords in our human camp are missing? Venerable Ming asked in a low voice. A while ago, the human camp had 192 Dao Lords. But now, including us, there are 161 left. I'm afraid there will be more Dao Lords coming to bid farewell. If they want to leave, we can't stop them. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head with a bitter smile. For a time, Nine Firmaments' palace fell silent. The atmosphere was very stifling. Jianghu, Venerable Ming, and the other human experts all had grim expressions. When those races had come to join the human camp, they had merely done so. Although they had received promises from the human race, they couldn't sell themselves to the human race forever. If the human race forcefully stopped them, it would probably cause an even greater storm. There's another piece of bad news, Dao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Upon hearing this, Jianghu, Venerable Ming, and the others smiled bitterly. There's more? There are a total of 8 heavenly venerables in the fourth universe, including Patriarch Demon Heart. 5 of them have joined the Myriad Races Alliance. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments looked at everyone with a grave expression. Immediately, everyone fell silent. If the Myriad Races Alliance only had a large number of Dao Lords, everyone could accept it. But now, the Myriad Races Alliance had actually recruited so many heavenly venerables at the heavenly venerables level. The situation was different. Even if heavenly venerables were limited by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe and could only display the combat strength of a Dao Lord, they were still invincible. One invincible expert was enough to change the outcome of a war, let alone 5. What I'm worried about now is whether they also have that many 7th-tier supreme treasures. Or even 8th-tier supreme treasures. Jianghu's eyes flickered as he said slowly. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed. That's right. The Fey race and Ghost race each suddenly had 10 7th-tier supreme treasures, and the two heavenly venerables of their race suddenly had an 8th-tier supreme treasure. Behind all of this, there was a huge mastermind behind all of this. No matter how they looked at it now, the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance was very strange. Perhaps their alliance was manipulated by the Big Black Hand then? The possibility of them having 7th-tier supreme treasures or even 8th-tier supreme treasures was very high. Wait, we can only wait now. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sighed softly. After the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance, it's still uncertain whether they'll be friends or foes. Previously, the individual races didn't have the confidence to negotiate or make demands with the two major factions. But now, they're considered one of the top 5 major factions in the Chaos Sea. They're enough to influence the direction of this race war. It can be said that whichever side they join, that side will win. I believe that the formation of the Myriad Races Alliance is definitely not accidental. Especially that Patriarch Demon Heart. He never participated in the conflict between factions before. This time he quietly became the leader of this super faction. He definitely has a request. Therefore the Myriad Races Alliance will make a move very soon. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments regained his calm. The experts of the human race nodded in agreement. Although the situation was terrible, it wasn't to the point of being at the end of the line. If they really join the alliance of the demon race and ghost race, then don't blame me for going on a killing spree. Jianghu thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This was his main body now. In terms of strength, his main body was naturally stronger. The strength of his clone's primordial spirit was still at the level of a Tao Lord, but his main body's primordial spirit was already at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable. 8 Firmaments 2 Ultimate Techniques, 8 Lives and Cloud Annihilation, target the body and primordial spirit respectively. These two ultimate techniques aren't just cultivation methods. They also have mysterious and powerful offensive methods. The contents of the two ultimate techniques surfaced in Jianghu's mind. The offensive method of 8 lives was to allow the body to explode with greater strength for a short period of time. Simply put, it was similar to self-destruction. It allowed the body's strength to explode in an instant. It allowed the cultivator's strength to increase by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The offensive method of cloud annihilation was to attack with the primordial spirit. It was a very simple offensive method. However, the Great Tao was simple. The simpler the method, the easier it was to cause great damage to the enemy. However, the minimum requirement to use the primordial spirit attack was that the cultivator's primordial spirit had to be at the level of a first-step heavenly venerable, therefore, his clone couldn't use it previously. Cloud annihilation means that under the primordial spirit attack, any primordial spirit that is weaker than mine will be destroyed like clouds and mist, falling into a muddle-headed state. With the strength of my first-step heavenly venerable primordial spirit, those Tao Lords won't be able to withstand my primordial spirit attack unless they have a 7-step primordial spirit treasure. Jianghu's heart was filled with killing intent. He was a member of the human race. The human race was his home. If anyone dared to destroy his home, he wouldn't be merciful. Of course, this was an extreme case. If the alliance of the myriad races was willing to join the human race, it would be a good thing. This would minimize the human race's losses. After all, once the war started, even if the human race won, they would have to pay a certain price. In a desolate starry sky in the fourth universe, Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon of the demon race and Heavenly Venerable Yendu of the ghost race gathered here. I didn't expect these weak races to form an alliance. That damnable Patriarch Demon Heart. He's the one who pushed all of this to the formation of the alliance of myriad races. He caused some of the Tao Lords who had joined our alliance to leave. There's nothing we can do to stop them or persuade them to leave. Yes, now the initiative is with the alliance of the myriad races. We can only wait and see what they're going to do after forming an alliance. That's all we can do. The alliance of the demon race and ghost race was also caught off guard. Although they suspected that Jun Tian Supreme might be behind this, they couldn't be sure since Jun Tian Supreme didn't take the initiative to contact them. Just like that, another half a month passed. The alliance of the myriad races announced to the fourth universe and the entire Chaos Sea that this super alliance was officially established. As soon as this alliance was established, it became the #1 force in the fourth universe and the top 5 forces in the Chaos Sea. Although the temporary alliance formed by the demon race and ghost race had hundreds of Tao Lords, they were still 2 forces in essence. It was a very loose camp. Compared to them, the alliance of the myriad races was different. This newly formed super force aimed to exist forever. Therefore, although there were many races, their internal structure was very stable in the fourth universe, the headquarters of the alliance of the myriad races. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, surging golden waves rolled in the starry sky. Those stars and planets were like gravel, bobbing up and down in the golden waves, not affected at all. There was a starry sky continent floating among these stars. In the sky above the starry sky continent, huge thrones spread out in a ring shape. On each throne sat or occupied all kinds of strange life forms. Flesh and blood, energy, metal, rock, plant, and so on. Many kinds of life forms emitted powerful auras. In the core, on a black and white throne, sat a young man wearing a black and gold robe with long green hair. His face was both male and female, and he was extremely handsome. His eyes flickered with specks of light. Each speck of light seemed to contain a universe. It was Patriarch Demon Heart. His voice reverberated in every inch of this space-time. Everyone, from today onwards, the alliance of myriad races is officially established. We have come together only for survival, for freedom. Even the most powerful of us here only have 9 Dao Lords. The vast majority of top-tier clans only have a single Dao Lord. If we face the human camp alone, we will naturally be very weak against the combined forces of the demon race and ghost race. If we join their camp, we will be in danger of dying, but we have to do it. And if we take such a big risk, the benefits we will get in the end will be limited. We are also a life form race, and we are also a part of the fourth universe. However, facing the coercion of the two camps, we don't even have the most basic freedom to not help either side and live peacefully. Who will be willing? Patriarch Demon Heart looked around. The Dao Lords all nodded. Not too long ago, they had been caught between a rock and a hard place. Although I, Demon Heart, am a heavenly venerable, in the face of this unprecedented race war, I alone can't affect the overall situation. I am not willing to accept this. Patriarch Demon Heart said in a deep voice. What are we fighting in this vast universe for? It's for the sake of getting what I want and protecting what I care about. If we can't do this, then what's the point of cultivating? Therefore, the alliance of the myriad races was established. Everyone pursues the goals in their hearts and protects what they care about the most. Patriarch Demon Heart's eyes were bright, and he was in high spirits. Let's not talk about the ordinary and weak races. Our alliance of the myriad races has a total of 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Dao Lords. With such strength, even if the 3 peak races work together, they can't do anything to us. Therefore, this race war started by the 3 peak races is not a crisis, but an opportunity for us. An opportunity that can change our fate. As long as we are united, be it now or in the future, our alliance of the myriad races will stand at the peak of the fourth universe. In the future, we might even have a chance to reach eternity and become eternal existences who don't fear the dangers of the cataclysm. Patriarch Demon Heart's voice rang in the ears of every Dao Lord, drawing out the desires in their hearts. They had their own goals and dreams. However, because they were weak, they didn't have the confidence to ask the 3 peak races for their conditions. They could only accept the conditions of the humans, ghosts, and monsters. But now, all they needed to do was look around at the thrones that were densely packed. When they saw the towering figures of 683 Dao Lords, they were filled with confidence. With such a powerful force, he should obtain even more. Just as Patriarch Demon Heart had said, it would be best if they could obtain the 8 Clouds legacy from the humans. That way, the alliance of the myriad races could establish an eternal universe and become an eternal existence in the Chaos Sea. As time flowed on, the Dao Lords who had joined the Human Alliance, the Monster Alliance, and the Ghoul Alliance began to leave and join the alliance of myriad races. It didn't end until the alliance of the myriad races was officially established. When the two factions learned of the final scale of the alliance of the myriad races, they felt an even greater pressure and urgency. 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Dao Lords. If this had been before the race war, they would have been able to crush the 3 peak races. After all, even the strongest race, the humans, only had 1 heavenly venerate and 23 Dao Lords. In the desolate starry sky of the fourth universe, heavenly venerate myriad demon and heavenly venerate Yendu's spiritual consciousnesses gathered once more to discuss the latest situation. Our 2 peak races have joined forces, together with the peak races that were originally subordinate to us. Even though many new Dao Lords have left during this period of time, we still have a few. We still have 389 Dao Lords in our alliance. Most importantly, they have 5 heavenly venerables. Even though we have many 7th grade supreme treasures, the 2 of us have 8th grade supreme treasures. But in a real battle, we still can't defeat the alliance of the myriad races. What should we do? Agree to their conditions? Heavenly venerate myriad demon and heavenly venerate Yendu fell silent. Not long ago, the alliance of the myriad races had come to them with conditions. The conditions were very simple. First, if they obtained 8 clouds inheritance from the humans in the future, the contents of the inheritance had to be shared. Second, they had to give the alliance 3 7th grade supreme treasures. If these 2 conditions were met, the alliance of the myriad races would directly join the alliance. 3 7th grade supreme treasures. They really dare to ask. Heavenly Venerate myriad demons snorted angrily. Originally, the Yao race had obtained 10 7th grade supreme treasures from Jun Tian Supreme, but in the first battle, the humans had taken away 7. The Yao race now only had 3 7th grade supreme treasures left, but the alliance of the myriad races still dared to ask for them. They were indeed very domineering. This isn't strange. Given the same conditions, the alliance of the myriad races would definitely be more willing to join the human camp. Because once they join, the humans will definitely win, and the humans will definitely give them 8 clouds inheritance. Therefore, they're only proposing such ridiculous conditions to us on purpose. I keep feeling that this matter isn't simple. Let's wait a little longer. They should have also proposed conditions to the humans. If the humans refuse, then it'll be much easier for us to negotiate with the alliance of the myriad races. Such ridiculous conditions can be lowered. At the same time, the human camp had indeed received the conditions proposed by the alliance of the myriad races. We humans need to discuss this properly. Once there's a result, we'll naturally reply, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said. Then the alliance of the myriad races will await your reply, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. One of them was a strange life form covered in flames. He bowed slightly, then flew out of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. Moments later, the human experts gathered in 9 Firmaments Hall once more. It was still Tao Lord 9 Firmaments who presided over the meeting. He said directly, the emissary of the alliance of the myriad races just came. Their conditions are indeed as high as we imagined. Tao Lords break through to the heavenly venerate level and cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. They must first be given a portion before they'll join. After the war ends, we'll give them the rest. However, this is only the first situation. There's a second situation. No matter what, we must give them the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. Only then will they not side with either side. Otherwise, they'll join the alliance of the Yao race and the Ghost race. After Tao Lord 9 Firmaments finished speaking, the human experts in the hall were immediately enraged. They really have guts. They really have the guts. How can they not have guts? With so many Tao Lords around, they're naturally confident. Even if they don't side with either side, they still want to ask for the 8 clouds inheritance of how Tao Lords cultivate to the heavenly venerate level. How greedy. Some of the human experts laughed angrily, some sneered, and some were filled with killing intent. However, everyone understood that they had no other choice at the moment. After all, the initiative was in the hands of the alliance of the myriad races. This superpower controlled the direction of the war between the races. We can delay this matter for a while longer. There's no need to rush to reply to them. Let's see if there's a turning point later, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said softly. The human race was indeed unwilling to casually give away their inheritance. After all, even the simplest 8 clouds inheritance had to be shared with the experts of the alliance of the myriad races. Only when they felt that they had benefited greatly would they join the human side. However, if they could benefit greatly from it, it would be equivalent to helping them. The alliance of the myriad races was powerful to begin with. Once they obtained a portion of the inheritance, they would probably become even more powerful. The only good news now is that Heavenly Venerate Lu and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan haven't left. They are indeed experts who keep their promises. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments added Jianghu, Heavenly Venerate Ming, and the other human experts nodded as well. This was really the only good news. With these 2 Heavenly Venerates around, the situation facing the human race would not be as bad as imagined no matter what. Chapter 639. The power structure of the 4th universe gradually became clearer. The human camp. There were a total of 3 Heavenly Venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Ming, Heavenly Venerate Lu, and Heavenly Venerate Lai Shan. Although a portion of the Tao Lords had left, there were still 156 of them left. Among them, Jianghu and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments were invincible Tao Lords in the primal universe. The alliance of the demon and ghost clans. There were a total of 2 Heavenly Venerables. They were Heavenly Venerate Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerate Yen Du. A portion of the Tao Lords had also left. However, they were the alliance of 2 pinnacle races and had brought many vassal races with them. In the end, there were only 389 Tao Lords left. The Myriad Races Alliance. There were a total of 5 heavenly venerables. They were Patriarch Demon Heart, Heavenly Venerate Sanchi, Tao Lord Jade Soul, and other lone heavenly venerables. There were a total of 683 Tao Lords. In terms of overall strength, they absolutely crushed the first 2 camps. Even though the human camp and the Alliance had different amounts of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, they could not compete with the number of experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, who knew if the Myriad Races Alliance did not secretly hide any 7th grade or 8th grade supreme treasures? The current situation was that whichever side the Myriad Races Alliance joined would win. They could control the situation of this war. Human territory, Tao Alliance Heavenly Court. The Myriad Races Alliance, the Alliance. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments stood in front of the palace railings and looked at the endless galaxy. His eyes were filled with worry. They are all waiting for the human race's reply. They are all vainly trying to obtain more information about the inheritance. How can one become a heavenly venerate? How can one cultivate to the limit of a heavenly venerate? If these inheritances are really given to them and spread, it would be equivalent to telling all the major factions about the 8 Clouds inheritance. If we do that, what's the point of Jianghu fighting desperately for the inheritance in the 8 Clouds ruins? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was indeed very troubled. Jianghu had already told the upper echelons of the human race that the source of the changes in the 4th universe and the crisis of the human race was not within this universe. Instead, it was in the primal realms Chaos Sea, the 2 sacred grounds, and the upper realm. Of course, these were only the hidden dangers. As long as these human powerhouses did not leave the 4th universe, the many forces in the Chaos Sea would not be able to threaten them. The human race only needed to solve the crisis within the 4th universe. With the 8 Clouds inheritance, even if they did not go to the Chaos Sea for a short time, they could become more powerful. By then they would not need to fear the various forces in the Chaos Sea. However, the problem was that the crisis in front of them was not easy to solve. Since they knew about the emergence of the Myriad Races Alliance, it was very likely that they were manipulated by the hand behind the scenes. In that case, it was not hard to guess that the alliance of 10,000 races might also have a large number of 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures. With such a large number of experts and so many 7th grade and 8th grade supreme treasures, it was impossible for the human camp to win. Are we really going to give them the legacy information? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. No one would be willing to do that. Based on what Jianghu could see, the 8 Clouds legacy could be divided into 2 parts for humans. The first part was a system of training from low to high, which would allow the race to more efficiently produce Tao Lords. The second part was the method to allow Tao Lords to cultivate to the Heavenly Venerate level, as well as the information regarding the legacies that would allow them to reach the Heavenly Venerate level. Now, what the Alliance of 10,000 races wanted was the second part. With the help of the 8 Clouds inheritance, the human race might be able to produce close to 1,000 Tao Lords in the future. However, there were close to 700 Tao Lords in the Alliance of 10,000 races now. With such a large base, once the Alliance of 10,000 races received the cultivation guidance, they might be able to produce more celestial venerables, or even 1 or 2 invincible celestial venerables. In that case, the 8 Clouds inheritance that Jianghu had risked his life to obtain would be taken advantage of by the other races. After all, the human race would need a long time to benefit from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As long as the Alliance of 10,000 races obtained it, they would be able to benefit from it. In that case, I might as well fight to the death. The other races won't be able to get anything at all. Tao Lord 9 Firmament's eyes were filled with determination. At most, we'll implement the Tinder plan. The human elites will enter Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe, and the high-level great beings will enter the ancient Tao Source world. We'll lay low for a period of time. When the human race is strong enough, we'll take back our original territory and even occupy the entire 4th universe. Of course, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments understood that this was the last resort. The situation hadn't reached that stage yet. The so-called United Camp and the Alliance of 10,000 races couldn't keep their great beings together forever. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the winding corridor below, interrupting Tao Lord 9 Firmaments' thoughts. It was Jianghu, dressed in black armor. Shua. Master. Jianghu stepped in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and bowed. Has your realm stabilized? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments chuckled, hiding his previous worries. He knew that Jianghu had recently broken through and had officially become a Tao Lord. Unfortunately, if this had happened before the Alliance of 10,000 races appeared, Jianghu's breakthrough would have brought about a great turning point in this war. Now, Jianghu's strength alone couldn't change anything in the face of the Alliance of 10,000 races. Yes, it stabilized. Jianghu nodded, then asked, Master, I saw that you seemed a little troubled just now. Are you worried about the upcoming final war? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments didn't hide anything inside. How can I not be troubled? The alliance of 10,000 races is a huge variable. It's like a thorn stuck in the throat of our human race. It hurts to swallow it and it hurts to spit it out. Then what do you mean, Master? Jianghu asked. You risked your life to obtain the Eight Clouds inheritance. It's the hope of our human race's future. If we agree to their request, wouldn't it be letting them off too easily? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments snorted coldly. Why don't we fight to the death and use the bright universe and the ancient Tao origin world as our foundation? Moreover, if anyone dares to destroy our human race's territory, the higher-ups of our human race can also attack their territory. It's better than letting them off too easily. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was filled with killing intent. Jianghu nodded slightly and made up his mind. He then smiled. Master, I have an idea. An idea? Master, my true body is stronger than my avatar, and I have a primordial spirit attack mystic art. This mystic art can target the primordial spirits of Tao Lords and cause them to fall into a daze. Jianghu gave a simple explanation of the primordial spirit attack techniques in Cloud Extinguisher. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Once the battle begins, it's very unlikely that hundreds or thousands of Tao Lords will gather together. The range of your primordial spirit attack shouldn't be too large, right? Indeed, it isn't large. Jianghu nodded and smiled. That's why we need to give them a reason to gather together. If the battle begins, I can face them alone. That way it's very likely that they'll gather together. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head repeatedly. That's not advisable. Let's not talk about whether or not the alliance of 10,000 races will join the alliance. Even if the alliance of 10,000 races joins the alliance, you won't be able to withstand their combined attack. Don't worry, Master. I'm confident. Jianghu smiled confidently. Confident? Master, do you still remember Triple Mountain? Are you talking about the incomplete supreme treasure with the ability to transform into armor? That's right. There's something I haven't told you. Actually, Triple Mountain is a part of Mount Shenhuang. I've already refined Mount Shenhuang by chance. After transforming into armor, this supreme treasure has reached the peak of Tier 9. It has both the functions of an armor supreme treasure and an primordial spirit supreme treasure. Therefore, even if 1,000 Tao Lords attack me, they won't be able to hurt me. Jianghu said confidently. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was stunned. He stared at Jianghu with wide eyes, unable to calm down for a long time. For the usually calm Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, it was rare for him to be shocked for such a long time. This. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments shook his head and calmed down after a long time. Although the situation in the Fourth Universe was tense, the humans were still paying attention to the situation in the Chaos Sea. Therefore, he naturally knew about the disappearance of Mount Shenhuang not long ago. But he didn't expect that it was his disciple who did it. Mount Shenhuang was one of the 3 most dangerous lands in the Chaos Sea. It had stood in the Chaos Sea for a long time. Everyone knew that it was a legendary supreme treasure and wanted to refine it. Over the endless years, even the 2 supremes had failed, but now, his disciple had succeeded? Jianghu played it down and said that he refined it by chance. What kind of opportunity was that? I don't understand you anymore. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. I'm Jianghu, Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race. I'm Master's disciple. Jianghu laughed. All right, since you're so confident, we'll follow your plan and launch a counterattack. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Master, the situation might be better than we expected, Jianghu said. Yes, let the Myriad Races Alliance choose whether to help us or the Alliance. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Previously he had been hesitating. After all, if they fought to the death, the development of the human race would definitely be very slow in the future. They would have to endure for a long time. The Tinder plan was definitely the worst plan. And although Jianghu's plan was crazy, he could fight hundreds or even thousands of Tao Lords alone and an unknown number of Heavenly Venerables. But this was the primal universe. Even if Heavenly Venerables were invincible, it would be difficult for them to break through Jianghu's defenses. Therefore, this crazy plan could still be realized. Afterward, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gathered the upper echelons of the human race to discuss this matter. Together with Heavenly Venerable Ming, he found Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram and discussed it. In the end, everyone agreed to the plan. Since that was the case, let's do it. Let's have a great battle. In the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, A huge astral continent floated in the starry sky covered by golden waves. In the sky above the astral continent, more than 600 thrones were gathered. Each of them emitted a powerful aura. When these 600 auras gathered together, the power produced caused the surrounding spacetime to distort. The Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance had been waiting for the humans' reply. Just now the human emissary had come to reply. We humans are willing to bestow upon you the legacy information of Tao Lords cultivating to become heavenly venerables. This is the limit of what we can agree to. Whether you accept it or not, there is no need for further discussion. If you accept it, join our side and fight against the combined forces of the monsters and ghosts. The human emissary's reply was very straightforward. Whether you accept it or not is up to the Myriad Races Alliance to decide. This reply caused the 5 heavenly venerables and 683 Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to gather together and begin a discussion. This is the humans' reply. Everyone present should know. Even if there are a few who don't know, I'm sure you'll understand after speaking with the other Tao Lords. Even so, what should we choose? Everyone tell us. The humans are too arrogant. They don't take our Myriad Races Alliance seriously at all. Right now, in the entire 4th universe, our Myriad Races Alliance is the strongest. Without our help, they'll definitely be defeated. What exactly is the humans relying on? Given the current situation, how dare they be so arrogant and leave no way out? They're courting death. Immediately, some of the more irascible Tao Lords began to roar. Ever since the Myriad Races Alliance had been established, they felt that their status in the 4th universe had changed. They were no longer the races that needed to rely on peak races to survive, but the powerful Myriad Races Alliance. They were certain that the humans would definitely ask them for help, so they were filled with confidence. But this time, the humans' reply had greatly exceeded their expectations. These experts who had just turned the tables were naturally enraged. At this moment, not only were there Tao Lords roaring angrily, but there were also some Tao Lords conversing in secret. Kushinyu, what is your faction thinking? What are they thinking? Actually, for us Tao Lords, becoming heavenly venerables is what we need the most right now. As for becoming a peak heavenly venerate, that's too far away from us. In our Myriad Races Alliance, the ones who want to become peak heavenly venerables the most are probably the 5 heavenly venerables. If it's just us, the humans' offer is actually enough. I think so too. But the 5 heavenly venerables definitely won't agree so easily, especially Patriarch Demon Heart. That's right. There are also some fellows who were once bullied by peak races and are now bursting with confidence. They think they're amazing now and are standing on Patriarch Demon Heart's side. The 5 heavenly venerables led by Patriarch Demon Heart sat atop the 5 black thrones at the very top, expressionless as they watched the many Tao Lords debate. Patriarch Demon Heart swept his gaze across the densely packed figures and sneered in his heart. The Myriad Races Alliance seems enormous, but in truth, there are many factions within it and it's very chaotic. Some races have life and death grudges against each other. It's only because of the pressure from these 2 factions that they agreed to form an alliance. Some of these factions are too radical and overconfident. Some are cowardly and still look up to peak races like they did in the past, not daring to offend them. Some are calm, some are crafty. Patriarch Demon Heart mused to himself. If I want the humans to hand over the legacies for reaching peak heavenly venerables, I'll have to make them all listen to me. I'll have them all stand on my side on this issue. Tao Lords had incredibly long lifespans, and this matter was of utmost importance. There were many factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, and some of them hated each other. Not even Patriarch Demon Heart was able to control the arguments. After half a month of arguing, no one was able to come to a consensus. This sort of situation was a reflection of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the hidden threat of power struggles. Aside from myself, there are 4 other heavenly venerables and so many Tao Lords. Quite a few of them are quite ambitious. The Myriad Races Alliance is such a powerful organization that there must be quite a few people who want to take control of it. Patriarch Demon Heart very rarely expressed his opinions and had been quietly observing the situation this entire time. However, the other celestial venerable, Empyrean Threefold, would often express his opinions and try to mediate the disputes between the factions that were too intense. All of you are correct, but you have to think about it. The humans once gave birth to an invincible figure like Empyrean Violet Firmament. They have an innate pride that is ingrained in their very bones. Now that their Tao Lord of the mountains and seas has acquired the legacy of 8 clouds, it's only natural that he'll become incredibly ambitious. How could they possibly hand over such an important legacy so easily? Empyrean Threefold said slowly. As soon as he said this, the Tao Lords who had been arguing with each other earlier all nodded. Most of their anger had dissipated. Patriarch Demonheart looked at the smiling Empyrean threefold and thought to himself, it's time to have a chat with the humans. The internal debate within the Myriad Races Alliance continued. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, Jianghu. Master. Jianghu met with Tao Lord Ninifirmaments. Return to Earth right now. The leader of the Myriad Races Alliance, Patriarch Demonheart, has sent a clone to descend upon Earth, Tao Lord Ninifirmaments instructed. Descend upon Earth? Jianghu frowned slightly. Patriarch Demonheart has come alone to negotiate with us humans. Right now, the Tao Alliance's heavenly court has gathered a large number of experts from the human camp. He's unwilling to reveal his identity, so he's come alone to negotiate. I feel that he has the intention of helping us humans, Tao Lord Ninifirmaments said with a smile. Master, you mean to say that he doesn't represent the Myriad Races Alliance, but himself? Jianghu began to understand. That's right. Tao Lord Ninifirmaments nodded gently. Alright, I'll go meet him. Jianghu immediately used the teleportation array to return to Earth. Earth was as peaceful as ever. This time, the war between the races of the Fourth Universe was completely between the pinnacle experts. It didn't affect the countless ordinary living beings on the life-bearing planets. On the wide streets of Earth, one could see warriors dressed in battle armor everywhere. There were also many universe merchants who were discussing business along the way. Skycut District? A figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood in front of the gates of the Skycut District in Pak Sun Province. At present, no one lived in the Skycut District. This was because this district had an extraordinary significance. The legendary human expert Jianghu had once lived here. Thus, the places where Jianghu had lived, including Apricot Garden, had all become sacred places and forbidden zones on Earth. There were warriors guarding them and no one was allowed to trespass. However, this figure dressed in long black and gold robes stood there. The passers-by as well as the guards couldn't see him at all. Father, is this Jianghu's home? Yes, this is Jianghu's home. Haven't you been clamoring to come to Earth to see the greatest leader of our lineage? This time I've spent a lot of money to apply for a place to enter Earth. When we return to Changya planet, you have to train hard in the dojo. That's for sure, Father. I also heard that Jianghu was born in the distant era of the Spirit Chi revival. At that time, Earth had many dilapidated cities and dangerous wilderness areas. I want to go and take a look too. Don't worry, we have enough time on Earth this time. We can see many scenic spots. A group of father and son with black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin looked at the Skycut District in the distance. After talking for a long time they left. This kind of scene was very common. Many people came to visit every day. Early in the Spirit Chi revival era, Jianghu had already become a legendary figure on Earth. After the lineage of Earth entered the universe and reintegrated into the human race of the Tao Alliance, the people of Earth who wandered the universe benefited greatly because of Jianghu. This made them even more grateful and revered Jianghu. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, almost everyone on Earth knew that Jianghu was one of the most powerful beings in the entire human race. Patriarch Demonheart. A voice sounded. The figure dressed in long black and gold robes also turned to look. A young man dressed in black armor walked over unhurriedly from the bustling crowd in the distance. The people around him couldn't see him as if he was in another dimension. On this street, many people of Earth who had come from distant galaxies to see the traces of Jianghu's growth had no idea that Jianghu was walking past them. Jianghu. Patriarch Demonheart smiled. Here, calling you Jianghu should be more cordial than calling you Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas, right? If you're a friend, it doesn't matter what you call me. If you're an enemy, calling me Tao Lord of the Mountains and Seas is more appropriate. Jianghu was neither servile nor overbearing. Ah, that makes sense. Patriarch Demonheart laughed. However, since you've chosen to meet here, it seems that you want to be friends with me? Jianghu raised his head and glanced at the Skyspan district, which hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years. I want to see how the most rapidly rising and talented young legendary expert of the human race rose to prominence. I want to see what kind of environment gave birth to him, Patriarch Demonheart said with a smile. His face was extremely handsome and he looked like both a man and a woman. Although he was in human form, he was actually a special life form known as the Nightmare Tree. He didn't have any gender differences. Jianghu laughed as well. He was willing to listen to such pleasant words. Patriarch Demonheart suddenly turned serious. He looked at Jiang Xi and said solemnly, Jiang Xi, my purpose for coming here is very simple. Now, not only are the Fey and Ghost factions paying attention to this war, but also the final choice of our Myriad Races alliance. Even many factions in Chaos Sea are paying attention. It can be said that whichever side the Myriad Races alliance chooses to side with will definitely win. Jiang Xi nodded gently. Patriarch Demonheart continued, but now the Myriad Races alliance is divided. A portion of them wants to join the human race. Some want to join the human race, while the other wants more information about the legacy. I'm the second group. I only have one purpose for coming here this time. You humans are to pass on the information about the Eight Clouds legacy that allows one to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate realm. His words were very direct and straightforward. Riverward revealed a trace of a sneer. Don't be in a hurry to refuse, Patriarch Demonheart said with a smile. I'm only here to represent myself. In other words, I'm the only one who knows the legacy information you humans give me. I won't pass it on to any other expert of the Myriad Races Alliance. Moreover, I'll guide the experts under my control to make the Myriad Races Alliance join your side. You mean? Jiang Xi understood. Chapter 640. Yes, that's what I meant. The inheritance information you humans gave to the entire Myriad Races Alliance is still what you promised. As for those who cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level, just give me one and I'll help you humans. Right now, the Myriad Races Alliance is divided into two factions, and I still have a lot of influence in the second faction. If I help you, this stalemate will soon end, and the Myriad Races Alliance will join your side. Furthermore, I'm not stupid. After I obtain it, I naturally won't pass it on to other experts. Wouldn't that be nurturing enemies? Patriarch Demonheart stared into Jiang Xi's eyes. What do you or your human race think? Jiang Xi was tempted. If he only passed on the experience of cultivating to the limits of the heavenly venerate level in the Eight Clouds legacy to Patriarch Demonheart, he wouldn't be worried. Unless Patriarch Demonheart was truly stupid, he wouldn't have to worry about him passing it on to others. Just by passing it on to him, I'll be able to exchange it for 683 Dao Lords? Jiang Xi calculated in his heart. Although the crazy plan he had prepared was powerful, it was also very risky. It wasn't that he would be in danger, but that he might not be able to kill so many Dao Lords at once. After all, with the strength of his primordial spirit, the range of his primordial spirit attack from Cloud Extinguisher was limited. Once the crazy plan failed, the war would be in the worst possible situation. But if the Myriad Races Alliance joined the human side, then there would be no risk at all. Wait a moment, Jiang Xi said. At the same time, Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness entered the Skyspan Mountain River painting and met with Venerable Ming and Dao Lord Nine Firmaments. That's his request. Give him the information of cultivating to the limits of the heavenly venerate level in the Eight Clouds legacy, and he'll help us. Jiang Xi briefly recounted the conversation. Venerable Ming Master, what do you think? He finally asked. Just him? Venerable Ming pondered. Right now there are two voices in the Myriad Races Alliance. One is willing to join us, while the other is unwilling and wants more. Patriarch Demonheart is the leader of the second voice. If he helps us, the Myriad Races Alliance's opinion will be unified. It's fine to just give him one. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded in the end. A powerhouse at the limits of an Empyrean won't be able to affect the bigger picture in the primal universe. The inheritance information we give him can be as brief as possible. He doesn't know what kind of inheritance we have. Even if we tell him that this is what we got, what can he do? Venerable Ming smiled. Jiang Xi also nodded. They were the three titans of the human race. After a brief discussion, they all felt that the price of 683 Dao Lords joining them was a deal that they could agree to. Moreover, we gave him a portion before the war and another portion after the war, Jiang Xi said with a smile. Give him a portion before the war to make him envious. After the war, give him another portion. Even if he feels that the latter portion is too simple, the war is already over. So what if he regrets it? Yes. That's it then. You can agree to his request. The three of them quickly came up with a plan. Dao Lord Nine Firmaments had even contacted Heavenly Sovereign Purple Firmaments once and received her approval. Firstly, it was only for one person. Secondly, even if Patriarch Demonheart received a brief inheritance information, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate to the limits of a heavenly venerable Earth. The human race has already discussed and agreed to this deal. Jiang Xi looked at Patriarch Demonheart. Patriarch Demonheart heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Before the war, the human race will give you 1/3 of the inheritance information. If the Myriad Races Alliance joins the human camp to fight, we will give you the other 2/3 after the war. Sure. When will you give me the first 1/3? Very soon. All right. When I receive the first 1/3 of the inheritance information, I will quickly urge the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp. Patriarch Demon Heart nodded. The deal was very straightforward. There was no need to beat around the bush. The human race did indeed obtain a portion of the inheritance information on the same day and handed it to Patriarch Demon Heart. After reading it, he was immediately excited. Just this portion of the information was enough to move him. This made Patriarch Demon Heart look forward to the remaining 2/3 even more. However, he had to wait until the war was over. The upper echelons of the human race were also waiting anxiously. It's been so long. Now that Patriarch Demon Heart has received the inheritance information, he won't refuse to help us, right? Don't worry. Patriarch Demon Heart spent so much effort to create the Myriad Races Alliance and become its leader. Isn't it all for the inheritance to cultivate to the limits of the Empyrean level? He definitely won't give up the remaining 2/3 of the inheritance information. Even so, Jianghu, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were still worried that something unexpected would happen. After all, the Myriad Races Alliance was a superpower with many powerhouses. Even with Patriarch Demon Heart's help, there was no guarantee that they would succeed. Half a month passed quickly. Patriarch Demon Heart finally sent news. The Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus. They have decided to join the human camp. The human camp's powerhouses were gathered in the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. The monster and ghost camp's gathering point was in the Dark Origin Mystic Realm. The Dark Origin Mystic Realm was an extremely dangerous mystic realm in the fourth universe. It was located in the star field where the monster and ghost territories intersected. At this moment, there was an enormous temple floating in the air above the Dark Origin continent within the mystic realm. Nearly half of the peak powerhouses of the fourth universe were gathered within the temple. They were together enjoying fine wine and delicacies. If it weren't for the Myriad Races Alliance, our combined strength would be nothing compared to the puny humans. The Myriad Races Alliance? They're so loose. They've only come together because of the pressure from the other two camps. Once this war is over, just wait and see. They'll definitely be embroiled in internal strife by now. They'll be no match for us at all. If we work together, we'll have many 7th grade treasures and the 8th grade treasures of the 2 celestial exalts. We'll definitely be able to unleash our full power. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp join forces, we still have a chance at victory. Right? These vassal Tao Lords who had joined the dire monster and the ghost race were all chatting amongst themselves. They talked about the war between the races, the Chaos Sea, and other powerhouses. Just as they were chatting happily, Celestial Exalt All-Fiend and Celestial Exalt Yendu suddenly stood up at the same time. Everyone. Celestial Exalt All-Fiend's voice was filled with anger. All the alien Tao Lords in the hall turned their gazes towards him. What is it? What's going on? Why are the Celestial Exalts so angry? Celestial Exalt Yendu said in a low voice, "We just received word that the Myriad Races Alliance has reached a consensus and decided to join the human camp." What? Join the human camp? Not good. The alien Tao Lords all turned pale. Although they had been chatting, none of them were fools. As Tao Lords, they were no fools. Prior to this, they had been confident in their ability to defeat the human camp. However, if the Myriad Races Alliance really did join forces with the human camp, their chances of victory would be far, far lower. Celestial Exalts, we need to move out right away. No, we need to move out right now. A Supreme Universe Tao Lord in beast form let out a low growl. The other alien Tao Lords all looked towards Celestial Exalt All-Fiend and Celestial Exalt Yendu. There's no time for that. Let's join forces. We need to move out right away and attack the core regions of the human race. Right. Let's move out right away. The Myriad Races Alliance has only just reached a consensus. They probably haven't received any of the legacies the humans have given them yet. Let's take advantage of the fact that they haven't joined forces and attack the core regions of the human race, the Tao Alliance's celestial court. The battle between the two camps will only last for a short period of time. By the time the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, the battle might already be over. Speed is paramount in war. Let's seize every second we have. Virtually all of the alien Tao Lords in the hall came to the same decision. All of them understood that if they waited until the Myriad Races Alliance and the human camp joined forces, this battle would become very difficult to win. This battle was filled with many variables. Only by ending the battle as quickly as possible would they be able to eliminate all of them. We have to move quickly. We have to end this battle as quickly as possible. Celestial Exalt All Fiend and Celestial Exalt Yendu exchanged a glance. They were frantic as well. They knew that once the Myriad Races Alliance came to a decision, they would immediately head towards the Tao Alliance's Celestial Court. Given the speed of Supreme Tao Lords and the use of teleportation arrays, they would probably arrive soon. Thus, it would be far too difficult for them to end the battle before the Myriad Races Alliance arrived. However, they had to do this. This was the only way they could possibly win. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The experts in the hall immediately sprang into action. Naturally, they moved quite quickly. A flying treasure that looked like a palace and a flying vessel simultaneously appeared in the Tenebra's secret realm. These two treasures belonged to Empyrean All-Fiend and Empyrean Yendu respectively. They each led close to 200 Tao Lords. What we need to do in this battle is to attack the Human Tao Alliance's Celestial Court. Then we'll work together to crush the human camp and wipe out their remaining forces. Everyone, for the sake of our race, for the sake of our future. Let's go to the Human Tao Alliance's Celestial Court. As Empyrean Alfian's voice echoed throughout the hall, the two flying treasures of the Allied camp simultaneously teleported away. The reason the Allied camp hadn't taken the initiative to attack was because they were waiting for the Myriad Races Alliance to make a decision. After all, if they attacked the humans before the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, the Myriad Races Alliance would definitely be furious. If the Allied camp did so, the Myriad Races Alliance would lose all of their benefits. They would probably quickly join the human camp. They had been afraid of forcing the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human camp and thus hadn't dared to act. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance had made a decision, they naturally didn't need to worry about such things. At the same time, in the human territories, the Tao Alliance's Celestial Court, within Nina Firmament's palace, the human experts were all gathered here, chatting and laughing with each other. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the better, they felt much more relaxed. The Myriad Races Alliance has already agreed to join us. Soon they'll all arrive. Once they do, we'll definitely win this battle. The Monster and Ghost Alliance will have no chance of victory at all. Everyone was waiting for the 5 Empyreans and hundreds of Tao Lords of the Myriad Races Alliance to arrive. Will the Allied camp receive word of this and seize this opportunity to attack us? Tao Lord Longwall suddenly asked. Instantly, the hall fell silent for a moment. Probably not. This was the decision of the highest echelon of the Myriad Races Alliance. Only the Tao Lords and above know of this, as it concerns their personal interests. They immediately notified us as soon as they made their decision. Would they be so stupid as to notify the Allied camp? Unless they had no intention of receiving the legacy at all. Tao Lord Flamespeak laughed. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, not good. Tao Lord Nina Firmament's face turned pale as he suddenly called out, "Assemble immediately! All Tao Lords assemble immediately! Prepare for battle!" His voice rumbled, echoing throughout the entire Tao Alliance heavenly court. All of the 100+ Tao Lords in the human camp heard him. Within the hall, the faces of Jianghu, Empyrean Bright, and the other human experts turned pale as well. They knew that the situation was dire. Tao Lord Nina Firmament said with a grave expression, "Through the skyspan diagram, Empyrean Violet Firmament discovered that the Monster and Ghost Alliance have already set up a large-scale teleportation formation and are hurrying towards our human territory. Given their speed, they'll arrive here soon. We don't have much time left. All of the experts in our human camp must assemble immediately. Jianghu, if the situation looks bad, we'll carry out your crazy plan for now." Understood. Jianghu nodded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One figure after another began to appear within the hall. They were the alien Tao Lords who had joined the human camp. When Jianghu saw this, he wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, a 9-storied pagoda rapidly expanded to stand tall within the hall. At this juncture, he no longer cared if he would expose Skyspan Tower. Moreover, given his current strength, there was no need for him to hide anything. He could use all of his methods without worry. Jianghu shouted, "This is the Tier 7 flying treasure, Skyspan Tower. Everyone please enter and prepare for battle." Alright. A Tier 7 flying treasure? Hurry up and enter. The alien Tao Lords were shocked, especially those who had just joined the human camp. They had never seen such a high-grade treasure before. This boosted their confidence. As long as they hid within the Tier 7 flying treasure, they would be unafraid of almost all of the enemy's attacks. If they could not hold on during the battle, they could hide within the treasure. At the very least, they would be able to preserve their lives. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh. The alien Tao Lords transformed into streaks of light and flew into Skyspan Tower. Once everyone had entered, Tao Lord Nina Firmaments heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, the preparations had been made. They were ready to fight at any time. Then he sent a voice transmission to the 100-odd Tao Lords in Skyspan Tower. Everyone, the alliance of the demons and ghosts has suddenly attacked. They should be here soon. The alliance is far stronger than us, but don't worry. I have another piece of good news for everyone. The Myriad Races Alliance has agreed to join the human camp. We just need to endure for a while and we'll be able to win this battle. The Myriad Races Alliance is joining as well? Haha, don't worry. We promise to fight to the death. The 100-odd alien Tao Lords spoke one after another. They were already tied to the human camp and naturally would not back down. What do we need to do now? At that moment, two more figures appeared in the hall. One was an elf girl in green robes. The other was a special life form, Fire Spirit Mountain. Although he was in human form, his body was covered in a layer of rock that emitted red flames. These two were Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan. Wait. Heavenly Venerable Ming said in a deep voice. That's right. Senior Lu, Senior Lai Shan, you just need to be ready to attack at any time, Jianghu said. All right. Heavenly Venerable Lu and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan did not say anything else. At the same time, Tao Lord Nine Firmament's voice echoed throughout the entire heavenly court. All tribulation transcenders and true monarchs, immediately leave through the teleportation platform. Instantly, the servants and immortal soldiers in the heavenly court began to evacuate in an orderly manner upon hearing this order. In less than a minute, they had all left the heavenly court through the southern heavenly gates teleportation platform. Let's set off as well, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments ordered. Let's go. Jianghu and the others nodded. Next, apart from Jianghu, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Heavenly Venerable Ming, Heavenly Venerable Lu, and Heavenly Venerable Lai Shan all flew into Skyspan Tower. More than 6,000 light-years away from the heavenly court, two flying treasures belonging to the alliance of the demons and ghosts suddenly teleported over. We're already close to the heavenly court of the human Tao Alliance. We'll arrive after teleporting once more. Everyone prepare for battle. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Fiend's cold voice echoed throughout the starry sky. Whoosh! The two flying supreme treasures silently disappeared from this part of the starry sky again. In the next moment, they appeared in the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance, shrouded in dense immortal qi. Floating islands floated in the sky. The heavenly court had been bustling with activity, but now it was deserted. Only a single 9-story tower stood above the countless palaces. Why isn't there a single human here? It's empty. There are no living beings. We can't even find outsiders. As soon as they arrived, Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend and Celestial Venerable Yendu were shocked to discover that the core area of the human Tao Alliance seemed to have become a land of death. Not a single living being could be found. This was the situation they had been most worried about. That 9-story tower should belong to Tao Lord Mountain Sea. It appeared in the 8 cloud ruins before. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend's gaze landed on Skyspan Tower. I remember that the news from the 8 cloud ruins said that this tower was suspected to be a 7th grade flying treasure, Celestial Venerable Yendu said in a low voice. A 7th grade flying treasure might be sturdy, but we can still shake it. What I'm afraid of is that our attacks won't be able to defeat them in a short period of time. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend snorted angrily. That's what I'm afraid of. If they continue to hide like this, they'll be able to stall until the Myriad Races Alliance arrives. Celestial Venerable Yendu was worried as well. Damn it. Damn humans. How did they know we were on the move? We were so fast. They should have been caught off guard. The alien Tao Lords of the allied factions were furious as well. Let's attack first. I refuse to believe that 2 Celestial Venerables and 389 Tao Lords working together won't be able to shake this tower. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend growled. Wipe out the humans. Crush the human faction. Instantly, the experts in the 2 flying treasures of the Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan began to use all kinds of powerful attacks. Countless secret arts took form, each of them enormous and emanating terrifying auras that covered an area of 100 light-years around the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. The target of their attacks was the 9-story tower. Boom, 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 boom. Attacks that blotted out the skies came crashing down upon the tower at almost the exact same moment. Whoosh! Stellar rivers exploded as the heavens and the earth rumbled. Countless spatial fragments surged out from the void, forming chaotic streams of space. The extravagant palaces and immortal islands of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court were all shattered and transformed into dust. Bus, 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 bus. Those powerful secret arts wanted to pierce through the barriers of the treasures and attack the experts of the human faction. In the end, when everything finally calmed down, the Heavenspan Tower remained completely unscathed. They withstood it? How is that possible? So many of us joined forces. That attack just now was backed by 4 7th-grade offensive treasures. They definitely should have been able to pierce through the barriers of the flying treasures and injure or even kill the Tao Lords inside. Celestial Venerable Myriad Fiend, Celestial Venerable Yendu, and the other experts of the allied factions were all shocked and in disbelief. Their all-out attacks hadn't been able to cause any damage to the human faction at all. All they had done was destroy the Tao Alliance's heavenly court. However, even if they destroyed 10,000 Tao Alliance heavenly courts, it would be useless. So long as the human experts were still alive, given how wealthy the humans were, they would be able to instantly rebuild one. Within the treasures of the Heavenspan Tower, the experts of the human faction all let out sighs of relief. If they had been outside, half of them would have perished under the terrifying attack that had covered the sky and earth. The allied factions had nearly 400 Tao Lords in total after all. The human faction, however, only had 100 or so Tao Lords. The difference in power was simply too great. Fortunately, they had managed to block it. Only Jianghu had a calm look on his face. Others didn't know how powerful the Heavenspan Tower was, but as the owner of the treasure, he naturally did in the primal universe. Even if 10 times or 100 times the number of enemies came, they still wouldn't be able to breach the Heavenspan Tower. If that's the case, then all we need to do is wait. Wait for the alliance of myriad races to arrive. Tao Lord Nina Firmaments glanced at Jianghu, finding it increasingly difficult to understand this disciple of his. This 9-story pagoda was another powerful supreme treasure unknown to the human race. Chapter 641. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Myriad Races Alliance, above the starry sky continent surrounded by golden waves, the 683 Tao Lords and 5 heavenly venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance were all sitting on those thrones. They had just come to a consensus and were waiting for the inheritance information of the Tao Lords that the humans had promised. Patriarch Demonheart sat on the highest black throne with a smile on his face. He was very pleased with himself. I used the Myriad Races Alliance's power to force the humans. Then, I secretly contacted the humans and asked for the inheritance. After some planning, I easily obtained the inheritance information of the peak heavenly venerables. Thinking of this, Patriarch Demonheart became even more pleased with himself. In fact, ever since Jianghu obtained 8 Clouds' inheritance, Patriarch Demonheart knew that there was bound to be a great upheaval in the 4th universe. The increasingly powerful humans would have more and more conflicts with the other races in the 4th universe. There might even be a huge storm. Therefore, from then on, he began to secretly make arrangements to befriend the Tao Lords of the top races. The Tao Lords of the top races were inferior to the peak races. They naturally wanted to befriend heavenly venerables. Therefore, Patriarch Demonheart quickly set up a huge network of connections. However, what surprised him was that the Demon Clan and the Ghost Clan would suddenly start a war without any warning. According to his estimation, it would take at least 1,000,000 years or even an epoch for the war to break out. However, he didn't think too much about it and immediately set out to establish the Myriad Races Alliance. What surprised him even more was that the process of establishing the alliance was surprisingly smooth. It seemed that there were no obstacles at all. The Myriad Races Alliance was established with 194 top races as the core. Patriarch Demonheart could guess that the forces of the Chaos Sea must have interfered. After all, the news that the humans in the 2nd and 3rd universes were almost wiped out had already spread. As a heavenly venerate, he naturally knew this news, so it wasn't difficult to guess the connection behind it. You want to wipe out the humans in the various universes? It has nothing to do with me. The authority of the alliance of 10,000 races is useless to me. I only seek freedom and true immortality. Patriarch Demonheart was filled with ambition. He was a heavenly venerate who didn't like to participate in the disputes between factions. He didn't like power this time. He established the alliance of 10,000 races just to use it as a bargaining chip to exchange for the inheritance information he needed from the human race. Now that the alliance of 10,000 races had reached a consensus and decided to join the human race, he had achieved a small part of his goal. He had already obtained 1/3 of the inheritance information for cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean. As for the other 4 heavenly venerates, Patriarch Demonheart had only taken out a small portion of the original 1/3 in order to keep them in check. This was more than enough. He would definitely make a profit. At this moment, Patriarch Demon Heart was holding a communication bead, waiting for a message from the human race. He had obtained the inheritance information he wanted, but the other experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had not. Only after the other experts acquired the legacies on how to break through from the Downlord level to the Empyrean level would they be considered to have truly joined the human alliance. At this moment, a message came from the communication bead. The smile on Patriarch Demon Heart's face grew even wider. But in the next moment, it disappeared, replaced by a solemn and furious look. He swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted angrily, "Everyone, just now we've reached a consensus. But now, the allied forces of the monster race and the ghoul race have actually reached the heavenly court of the Human Tao Alliance." His angry shout reverberated through every inch of space in the entire astral continent. The many Tao Lords who had been chatting and laughing were instantly dumbfounded. Why would the allied forces suddenly attack? We just came to an agreement. This is too much of a coincidence. Oh, who was it that spread the news? Didn't they know that doing so would cause us to lose the inheritance information we were about to obtain? Who leaked it? The Tao Lords were instantly enraged. The angriest of all was Patriarch Demon Heart, because this could very well ruin his plans. Clearly one of us must have leaked the news. Patriarch Demon Heart's cold gaze swept across the many Tao Lords present. This is destroying the hopes of all Tao Lords for breaking through in the future. This is unforgivable. Of course, perhaps one of us accidentally leaked the information while chatting with a disciple or a friend. There's no need to fuss over this for now. The human alliance is relying on the might of the Supreme Treasure to resist the allied forces' attacks. Therefore, the situation hasn't worsened. What we need to do now is immediately head to the human territory and join the human alliance. Patriarch Demon Heart made a prompt decision. Agreed. Agreed. Let's head out right now. None of the experts present can be missing. Anyone who doesn't go will be suspected of leaking the information. Some of the Tao Lords were furious that their hopes of breaking through to become celestial exalts had been destroyed. They looked at everyone as though they were the ones who had leaked the information. Soon, 5 flying supreme treasures emanating powerful auras appeared in the skies above the astral continent. Immediately afterwards, an enormous teleportation array appeared out of nowhere and teleported them away. Although they were an alliance, the internal strife between the various factions was quite severe. Some of the top-tier clans had mortal enmity with each other and were naturally unwilling to stay together. Thus they had split into 5 squads. Each squad had more than 100 Tao Lords and was led by a lone celestial exalt. One could imagine how powerful such an enormous organization was. The human territory. The Tao Alliance's celestial court. A 9-story tower towered in the void. Off in the distance, 2 6th-grade supreme treasures were scattered. The Tao Lords within them were wildly attacking with abandon. The earth-shattering momentum caused the void to turn into a spatial torrent that crashed onto the heavenly tower with a rumble. Whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Although the skypiercer was trembling slightly, it seemed to have taken root and remained standing in the void. It wasn't sent flying. This caused the experts of the Alliance to feel extremely stunned. We have so many Tao Lords, 2 celestial exalts, and 4 7th-grade supreme treasures. Even with such a powerful alliance, we still aren't able to send that 9-story tower flying. Can it be that the 100-plus Tao Lords of the Human Alliance are all helping to stabilize that flying supreme treasure? This 9-story tower is controlled by Tao Lord Mountain C. He received the 8 Clouds legacy. Indeed, all sorts of strange things can happen. Perhaps this is one of the techniques of the 8 Clouds legacy. It seems we'll have to fight a war of attrition. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll be in trouble. No matter what, we can't give up on this battle. Even if it isn't for the legacy, we can't just watch as the humans grow stronger. We've joined forces. If we let the humans roam free and unfettered, that would be a huge joke. Some of the experts of the Alliance were furious, while others were helpless. Soon the attacks came to a halt. They knew very well that continuing to attack like this would be a waste of energy. Within the supreme treasure space of Skirich Tower. Send Skirich Tower flying? Jianghu's expression was calm. Even if they were in the Chaos Sea and a third-step Celestial Exalted was unable to do anything to Skirich Tower, these Tao Lords were nothing. Let's wait. Once the Myriad Races Alliance arrives, we'll win. Tao Lord 9 Firmament said softly. Jianghu and the other experts of the human race nodded gently as well. This was especially true for Jianghu. He knew very well that although Skirich Tower was unshakable, it was still restricted by the laws of heaven and earth of the primal universe. He was unable to unleash its full power. Be it supreme treasures or living beings, they all had to abide by the laws of the limits of Tao Lords. Without the help of the Myriad Races Alliance, the alliance of the Yao and Ghoul races could completely trap Skirich Tower and the Human Alliance forever. To be precise, the alliance had close to 400 Tao Lords. They only needed to leave behind 70 to 80% of their experts to suppress the Human Alliance. As for the other Tao Lords, they could take turns and head to the Chaos Sea to increase their strength at any time. They could also take away the territory of the human race and restrict their development. Under such circumstances, the alien Tao Lords who had joined the Human Alliance would probably not be able to hold on. They might even leave the alliance directly. This way, the Human Alliance would become weaker and weaker until they had no power to resist. If that's really the case, then I can only resort to a crazy plan. The only problem was that this plan was too risky. If it failed, they would not be able to wipe out the alliance's strength and would not have a second chance. At that time, the human race would still be in great danger. Jianghu looked through Skirich Tower at the two flying supreme treasures that were far apart in the starry sky outside. Clearly, the Yao and Ghoul races were also very cautious and did not gather together. That's why it's up to the Myriad Races Alliance. With their participation, the Human Alliance will have a great advantage. Jianghu thought. Oh. At this moment, Jianghu, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, Celestial Venerable Ming, Celestial Venerable Lu, Celestial Venerable Lai Shan, and the other Tao Lords in Skirich Tower sensed the spacetime ripples outside and immediately grew excited. The two flying supreme treasures of the Tao Alliance's celestial court were like war fortresses that had become incomparably large. However, they were very far apart from each other. They're here. The Myriad Races Alliance has arrived. The experts of the Yao and Ghoul Races Alliance sensed the spacetime ripples as well. Their expressions changed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, 5 flying supreme treasures of different shapes appeared out of nowhere in the starry sky, each emanating a towering aura. Clearly, the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance had intentionally spread this aura in order to show off their might as the strongest power in the fourth universe. Humans, we've arrived. We'll decide the outcome of this battle. Loud laughter and roars rang out from the 5 flying supreme treasures one after another, echoing throughout the starry sky. Myriad Races Alliance, please act quickly. We'll join forces and repel the alliance. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments responded on behalf of the Human Alliance. No rush. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, don't be hasty. You humans haven't given us the inheritance you promised. According to our agreement, you'll give us a portion before the battle, and another portion after the battle. Now please take out a portion of the inheritance. We'll examine it and verify it. Once we've verified it, we'll naturally help you. Otherwise, it'll be difficult for us to act. Yes, that's the principle. Take out a portion of the inheritance first. The leaders of the various factions within the Myriad Races Alliance all said the same thing. Jianghu, venerated Ming, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the other human experts exchanged glances, then nodded. Soon, everyone gathered in the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. Within the mountain-river diagram, there was a stone table floating in the starry sky. Jianghu, venerated Ming, and Tao Lord 9 Firmaments sat on one side. On the other side were the 5 celestial venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance and the representatives of the various factions. Due to the human race's permission, their spiritual senses could also enter the sky-piercing mountain and river diagram. This is a fair trade. Now that we haven't seen the inheritance, the Myriad Races Alliance won't help us for free. Patriarch Demonheart laughed. According to our agreement, before the battle, you'll have to provide us with a portion of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates. Now, please allow us to view that portion of the inheritance. Only then can we confirm that you aren't fooling us. Only then will we agree to join you and help you deal with the allied faction. Celestial Venerate Sanchi said in a low voice. Everyone, there's no need to worry. The inheritance has been prepared long ago. You can view it now. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. All right. That's good. The experts of the Myriad Races Alliance all spoke out. Then let's begin. Everyone take a careful look. We humans never cheat. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed. Immediately after, he displayed the portion of the inheritance he had prepared in the starry sky. All sorts of runes, diagrams and other things flowed in a mysterious manner in the starry sky. The heavenly venerates of the Myriad Races Alliance, as well as the Tao Lords who were the leaders of the factions, looked over seriously and studied it carefully. Even Patriarch Demonheart was watching curiously. Although he was already a heavenly venerate, he was still muddle-headed when he broke through to become a heavenly venerate. He had no systematic experience at all. Upon seeing this, Jianghu, Heavenly Venerate Sanchi, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances and nodded slightly. They were filled with confidence. This was especially so for Jianghu. This was the inheritance information he had meticulously prepared. Although it was much simpler and had omitted many important points, it was still within the Myriad Races Alliance. However, no matter what, this was chosen from the vast number of inheritance stones in the Eight Clouds inheritance. No matter how simplified it was many times better than the inheritances of the various factions in the Chaos Sea. In the entire Chaos Sea, only the two sacred grounds might have inheritances that allowed one to break through from Tao Lord to Heavenly Venerate. The other factions were all trying to cross the river by feeling their way through. They did not know the correct way to become a Heavenly Venerate. Jianghu believed that the inheritance information he had compiled would definitely leave any Tao Lord stunned. Furthermore, they would be filled with desire for the remaining inheritance information. Therefore, he was not afraid that the Myriad Races Alliance would not help the human race. There's a lot of information. Even with the strength of a Tao Lord's essence soul, it will take a while to finish reading it all. Jianghu sent a voice transmission. Then let's wait a little longer. We're all in Sky Piercer Tower now. The Alliance can't do anything to us. There's no harm in waiting a little longer, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said with a smile. Once the Myriad Races Alliance joins us, we'll definitely win this battle. Heavenly Venerate Sanchi was also smiling. The three of them were not the only ones waiting. The other experts in the human camp were also waiting anxiously. Time passed by the minute and second. Instead, it was the experts of the Fae and Ghost factions who were getting impatient. Why is there still no movement? Are we just going to wait here? Don't be anxious. Previously, when the Myriad Races Alliance made their decision, we immediately took action. Therefore, they probably didn't have time to obtain the inheritance information from the human race. Now that they're here, they must have seen the inheritance information before deciding whether to join us. I expect that they're currently analyzing the information, Empyrean Demonis said. We absolutely can't act rashly right now. If we attack in advance, there's a very high chance that we'll enrage the Myriad Races Alliance and push them towards the human camp. Empyrean Yendu nodded as well. Can it be that the two Empyreans believe that the Myriad Races Alliance still has a chance of joining us? A Tao Lord asked boldly. The chances are slim, but if we attack now, there'll be no hope. Let's wait a little longer. There might be a chance, Empyrean Demonis said. The other alien Tao Lords all exchanged glances. They had already calculated many times. It was impossible for the Myriad Races Alliance to join them. A chance? There's still one more chapter to go. Chapter 642. The Tao Alliance's celestial court was the core of the human domain, and the human domain was the core of the fourth universe. It could be said that this was the central region of the fourth universe. At this moment, the cosmos was extremely quiet. 8 colossal objects stood there quietly. They were the Skypiercer Tower of the human camp, the 2 flying-type true treasures of the allied camp, and the 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. All of them were filled with Tao Lords and above. More than 90% of the Tao Lords of the fourth universe and almost all of the celestial venerables were gathered here. Each of them had the power to destroy spacetime with a flip of their hand. They could easily establish a powerful top-tier race. And now they were all gathered here for a great battle. This battle would affect the future of the fourth universe and change the power structure of the entire universe. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done as well. The 5 flying-type true treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance leaned against each other. The representatives who had been sent out to check the legacy information didn't communicate within the Skypiercer diagram. Instead, they communicated with their spiritual senses outside. We've studied this part of the inheritance information. Everyone tell us, what do you think of the inheritance information? A deep voice sounded. It's all right. It's somewhat useful. It's so. This is the 8 Clouds legacy that all the major powers of the Chaos Sea are going crazy over? Why is the legacy information for becoming an celestial venerable so simple? It's too ordinary. A few of the 5 celestial venerables of the Myriad Races Alliance shook their heads. Most of the leaders of the various factions shook their heads as well. Some were disdainful. Everyone make your decision. Do you choose to join the human camp now or do you choose to support me? The deep voice continued. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, do you even need to ask? I support you. Haha. Everyone knows what to choose now. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, you are the most suitable leader of the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course you have to keep your promise. Celestial Venerable Sanchi, The legacy information you provided us is even more detailed than the humans. We naturally support you. Yes, the legacy you provided greatly increases our chances of becoming celestial venerables. We support you. The leaders of the various factions of the Myriad Races Alliance were surprisingly united in their opinions. Exalted Celestial Trinity sent a mental message. Alright, then let's follow the second plan we came up with. We'll continue to make requests of the humans. If they agree, we will join the human race. If they still don't show any sincerity, then everyone should know what to do, right? Understood. Let's follow this plan. The leaders of the major factions of the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the three Heaven Venerables on their own answered. They had already discussed this. The plan that Celestial Lord Sanchi had come up with was very harsh for the human race. However, it was absolutely in line with the common interests of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Of course, they would not object. After all, only an alliance with the same interests would be the most united and stable. Inside the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in front of the stone table in the starry sky, Jianghu, Venerated Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments were all looking at the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance, waiting for their reply. I will represent the Myriad Races Alliance. A heavenly venerable with 3 heads and a body covered in blue snake scales suddenly spoke. Jianghu and the other 2 were all surprised. However, the leader of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, Patriarch Demonheart, was rather taken aback. He hurriedly turned to look at the other heavenly venerables and the leaders of the various factions. That's right. The Alliance of 10,000 Races is now represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. That's right. Celestial Lord Sanchi is our leader. The other experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races all spoke out. Patriarch Demonheart's expression instantly turned very ugly. His true body in the real world immediately sent a mental message to the Tao Lords under his command, wanting to understand the situation. In truth, Patriarch Demonheart had noticed when Celestial Lord Sanchi and the other experts had been communicating through their spiritual senses. However, those experts hadn't spoken to him mentally, so he didn't know what they were talking about. In addition, spiritual sense communication was fast to begin with. It was settled in just a few seconds. Although he was puzzled, he didn't have the time to ask any questions. Celestial Lord Sanchi had suddenly said that he represented the entire Alliance of 10,000 Races. Patriarch, we indeed all have Celestial Lord Sanchi as our representative. Lord Celestial, I'm very sorry. This involves our own interests. After the negotiations are over, we'll explain the situation to you in detail. Patriarch, the Tao Lords who had been close to him all said the same thing. Patriarch Demonheart was instantly filled with anger. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, these Tao Lords were his foundation in the Alliance of 10,000 Races. They were also the group of Tao Lords who had the best relationship with him. At the same time, Jianghu, Celestial Lord Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments exchanged glances within the Skyspan Mountains River diagram. They also realized that Patriarch Demonheart and the other heavenly venerables hadn't spoken out against it. Clearly, the Alliance of 10,000 Races truly was represented by Celestial Lord Sanchi. Celestial Lord Sanchi? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled. Please speak. We've already seen the information you gave us regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi's 3 heads looked at the 3 human experts. Then he said in a cold voice, unfortunately, we're not satisfied. The faces of Jianghu, Celestial Lord Ming and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments all changed. Not satisfied? Jianghu frowned. He had personally organized this information. It was definitely information that would make all the major factions in the Chaos Sea envious. How could the Alliance of 10,000 Races not be satisfied? Celestial Lord Sanchi, what do you mean? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments remained calm. Just this information alone isn't worth the risk for our Alliance of 10,000 Races. If you really want the Alliance of 10,000 Races to join, show us your sincerity and give us more detailed and richer information regarding your legacies. Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. More? Riverward and the other 2 exchanged glances. At the same time, they secretly communicated with each other. They're raising the price. They're certain that we humans have a favor to ask of them, so they're asking for more. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sent a voice transmission. Greed is a bottomless pit. Even if we give them more detailed legacies, they'll think that we have more that we haven't taken out. They'll probably continue to extort us, Celestial Lord Ming added. Jianghu, do you think the information we've given them is enough? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked. It's definitely enough. Any more and it'll shake the foundation of our human race's future development. Jianghu said solemnly. The 3 discussed for a while, then came to a decision. They looked at the representative of the Alliance of 10,000 Races. Tao Lord 9 Firmament said, "This is the most detailed information we can provide. If you want more, I'm sorry, but we don't have it. If your Alliance of 10,000 Races is willing to help us, we'll naturally take out the other half once the war is over." "You really don't have it?" Celestial Lord Sanchi frowned. "No." Tao Lord 9 Firmament shook his head. Jianghu frowned as well. The Alliance of 10,000 Races had suddenly raised the price at such a critical moment. It was indeed quite displeasing. If that's the case. Celestial Lord Sanchi turned to look at the other 3 Celestial Lords beside him, as well as the leaders of the various factions. They all nodded slightly. "The information you humans have given us is too crude. It's not worth the risk." Celestial Lord Sanchi said coldly. "You're too greedy?" Tao Lord 9 Firmament said solemnly, suppressing his anger. "Don't go overboard." Celestial Lord Ming snorted coldly. Jianghu only sneered. "Of course there's another solution." Celestial Lord Sanchi did not care about the attitude of the 3 powerhouses of the human race. He continued, "We don't need any more inheritances, but if you, Tao Lord Mountain Sea," he stared fixedly at Jianghu. "If you're willing, swear on the 8-cloud inheritance mark that after the war ends, accompany me to the Great Sky Holy Land. Our Alliance of 10,000 Races can also join the human camp." Celestial Lord Sanchi finally revealed his true motive. "That's impossible. Don't even think about it." Tao Lord 9 Firmaments and Celestial Lord Ming shouted coldly at the same time. "There's no room for discussion." Jianghu shook his head. The dagger was revealed. It seemed that everything behind this was caused by the Great Sky Holy Land. And behind the Great Sky Holy Land was the enemy of the upper realm, which was the Star Realm. Otherwise, it was impossible for the Great Sky Holy Land to know about the existence of the 8-cloud inheritance mark. Therefore he would not be foolish enough to agree to this request. Go to the Great Sky Holy Land? That was courting death. In that case, let's meet on the battlefield. Let's go. Celestial Lord Sanchi stood up. The other experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races also stood up. Although Patriarch Demonheart's expression was ugly, he also stood up. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races disappeared one after another, their spiritual senses leaving the Skyspan Mountain River diagram. In front of the stone table, only the 3 powerhouses of the human race and Patriarch Demonheart were left standing. Patriarch Demonheart had already taken the inheritance that allowed him to cultivate to the limits of the heavenly venerate level. Now he could neither sit nor leave. His face was filled with awkwardness. "Demonheart, what's going on?" Celestial Lord Ming asked him. "That's not what we agreed on previously." Riverward also spoke up. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly. "Wait a moment. Let me understand the situation first. The Alliance of 10,000 Races had 5 flying supreme treasures. One of them belonged to Patriarch Demonheart. Everyone, what's going on?" Patriarch Demonheart looked at the Tao Lords in the supreme treasure space. These were all Tao Lords that he had made friends with. They were also one of the reasons why he had enough power to speak in the Alliance of 10,000 Races. A rock life-form giant said in a muffled voice, "Lord Demonheart, we are friends, but we also want to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can our respective races have a higher status in the 4th universe. Especially after becoming celestial venerates and having their own miniature universes, our races will have a true foundation. So you can't blame us for this." "But what's going on?" Patriarch Demonheart growled. He didn't want to hear this nonsense. A Tao Lord from another top-tier race sighed. "It's like this. Previously, when the Alliance of 10,000 Races was arguing about whether or not to join the human race, there were many disputes. Celestial Lord Sanchi gave us part of the inheritance that allowed Tao Lords to become celestial venerates without telling you. He said that if the human race gave us a more detailed inheritance, we would still be able to help the human race. If not, we would help the Alliance deal with the human race and force Tao Lord Mountain Sea. That's what happened. We don't know where Celestial Lord Sanchi got the inheritance from. But the inheritance he gave us is more detailed and rich than the human races. In terms of value, it's more than 10 times higher. The inheritance that the human race gave us is simply too crude. Lord Demonheart, what do you think we should choose?" The Tao Lords in the true treasure space all looked at Patriarch Demonheart. Patriarch Demonheart smiled bitterly, full of helplessness. "I see." Patriarch Demonheart shook his head gently. Combined with the request that Celestial Lord Sanchi had made to Jianghu, he knew that Juntian Holy Land was behind all this. No wonder Celestial Lord Sanchi had helped him so enthusiastically when he was planning to form the Alliance of 10,000 Races. No wonder the Alliance of 10,000 Races was established so smoothly without any obstacles or disputes. His goal was to use the Alliance of 10,000 Races to obtain the inheritance that allowed one to reach the limit of celestial venerate from the human race. And Juntian Holy Land behind him was also helping him to form the Alliance of 10,000 Races. For top clans like us, what we seek is survival, what we seek is strength. The inheritance information given by Celestial Lord Sanchi far surpasses that of the human race. We can't sit back and watch the human race become stronger. If they become stronger, they will definitely squeeze our living space. Moreover, it will definitely be easier for us to join the alliance in this battle. The price we pay will also be the smallest. There are many considerations, be it from the present, the future, or the benefits we can obtain. Patriarch Demonheart, you should understand our choice. The alien Tao Lords who were close to Patriarch Demonheart were all quite calm and collected. Their conversation ended quickly. Inside the Tongtian mountain painting, Patriarch Demonheart sighed softly. He looked at the three powerhouses of the human race and said, "Behind Celestial Lord Sanchi should be the Juntian Holy Land. He took out an inheritance that was 10 times more detailed than yours. That's why many experts of the Alliance of 10,000 Races sided with him." 10 times? Jiangxi's expression changed slightly. This Juntian Holy Land was really ruthless. He thought that the inheritance information he had sorted out was already very good, enough to make many factions in the Chaos Sea jealous. But he did not expect that the Juntian Holy Land would be willing to take out an even better inheritance. Jiangxi understood that even if he knew now, there was nothing he could do. That was because he could not take out a better inheritance. Otherwise, it would really be raising a tiger to invite calamity. That would shake the foundation of the human race's future development. If he really took out a better inheritance, given the huge number of races in the Alliance of 10,000 Races, a large number of Tao Lords and Heavenly Venerates would definitely be born quickly. At that time, the human race's situation would be even more dangerous. Moreover, at this point it was useless to say anything. Celestial Lord Sanchi was here for him. Asking for more inheritance was just a pretense. "I didn't do well this time. However, since I obtained a portion of the inheritance information you gave me, I won't take part in this battle." Patriarch Demonheart sighed softly. Then he left the heaven-connecting mountain river painting. Jiangxi, Venerable Ming, and Tao Lord Nine Firmaments watched him leave and did not stop him. They understood that if they agreed to give the other 2/3 of the inheritance information on cultivating to the limits of an Empyrean, then Patriarch Demonheart should still stand on the side of the human race. However, in the face of this kind of massive number of powerhouses, an Empyrean powerhouse that could only unleash the combat strength of a Tao Lord would have no impact on the overall situation at all. Whether they kept him or not, it was no use. "Let's fight to the death." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, who had always been calm, had a crazed look in his eyes. "Our human race will never compromise." Venerable Ming snorted angrily. "Master, Venerable Ming, looks like we can only go along with this crazy plan." Jiangxi was filled with killing intent. Chapter 643. Within the space controlled by Patriarch Demonheart within one of the 5 flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. "Lord Demonheart, it's our fault this time, isn't it? Please forgive us. Patriarch Empyrean Sanchi can bring tremendous benefits to every single one of us, which is why we're listening to him for now. Once this battle is over and we receive the legacy information from Empyrean Sanchi doesn't have the right to be our leader at all. You're the one who can convince the masses of the Myriad Races Alliance." "Yes, we still support Lord Demonheart." A large group of Tao Lords on Patriarch Demonheart's side comforted him. They knew that Patriarch Demonheart was very displeased with their sudden change of sides. These Tao Lords had all gathered together. Although they were comforting him, they were actually worried. They were worried that Patriarch Demonheart would side with the humans and capture them, offering them to them so that the humans could use them as leverage. "Alright, I understand what you mean. You're not wrong to do this." Patriarch Demonheart glanced at them all. He sighed inwardly. Although they were all on his side, they weren't his slaves. He couldn't force them to do anything. Besides, there wasn't much he could do. If these 100 or so Tao Lords gathered together and unleashed their full power, he wouldn't be able to suppress them at all. They were more than capable of charging out of this 6th order flying treasure. "You can all wait here for now," Patriarch Demonheart said. He'd taken benefits from the humans. Although he hadn't managed to get the Myriad Races Alliance to join the human side in the end, he'd still promised not to interfere. As an expert who kept his word, he wouldn't go back on his word. The 100 or so Tao Lords exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The internal strife within the Myriad Races alliance was severe. After this battle, their status within the alliance would most likely decline. At the same time, the experts of the Monster and Ghost Alliance received Empyrean Sanchi's message. They were all overjoyed. Empyrean Myriad Fiend and Empyrean Yendu, in particular, understood everything behind the scenes. So Empyrean Sanchi was Autarch Juntian's third chess piece. However, they didn't care too much about it. All they cared about was destroying the humans right now. Ah! Empyrean Myriad Fiend laughed wildly. I didn't think the human race would be so stupid as to offend the Myriad Races Alliance. Now that the Alliance of Myriad Races has joined our alliance, we now have more than 1,000 Tao Lords. They occupied almost 80% of the battle power of all the pinnacle powerhouses in the entire universe. 4. The puny human race is not qualified to fight with us. They're bound to lose. That's right, he's definitely going to lose. A puny human dares to resist? There are so many of us here. A collective attack from us will probably cause them to crumble instantly. The Tao Lords of the Alliance were all roaring with laughter, filled with confidence. Thousands of Tao Lords and 6 celestial venerables. Such a powerful force was something that no force in the fourth universe could resist. They could only be crushed. Soon, the flying true treasures of the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance approached rapidly. Only Patriarch Demon Heart's flying true treasures remained stationary. Those cowards from the human camp are hiding in their 7th rank flying treasures. We can't hurt them at all. Surround them. Surround the 9-story tower. That's right. Surround the 9-story tower completely. Once they come out, we'll attack together and kill them instantly. Unless they hide inside forever and never come out. If they hide in their true treasure space forever, then we'll trap and suppress them forever. Given our current power, we only need 1/3 of the Tao Lords and Celestial Venerables to guard this place. That's enough to make the human camp unable to struggle. And we can seize the opportunity to plunder the human territory completely. Without territory, they'll be trapped forever. Unless they retreat to Tomorrow Venerable's miniature universe. But without the resources of the original universe, even with the powerful 8 Clouds inheritance, it'll be difficult for the human race to produce more pinnacle great beings. There'll be no threat to us. The great beings of the joint camp and the alliance of myriad races were extremely confident. 6 flying true treasures, each like a war fortress, surrounded the towering Sky Tower in the void space. It was like a giant sphere with Sky Tower as the core. The 6 flying-type true treasures drew an arc in the air and circled around Sky-reaching Tower, completely surrounding it. Human, hurry up and admit defeat. Hand over the inheritance of 8 clouds. Hand over all the inheritances from Tao Lords to Celestial Venerables. Once we confirm it, we'll leave immediately. If you don't hand it over, the human race will have no place in the 4th universe from now on. The territory of the human race will no longer belong to the human race. Hand over the inheritance. Hand over the inheritance. A majestic voice was transmitted directly into the heavenly tower. The Tao Lords on the 6 flying true treasures all spread their murderous auras. More than 1,000 Tao Lords and 6 celestial venerables. What a terrifying power. There's no hope of winning at all. Once we go out, we'll probably be reduced to ashes. Within the space of Sky Tower, more than 100 Tao Lords from the human camp were panicking. Even Celestial Venerable Lu and Celestial Venerable Lai Mountain looked extremely solemn. If they went out, they weren't confident that they could resist the joint attack of so many great beings. Jianghu, Celestial Venerable Ming, Tao Lord 9 Clouds, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the other great beings of the human race saw this scene and understood. Even if the order was forcefully given, these Tao Lords probably wouldn't go out. After all, these alien races weren't willing to give up their lives for the sake of the human race. Forcing the human race to hand over the inheritance? Tao Lord 9 Cloud's eyes were filled with killing intent. In your dreams. Jianghu sneered. Not to mention the Juntian sacred land scheme behind the scenes, the other races outside all saw the human race as a great threat. Once the human race handed over the inheritance, the demon race, ghost race, and other top races would be able to continuously produce peak experts with their huge population. This way, even if the human race became stronger in the future, they wouldn't be a great threat to the alien races. Therefore, whether they chose to withdraw after obtaining the inheritance or directly drive the human race out of the 4th universe, it was acceptable to the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. Jianghu. Tao Lord 9 Clouds looked at Jianghu. Jianghu. Celestial Venerable Ming also looked over. Mountain Sea. Tao Lord Clear Flame looked at Jiang Xi, junior brother. Tao Lord Mi Luo did the same. The gazes of the surrounding human Tao Lords all fell upon Riverward. They already knew about Jiang Xi's crazy plan and understood how crazy this so-called crazy plan was. Although Jiang Xi vowed that there wouldn't be any danger, how could they believe it? Back outside the Eight Cloud Ruins, Jiang Xi had relied on the Eight Cloud Pavilion to block the joint attack of so many experts, but that was the Eight Cloud Pavilion. As for Tier 9 armor treasures and Tier 9 Essence Soul treasures, no one knew the exact strength of these legacies. Therefore, it was still unknown whether they could block the joint attack of thousands of Tao Lords and 6 heavenly venerables. However, now that the human race was facing a desperate situation, only Jiang Xi's crazy plan had hope of success. The only thing was that Jiang Xi's life was on the line. Leave it to me. Jiang Xi's eyes were cold. Be careful. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments couldn't help but exhort. Don't worry. Do they think they can kill me? Jiang Xi looked at the 6 flying-type treasures outside. They were close enough. Not far away, Celestial Exalt Lu and Celestial Exalt Lai Mountain felt a strong sense of curiosity. They still didn't know about the human race's plan, but based on the conversation between Jiang Xi and the human race, it seemed that this plan could give the human race a chance of victory. What was this plan? At this moment, in the starry skies of the Tao Alliance's heavenly court, which had been completely destroyed, a total of 6 flying-type treasures were flying around Skypiercer Tower, each about 100 billion kilometers away. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. Hand over the legacies. The morale of the Tao Lords of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races Alliance was high. The overwhelming advantage filled them with absolute confidence. It's moving. It seems like someone is about to come out of the 9-story tower. Are they going to flee? Everyone get ready. Get ready to attack together and kill them all. The experts of the 2 factions were all on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. The 6 flying-type treasures were rapidly approaching as well. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air outside Skypiercer Tower. Alone? It's Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race. Attack together. Attack my ass. Celestial Exalt Sanchi immediately roared. Everyone stop. He's the inheritor of 8 clouds. If we kill him, who will we ask for the legacies from? However, his words were already too late. Boom boom boom. Thousands of terrifying secret technique attacks swarmed out of the 6 flying-type treasures, covering the sky and drowning Jiang Xi. The starry sky exploded with destructive energy. Not good. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon's expression changed drastically. Everyone stop. Celestial Exalt Yendu shouted. Damn it. Celestial Exalt Sanchi was furious. They weren't afraid of offending Juntian Supreme, but they were worried that if they really killed Tao Lord Mountain Sea, the inheritance of 8 clouds would really be gone. Moreover, the conditions and legacies that Juntian Supreme had promised them would be gone too. Rumble, the rumbling of the energy explosion gradually subsided. How is this possible? He's fine. He's unharmed. In the rapidly recovering void, the black-armored figure was still standing there. Not far behind him was Sky Tower. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yendu could all confirm that Tao Lord Mountain Sea hadn't entered the 9-story tower to take refuge. How did Tao Lord Mountain Sea withstand such a terrifying concentrated attack? What kind of armor is he wearing? Tier 7? Tier 8? Celestial Exalt Sanchi was shocked. Even if it's a Tier 7 or Tier 8 armor, there were many Essence Soul attacks among the attacks just now. Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon shook his head. Something's wrong. Celestial Exalt Yendu said in a low voice. Let's not worry about that for now. As long as he's not dead, we have to capture him no matter what. Then they ordered their subordinates at the same time. Capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Capture him. Capture him alive. A series of excited, hysterical laughter and furious roars could be heard. Celestial Exalt Sanchi, Celestial Exalt Myriad Demon, and Celestial Exalt Yendu controlled their flying-type treasures and quickly approached Jiang Xi. They all had the mission of bringing Tao Lord Mountain Sea to the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Capture him alive? Jiang Xi sneered. Come on, come closer. Let's see who can capture who alive. Once we're close enough, none of you can escape. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The distance of 100 billion kilometers was covered in an instant. Soon, the 6 celestial exalts controlled their flying-type treasures and entered a radius of 1 million kilometers around Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi stood in the void. Compared to the endless starry sky, he looked very small. But at this moment his eyes suddenly shot out two terrifying blood-red rays. The two rays of blood-red light formed a mysterious blood-red pattern in the air almost instantly. What kind of secret technique is this? Is he still thinking of escaping? Be careful, don't let Downlord Mountain Sea escape. The experts on the 6 flying-type treasures were all worried that Jianghu would use some unknown secret technique to escape. The next moment, cloud destruction. Attack. Jianghu's eyes were cold. Whoosh. The mysterious blood-red pattern suddenly exploded like a scattering wind and clouds. The terrifying ripples with blood-red light instantly covered the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers, including the 6 flying-type treasures. Boom. The earth-shattering sound exploded in the minds of the Downlords from the alliance of 10,000 races and the joint camp. Thousands of Downlords from other races. They had been laughing crazily and excitedly just a moment ago, but now they all entered a dazed state. Even the 6 celestial exalts, including celestial exalts Sanchi, celestial exalts Thousand Demons, and celestial exalts felt a terrifying impact on their primordial spirits. Their consciousness instantly became dazed and their thoughts became much slower. But then, celestial exalts Sanchi, celestial exalts Thousand Demons, and celestial exalts Jianghu, the 3 second-step celestial exalts, all woke up. The remaining 3 first-step celestial exalts were still in a daze. Oh no. What kind of attack is this? It actually made thousands of Downlords fall into a daze at the same time. Ping Qi and the other 2 are first-step celestial exalts. Their primordial spirits aren't as strong as ours, so they couldn't resist it. Even second-step celestial exalts like us were hit just now. At this moment, in the space of Skypiercer Tower, the human experts were also stunned. Of course, they had noticed the abnormalities of the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races. This is impossible. The laws of heaven and earth of the original universe are fair. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying primordial spirit attack to appear. It's the 8 Clouds' inheritance. It must be an attack left behind by such a powerful civilization to break the laws of heaven and earth of the original universe. The alien experts couldn't believe it. Celestial exalts Lu and Lai Shan didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with shock. Everyone, don't hesitate. Downlord 9 Clouds was the first to speak. Everyone, attack and destroy the joint camp and the alliance of 10,000 races in one fell swoop. Kill. Let's decide the outcome of this battle. The human experts no longer had any worries. They all rushed out of Skypiercer Tower excitedly. At this moment, Jianghu had already moved. He picked up the sword embryo he had obtained from the 8 Clouds' inheritance and charged toward one of the flying true treasures of the alliance of 10,000 races. During the years he had been in seclusion in the 8 Clouds ruins and the 2,000 years he had spent in the origin space of Mount Shenhuang, he had used the sword embryo to devour those 5th grade and 6th grade true treasures. The sword embryo had originally been a 7th grade true treasure, but after devouring a large number of true treasures, it had now become a peak 8th grade offensive true treasure. Even if he didn't use any secret techniques, he could easily unleash the combat strength of a peak Downlord. Chapter 644. The combined attacks of over 1,000 Downlords had caused the galaxy to shatter, but it was rapidly recovering. Countless spatial fragments seemed to be swept up by the waves, roaring and attacking everything. After Jianghu used Cloud Extinguisher's Essence Soul attack, the 6 flying treasures of the Allied faction and the Myriad Races alliance seemed to freeze, stopping in the endless spatial turbulence. Within the flying treasure space a trillion kilometers away, Patriarch Demonheart and the 100 or so alien Downlords were also deeply shocked. They weren't within the range of Jianghu's attack, so they couldn't feel the terrifying might of the Essence Soul attack. However, they could detect the situation of the Myriad Races alliance and the Allied faction. 6 celestial venerables and over 1,000 Downlords. Only 3 second-step celestial venerables quickly regained consciousness, while the other experts were all in a daze. In such a state they were basically at the mercy of others. How did he do it? Patriarch Demonheart was shocked and confused, but also extremely wary. Fortunately, we didn't attack. We escaped disaster. The 100 or so alien Downlords who belonged to Patriarch Demonheart's faction were all overjoyed. When they looked at Patriarch Demonheart again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. If not for Patriarch Demonheart, they probably would have fallen into a daze like the other experts of the Myriad Races alliance and been at the mercy of others. They could already see that Downlord Mountain Sea of the human race had already teleported over with a longsword in hand. Wake up, all of you. Celestial Venerables Sanchi, Myriad Demon, and Jianghu were all roaring furiously. Their voices carried the power of their essence souls, wanting to awaken the Tao Lords under their command. However, they didn't dare to use too much force, because these Tao Lords were in a daze and unable to resist. Given their strength as second-step celestial venerables, it was easy for them to unleash the power of a Tao Lord at the very limit. It was guaranteed that they wouldn't cause any collateral damage. Some of the weaker Tao Lords might even die. However, they underestimated the power of Cloud Extinguisher. The ripples with blood-colored light were like a blood net that tightly bound the primordial spirits of those powerhouses. Unless they could use their own strength to break through the net of blood, their essence souls would forever be in a daze. This was the primordial spirit supreme art passed down by God King 8 Clouds. Even in the primordial realm and the astral realm, it was a supreme technique that was second to none. Damn it. Empyrean Sanchi was furious. It's over. Empyrean Myriad Demon was both furious and in despair. Hateful. Laughable. Yendu had a complicated expression on his face. From the moment they had broken free of the primordial blood web until now, it had actually been an extremely short process. Not even an instant had passed. At this moment, Jianghu had already teleported over. Kill? Jianghu, who was wearing black armor and holding an ancient stone sword, shouted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Wah! A green ray of light appeared in the air. It was like a dream, flashing and disappearing. Following that, countless green rays of light appeared, one after another, as if they contained endless vitality. In an instant, the green light enveloped the two flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. Boom. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, it was as if he had gone through a reincarnation cycle from birth to death. The first move of the Heavenly Tao Scroll of the Mountain and Sea Sword, Life Reincarnation. Jianghu's expression was calm. A green sword light with a destructive aura descended from the void. As if it could destroy the world, it pierced through the three flying treasures of the Myriad Races Alliance. These three were only rank 5 flying treasures. The defense of the treasures alone could not withstand the power of the green sword light. Although there were more than one first-step Empyrean and 100 Tao Lords in each flying treasure space, they were still in a daze. They were all in a daze and had no strength to resist. You killed a Cosmos-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +9. You killed a Cosmos-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +6. You killed a Flood-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +3. You killed a Desolate-level Tao Lord, Eternal EXP +1. Those Tao Lords instantly lost their lives, their bodies and souls destroyed. Only 3 first-step Empyreans survived. In the primordial universe, it was almost impossible to kill a heavenly venerable. However, at this moment, these 3 first-step Empyreans were still in a daze. They had not woken up and were floating in the starry sky. 3 flying-type supreme treasures and more than 300 Tao Lords had brought riverward more than 1,000 eternal experience points. This sword, what kind of secret technique is this? It's too terrifying. Is this the limit of a Tao Lord? Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Mountain Sea Tao Lord. The 100 or so human experts who had just rushed out of Sky Tower were all extremely shocked. Then they laughed loudly and shouted. They had won this battle. 3 more. At this moment, Jianghu looked at the flying treasures controlled by Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yendu. Mountain Sea Tao Lord. Jianghu. You are going to become enemies with the entire 4th universe. Empyrean Sanchi roared angrily. Those who had died just now were all experts of the Myriad Races Alliance. Jianghu's sword had caused the Myriad Races Alliance to lose half of their strength. What a joke. You are a sinister Empyrean who only knows how to scheme. How can you represent the 4th universe? Jianghu sneered. He raised the stone sword in his hand and was about to use another killer move. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, how about we stop here? Empyrean Myriad Demon suddenly asked. Mountain Sea Tao Lord, we are also willing to retreat. We can also promise that during this era of calamity, we will not take half a step into your human territory. Empyrean Yendu's voice echoed in the starry sky. The 2 Empyreans lowered their heads. Unlike Empyrean Sanchi, they each had a pinnacle clan behind them. Empyrean Sanchi was a lone Empyrean. Even if the Myriad Races Alliance was destroyed, he could still leave in the end. It would be fine even if he never returned to the 4th universe. In this battle, if all the experts of the Myriad Races Alliance died, only the 2 of them would be left. That meant that the demons and ghosts were almost done for. On the other side, after hearing the words of the 2 Empyreans, the 100 or so human experts who had just teleported here gave up on their plans to attack. They looked at Jianghu, Empyrean Ming Tao Lord 9 Firmaments, and the others of the human race waiting for orders. Empyrean Ming, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Chang Yuan, and the other human experts all focused their attention on Jiang Xi. Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Xi smiled. You want to retreat now? Too late. Kill. He roared, the blood-red light in his eyes extremely intense. Ah, that's how it should be. Enemies are to be killed, not negotiated. Use the enemy's blood in exchange for the future of the human race. The other experts of the human race also burst into laughter. This battle would determine the future of the human race. If the human race wanted to become the strongest race, they needed more and better territories to nurture more human geniuses. Only then would the human race prosper forever. Kill. 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 The foreign race experts of the human camp also roared excitedly and crazily. They had joined the human race, so naturally they would rise or fall together. The situation before them was a foregone conclusion. Now, the human race would become the strongest race in the history of the fourth universe. In the future they would even become the strongest race in the Chaos Sea. And they followed the human race, so their future would naturally not be bad. Eternity was not a dream. Attack. At this moment, none of the human experts held back. They all attacked with all their might. Empyrean Ming, Empyrean Lu, and Empyrean Lishan. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Clear Flame, Tao Lord Mi Luo, and the others, a total of more than 160 Tao Lords, collectively used all sorts of mystic arts, Tao arts and essence spirit attacks. Rumble. The overwhelming attacks covered the last three flying true treasures. Block. Block for me. Empyrean Myriad Demon roared, his demonic aura filling the sky. If the ghost race is finished, you won't have it easy either. Empyrean Yendu emitted a monstrous ghostly aura. This is the primal universe. I am an Empyrean. More than 100 Tao Lords joining forces. What can they do to me? Empyrean Sanchi was also resisting with all his might. He did not want to give up the power of the Myriad Races Alliance. Rumble. Instantly, the collective attacks of the human camp drowned the three flying true treasures. Accompanied by spatial torrents and shattering galaxies, the violent energy impact wanted to crush the Tao Lords within the true treasures. The three Empyreans were doing their best to resist. All three of them had the 8th tier true treasures bestowed by Prime Sky. Although they could only unleash the combat power of a Tao Lord and the 8th tier true treasures could only unleash the defensive limits of the primal universe, they were still 8th tier true treasures. However, it was an 8th grade supreme treasure after all, and its defensive power was astonishing. Most likely, in the entire Chaos Sea, there was no attack that could break through the defenses of an 8th tier true treasure. A sinister snake shadow, a beast-shaped armor, and a green-faced, fanged ghost mask. The three 8th tier true treasures all became incomparably large as they blocked the attacks of the human camp. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying waves of energy crashed down upon the three 8th tier true treasures. Heaven and earth rumbled as they defended. The entire Universe 4 could feel the terrifying waves of energy. After an unknown period of time, the waves of energy reached their peak. Ah, we blocked it. With us here, you won't be able to destroy our alliance. The Myriad Races Alliance won't be destroyed either. Empyrean Yendu, Empyrean All-Fiend, and Empyrean Sanchi all laughed wildly. This was because the destructive waves of energy had already begun to weaken. Only a few dozen of the weakest Tao Lords within the three flying true treasures had perished. This meant that they were able to withstand the attacks of the human camp. This meant that their alliance, the Myriad Races Alliance, still had hope. Second stance of the Mountain Sea Sword. 5 elements, yin-yang. But right at this moment, Jiang Xi once more struck out with his sword. Streaks of 5-colored light flowed out, slowly spreading out to cover the last 3 true treasures. The 5-colored light constantly transformed, finally forming a black and white yin-yang diagram. Boom. In that instant, an enormous devouring force appeared. This yin-yang diagram seemed capable of devouring the entire world. The 3 flying true treasures were within the yin-yang diagram, and they were battered by the 5-colored sword light and the devouring force. Not good. It's even stronger than the previous strike. Block it. What kind of gravity is this? Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean All-Fiend, and Empyrean Yendu's laughter vanished. Although they all had 8th grade true treasures, they couldn't spare enough energy to defend against Jiang Xi's sword while fighting against the other experts of the human camp. Only a small portion of their beast-shaped armor, ghost bane mask, and sinister serpent shadow could be used to block Jiang Xi's attack. Whoosh! The 5-colored sword light and the devouring force easily broke through their defenses. An 8th grade true treasure. His sword is at least an 8th grade true treasure. The three Empyreans immediately realized this terrifying problem. But it was already too late. The endless five-colored sword light and the devouring force passed through the barriers of the 8th grade true treasures and wreaked havoc within the three flying true treasures. The bodies and primordial spirits of those dazed Tao Lords were shattered by the five-colored sword light one by one, turning into dust. Then, under the devouring force, they turned into nothingness. I wonder if it's a blessing before I die, and I'm not sure if it's a blessing before I die. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +9. You killed a universe-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +6. You killed a flood-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +3. You killed a desolate-level Tao Lord. Eternal experience points +1. Once again he received close to 2,000 eternal experience points. After this battle, his total experience points had exceeded 20,000. Eternal experience points, 22,546. At this moment, Jianghu was checking his experience points balance. The experts of the human race were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't even think of celebrating. Is this something a human can do? One person had almost wiped out the joint camp in the Myriad Races Alliance. Of course, it wasn't that the other experts of the human camp didn't do anything. If they hadn't gone all out just now to restrain the three heavenly venerables, Jianghu's attack wouldn't have been able to break through the defense of the 8th grade true treasures. Even if the sword embryo in his hand was a 8th grade true treasure, it wouldn't have been enough. Unless the slaughtering shadow sword could be upgraded to a 9th grade true treasure, it wouldn't be able to break through the defense of an 8th grade true treasure. Human, this isn't over. Heavenly Venerable 3 Chi suddenly roared in anger. Then he swept up the other three first-step Heavenly Venerables who were still in a daze and teleported away. These three lone Heavenly Venerables were all recruited by him into the Myriad Races Alliance. Naturally, he couldn't leave them to the human race. Heavenly Venerable Myriad Demon and Heavenly Venerable Yendu didn't say anything and teleported away as well. We won. Ah, we won. This battle is a great victory. The departure of the three Heavenly Venerables also caused the experts of the human camp to finally react. They won. One Tao Lord after another stood in the desolate starry skies of the Tao Alliance's celestial court and cheered. This had been the most prosperous place in the fourth universe, but now it was completely barren. However, none of the human experts felt any pain in their hearts. They had won. It would be easy for them to create a starfield even more prosperous than the Tao Alliance's celestial court. Demon Heart, are you going to stay behind and celebrate with us? Jianghu stared at the starry skies a trillion kilometers away. Congratulations. Patriarch Demon Heart's voice rang out, but his tone was slightly bitter. Then, with a spatial ripple, Patriarch Demon Heart teleported away with his subordinates. Not a single one of his subordinates had died. Compared to the joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance, they were quite lucky. However, compared to the humans who had won a great victory, their luck seemed rather bleak. One could imagine that in the future, when faced with the increasingly powerful humans, the races behind these surviving Tao Lords wouldn't have an easy time. All our plans were for naught in the end. Patriarch Demon Heart sighed. He was beginning to regret his decision. After Empyrean Threefold seized power, if he had taken the initiative to ask his 100+ subordinates to join the human camp, he might have been able to obtain the final limit Empyrean legacy and share in the spoils of this victory. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Before the battle had erupted, he hadn't held out any hope for the human race at all. How could the humans possibly win against the incomparably powerful joint camp and the Myriad Races Alliance? Still, the humans had won. A single Tao Lord of the mountains and seas had changed the entire situation. Chapter 645. Although Empyrean Threefold was furious, he was still able to leave in a carefree manner. As for Empyrean Allfiend and Empyrean Yendu, they were worried. As supreme races, the monsters and ghosts had enormous resources. They couldn't just leave like that. But now that all of their Tao Lords had died, they were the only two generals left. They were no longer able to stop the humans from invading them. They had a grudge against the humans to begin with. Ever since the beginning of the Cataclysm, when the fourth universe had given birth to countless races, the humans, monsters, and ghosts had been fighting over territory. They had been at war for countless eons, and the hatred between them had long since become irreconcilable. Even if the humans had won this battle, there was no way they would let them off. In the future, when the humans grew even more powerful, how could they not take revenge? For this reason, after leaving the battlefield, the two Empyreans met once more. We've already lost this war. The rise of the humans is unstoppable. This war will definitely be an excuse for them to attack us once they grow stronger, Empyrean Alphine said in a low voice. That's right. That's why our two races have to truly join forces. When the time comes, we'll pull in the other races and form a loose alliance that'll be able to deal with the humans. This alliance won't ask for anything else. All we ask is that when the humans become too much of a threat, we'll be able to help each other and allow our races to survive. What do you think? Empyrean Yendu sighed. That's all we can do. By now, they both understood that there was no longer any power in the fourth universe that could stop the humans from advancing. In the future, all they could do was survive and ensure that their races wouldn't be wiped out by the humans. The experts of the Human Alliance cleaned up the battlefield, then went to the headquarters of the Violet Heaven sect, which was closest to the heavenly court of the Tao Alliance. There they held a lively celebratory banquet. The human Tao Lords were the most excited of all. The alien Tao Lords who had joined the humans were incredibly happy as well. This was because when the humans grew stronger, their vassal races would naturally grow stronger as well. After the banquet, the alien Tao Lords all retreated and returned to their own races. The human Tao Lords, however, were gathered together. They all sat atop the ninth heavens, with fine wine and delicacies from every part of the universe placed before them. Our race has won a great victory. This battle has established a powerful foundation for our race in the fourth universe. In the future, no alien race will ever be able to stop us from developing. The eternal prosperity of the human race is already in sight. Let's congratulate the human race. The human race's strongest expert, Ming Tianzuan, looked at everyone and raised his wine cup. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Congratulations to the human race. Jiang Ci, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, Tao Lord Flameless, and the other human experts all raised their cups. Back then, my master, Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament, led the human race to rise from a tiny race to a pinnacle race. It was only after Master was permanently suppressed by the universe's origin that the development of the human race came to a halt. Countless eras have passed. The Monster Clan and the Ghost Clan, who were once suppressed by the Human Clan, now dare to compete with us. The two sacred grounds of the Chaos Sea, which were once intimidated by Master's invincible reputation, now dare to plot against us humans. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments sighed. Fortunately, we have another dazzling legendary expert. He looked at Jiang Ci and said, Jiang Ci has contributed greatly to this victory. We should all toast to Jiang Ci. Yes, it's all thanks to Jiang Ci this time. Jiang Ci. Mountain Sea. The human experts all raised their cups and looked at Jiang Ci. They had all seen this battle and knew how much credit Jiang Ci had contributed. Especially in the final battle earlier, Jiang Ci had almost single-handedly fought all the experts of the Joint Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance. How terrifying and heaven-defying was that? And Jiang Ci had actually survived and almost wiped out the enemy. Jiang Ci also raised his cup. Speaking of which, the calamity of the human race this time was also caused by me. It was because of the Eight Clouds legacy that so many people coveted it. That's nothing. The future prosperity of the human race depends on this legacy. No need to say more. You have contributed greatly. There's nothing wrong with that. Yes, don't take it to heart. The experts of the human clan all burst into laughter. At the same time, in the primordial realms Chaos Sea, Jun Tian Holy Land Universe. The human race actually won? After Jun Tian Supreme heard the news, he was obviously very dissatisfied. As expected of the Eight Clouds legacy. He has so many tricks up his sleeve before he has grown up. However, this way it will be difficult to explain to Illusion Immortal General Qian. Recently, he found that he could no longer contact Illusion Immortal General Qian. However, he knew that this Chaos Origin Immortal General might appear in front of him at any time. If he didn't complete any of the 3 missions, it would be a big problem. With the strength of Chaos Origin Immortal General, his situation in the Star Origin realm would definitely not be good in the future. However, the problem now was that his plan to destroy the human race in the fourth universe had failed. It was impossible to find another way to destroy the human race. Not to mention bringing Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race in the fourth universe to Illusion Immortal General Qian. For a moment, this Eternal Supreme was in a dilemma. It's still the problem of the legacy. Since the human race has the Eight Clouds legacy, they will definitely become stronger and stronger in the future. Then I'll spread the legacy of nurturing Tao Lords and the legacy of cultivating Supreme Celestials to the entire fourth universe. Not only will I give it to the Myriad Races Alliance, but I'll also give it to the Demon Race, Ghost Race and other races regardless of their size. In this way there might still be a chance. After another 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or an era with a huge number of races, there might be enough Tao Lords to launch another attack on the human race. Jun Tian Supreme quickly made a decision. Illusion Immortal General Qian did not set a time limit for him to complete the mission. As long as he could complete it in this era of calamity, it would be fine. Soon, Empyrean Sanchi, Empyrean Myriad Demon, and Empyrean Yendu received the same legacy information. This was a systematic legacy that could be cultivated from weak to Empyrean. After seeing this legacy, Empyrean Sanchi did not feel much. He followed Jun Tian Supreme's orders and spread the legacy to the various races of the Myriad Races Alliance. As for Empyrean Myriad Demon and Empyrean Yendu, they were pleasantly surprised and worried. Because the appearance of this legacy would probably change the situation in the entire fourth universe, this was a mixed blessing for the demon race and ghost race. In the future, perhaps their two peak races could become even stronger and resist the conquest of the human race. But perhaps, with the help of this legacy, even more peak races would appear. At that time, the situation and living space of the demon race and ghost race would definitely be worse than now. But they also understood that it was useless to think about anything now. Their momentum was gone. No matter what they did, it was not up to them. Once they embarked on this path, there was no turning back. The race war that almost engulfed the entire fourth universe had passed. However, the battle this time was completely between peak powerhouses. Countless ordinary lives were completely unaware of it. Some low-level wars might bring disaster to them, but a war between peak powerhouses could hardly affect ordinary people. However, it was different after the war. The joint camp of the demon race and ghost race, the Myriad Races Alliance with 194 peak races as the core, was now completely defeated. Almost all the Tao Lords were wiped out. And the human race naturally would not be merciful and let them go. Soon, the huge war machine began to set off on the path of conquest. Countless armies of immortals, led by true monarchs, went to conquer the territories of the other races. A massacre was unavoidable. The rise of any powerful race could not avoid blood and fire. Of course, there was no need to mobilize too many human Tao Lords to expand the territory. Therefore Jianghu was free. His clone prepared to enter a long period of seclusion and use the interface to increase his strength. As for his main body, he naturally entered the Chaos Sea again to temper himself. He had not obtained some of the opportunities in the Chaos Sea yet. For example, the inheritance and treasures of Qing Shuang's race, which was the Qing Yuan race, were still in a void world space in the Myriad World's ruins. Last time, because of the appearance of the Eight Clouds inheritance, he did not have time to take it. Now he could go. In addition, the last two incomplete parts of the Rank 9 Supreme Treasure, the Seven Mountains, were also in the Chaos Sea. He was prepared to travel in the Chaos Sea and find the incomplete parts. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. During this 1,000 years, the entire fourth universe was in a period of great turmoil. Outside the human race's territory, almost all the life star zones were at war. In the fourth universe, apart from the demons and ghosts, the major races still had some resistance. As for the other races, especially the top ones, because they had lost their Tao Lords, it was difficult for them to resist the invasion of the human race's army. On this day, Jianghu's clone received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. The two of them met through a transmission phantom. Master. Jianghu's transmission phantom appeared in front of Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. I didn't disturb your cultivation, did I? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments asked with a smile. No, I didn't. My cultivation has already risen to the level of a universe Tao Lord. I'm looking for an opportunity to break through to the heavenly venerable realm. Jianghu smiled. Very good. It seems that as your master, I'm really going to fall behind you. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments laughed when he heard Jianghu's confident words. He was a half-step heavenly venerable and was on the verge of a breakthrough, so he knew very well about Jianghu's current state. That's hard to say. Who knows, Master might break through first and become another heavenly venerable expert of the human race. Jianghu smiled. Of course, even so, he felt that he should be the first to break through. With the experience points, no one could compare to him in terms of cultivation speed. After 1,000 years of seclusion, he had used the experience points panel to increase everything that could be improved. Cultivation, True Body Universe Tao Lord 900 yuan/900 yuan, Clone Universe Tao Lord 900 yuan/900 yuan, Tao Technique, Ultimate Sword Tao 1000 yuan/1000 yuan, 5 Elements Heavenly Tao 1000 yuan/1000 yuan, Life Heavenly Dao 1000 yuan/1000 yuan, Secret Technique. Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, Heavenly Dao Scroll, 10,000 yuan/10,000 yuan, 8 lives, 589 yuan/20,000 yuan, Cloud Annihilation 642 yuan/20,000 yuan. Cultivation Technique, Purple Firmament Sword Sutra Deduction, 1 million experience points per time conversion. 1 eternal experience point equals 1 trillion experience points. 1 eternal fragment equals 1 eternal experience point. 7,852 trillion eternal experience point. 10253 yuan. Now, as long as he could deduce the Dao technique to the origin realm, he could directly advance to a heavenly venerable with 8 clouds inheritance. Of course, apart from his cultivation, his true combat strength had already surpassed many heavenly venerables. This was because the 8 lives and cloud annihilation that he had cultivated had already reached the second level of the 2 ultimate arts. His body was comparable to a Tier 7 supreme treasure. In the entire Chaos Sea, there was probably no powerhouse who could completely destroy his body, let alone kill him. The strength of his primordial spirit had reached the level of a second step heavenly venerable. There were not many powerhouses in the entire Chaos Sea who could surpass him. Now, in a real battle, probably only Ming Tianzuan, who was close to being an invincible heavenly venerable, could suppress him. There's one more thing. Recently, our race has discovered something strange, Dao Lord Nine Clouds said. Something strange? In the process of conquering the foreign races, we discovered that some of the foreign races who originally had no resistance began to have some resistance. Their overall strength seems to have increased compared to 1,000 years ago. Did the forces of the Chaos Sea interfere? Jianghu, I guess something. That's right, it's the Juntian Holy Land. Dao Lord Nine Clouds nodded. Some time ago we destroyed the ancestral land of an ordinary race. From their inheritance, we discovered a piece of inheritance information from the Juntian Holy Land. Only then did we know that the Juntian Holy Land had taken out a complete inheritance system that could reach the heavenly venerable level and secretly passed it down to a large number of races in the fourth universe. In the past 1,000 years, those foreign races relied on this inheritance system to secretly cultivate many immortal Dao powerhouses, Dao Lord Nine Clouds explained. Juntian Holy Land. They haven't given up on destroying the human race. It seems that I haven't killed enough. Jiang Xi's eyes were filled with killing intent. In the past 1,000 years, his true body had been wandering the Chaos Sea and had killed many Dao Lord powerhouses of the Juntian Holy Land. However, I'm afraid that their plan to suppress our human race is going to fail after 1,000 years of accumulation. The number of elites and geniuses of the human race has reached a critical point that is about to explode. At that time, even if those foreign races have the inheritance of the Juntian Holy Land, it will be useless. They can't compare to the geniuses and powerhouses of the human race at all. Dao Lord Nine Clouds laughed. That's right. Sooner or later, the foreign races will be conquered by the human race. Jiang Xi laughed as well. With the help of the 8 clouds inheritance, the human race's cultivation system was even more perfect. The probability of emerging geniuses increased by 100 or 1,000 times. 1,000 years was enough to accumulate to a point of explosion. Of course, this was only a small explosion. The longer the time, the more powerful the human race would be and the greater their potential would be. On the other side, the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. A 9-story pagoda was advancing at high speed. It was Jiang Xi's true body that was controlling the heaven-connecting tower. In the past 1,000 years, he had been wandering all over the Chaos Sea in order to find the incomplete parts of the Tier 9 Supreme Treasure, the 7th mountain, through the connection between Supreme Treasures. Juntian Holy Land? Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a bloody light. In that case, let's make a trip there. It just so happens that it's closer to the Myriad World's ruins. I can take the treasures of the green primordial race along the way. Chapter 646. Jiang Xi drove Sky Connecting Tower and spent half a month in Chaos Sea before finally arriving at Juntian Holy Land. This was also his first time getting close to Eternal Holy Land. Looking from afar, one could only see boundless primal chaos fog surging in the void like a surging ocean. And a behemoth was floating in the Chaos Sea. The size of Juntian Holy Land was second only to the 4 original universes. It was much larger than all the celestial venerate miniature universes he had seen before. If he had to give an exact number, the diameter of a celestial venerate miniature universe was at most 9 trillion light-years. And the diameter of Juntian Holy Land's universe was more than 50 trillion light-years. Let's check it out first. Jiang Xi immediately teleported over. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh. He teleported several times and crossed a distance. Finally, he arrived at a position 100 million light-years away from Juntian Holy Land. Ha! Jiang Xi instantly froze there as if he was frozen. Then he looked down at the armor on his body. This was an armor true treasure transformed from the 9th tier true treasure, 7 mountains. This armor, which had completely turned pure black, was trembling slightly. Vaguely, he could feel that it was a true treasure from the direction of Juntian Holy Land. It's sensing it. Jiang Xi quivered and his eyes lit up. He stared at the incomparably huge Holy Land in front of him. The last 2 mountains are in Juntian Holy Land. Jiang Xi's eyes burst with a bloody light, but he quickly suppressed it. His heart was full of desire. He really wanted to kill his way in. However, this was not realistic at all for him now. After receiving 8 clouds inheritance, although he could not see the information of the eternal state, he could vaguely guess that the 2 primordial realm supremes and Chaos Sea should not be able to leave the eternal universe. Otherwise, the 2 supremes would have surrounded him during the fight for 8 clouds inheritance instead of letting their celestial venerates and Tao lords capture him. Therefore, if it was in Chaos Sea, as long as he did not meet an invincible celestial venerate, he was not afraid. However, it was hard to say inside the Holy Land. That was the territory of the supremes. With his current strength, only death awaited him if he challenged them. Fuck. Jiang Xi could not help but swear. How long has it been? If he counted the time he spent in seclusion in the 8-cloud pavilion, then he had not cursed for 1 billion years. However, at this moment, Jiang Xi couldn't help but curse. Why is he in the Great Sky Holy Land? In the entire Chaos Ocean, there are so many miniature universes. If they are in the miniature universes of celestial venerables, I might be able to get my hands on them. Even in the Red Lotus Holy Land I can think of a way, but why is it in the Great Heaven Holy Land? Jiang Xi was furious in his heart. The Juntian Holy Land and him were like fire and water. Since 1,000 years ago, they had been thinking of ways to exterminate the 4th universe's human race. The conflict between the 2 was absolutely irreconcilable. Moreover, he had also killed some Tao lords of the Juntian Holy Land during the 1,000 years he had been traveling in the Chaos Sea. This conflict had deepened even further. Strange. Since the final 2 mountains are in the Great Sky Holy Land, why didn't they discover the connection between the 2 mountains and Mount Shenhuang? Jiang Xi frowned. On second thought he understood. It is because the distance is too far. Just like when I obtained the 3 mountains from Master 9 Firmaments, I couldn't sense Mount Shenhuang either. It wasn't until I went to Gold Flow River and passed through the space whirlpool that I sensed it. And these 2 mountains of the Great Sky Holy Land might not have left the Holy Land universe in all these years. Then there are 2 possibilities now. One is that some weak fellows like Tribulation Transcenders and True Lords who aren't qualified to leave the Holy Land universe obtained it. The other is that it was placed in the treasure vault of some strong being as a useless item, Jiang Xi guessed. The grade of the incomplete 2 mountains was definitely not high. It was already not bad if it was a 2nd stage true treasure. As for the Tao Lords of the Holy Land universe, they naturally disdained to use a true treasure of this level. That was why the last 2 mountains had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. This is troublesome. With the conflict between the 2 sides, the Great Sky Holy Land definitely wouldn't give the final 2 mountains to him. In that case, there's only one way. Jiang Xi quickly made a decision. Capture someone. It was commonly known as kidnapping. Capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land and make a deal with them. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi turned around and teleported to another place. Originally, he came to the Great Sky Holy Land this time to block the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who entered and left the Holy Land universe and then kill them. Now he couldn't wait any longer. This was because blocking people was a very time-consuming process. It would be good if he could block 1 or 2 in 10,000 years. That was far from enough. Therefore, he could only capture the strong beings of the Great Sky Holy Land who were roaming the Chaos Sea. At the same time, in a prosperous life star system inside the Great Sky Holy Land universe. You and I are fated. Are you willing to take me as your master? The voice of a 5th-ranked true lord with 6 arms rumbled in the sky above a planet. Below, an ordinary member of the Great Sky Holy Land was kneeling. He only had 2 arms and looked very similar to a human. The youth who was only at the Tao integration stage immediately revealed an excited expression. Yes, disciple is willing. Disciple greets master. However, he waited for a long time and didn't see this powerful existence reply. He gathered his courage and looked up, only to see this powerful existence in a daze. Master, master. He called out twice in a row. The six-armed man came back to his senses and smiled. Stay here for the time being. I'll come and pick you up in the future. After speaking, he teleported and disappeared. Only the youth was left kneeling on the ground with a dumbfounded expression. This powerful existence was playing with him? After the six-armed man teleported to another starry sky, he stopped. He looked at the trembling gray armor on his body in shock. Could this be the reaction of a true treasure? My gray stone armor is actually incomplete. The six-armed man was extremely excited. With the foundation of the great sky holy land, the information that a true lord knew about a true treasure naturally far surpassed the strong beings of the four primal universes. The six-armed man was very clear that although his gray stone armor was only a second-stage true treasure, the space-time domain function it came with was extremely magical. This made him very famous among the fifth-rank true lords. I've lived for 380 calamity eras and traveled throughout the Holy Land universe, but I've never encountered such a thing. Therefore, this true treasure's reaction is definitely not in the Holy Land universe but from the Chaos Sea. The problem is that I'm only a quasi-Daelord and am not qualified to enter the Chaos Sea. Thinking of this, the six-armed man was worried. He could only report this matter to the Tao Lords of the Holy Land and ask them to find a chance to find the incomplete gray stone armor. However, he was also very clear that this hope was very slim. Most likely, no Tao Lord would be willing to specially search the Chaos Sea for a fifth-rank true lord like him. On the other side, a month later, Chaos Sea, the abyss of space trap. This was the huge abyss left behind after Mount Shenhuang disappeared, and it was also the new third most dangerous place in the Chaos Sea. The entire abyss was more than 100 million light-years in diameter, second only to the Myriad World's ruins. In terms of danger, it was not much inferior to the Myriad World's ruins and Gold River, the two ancient most dangerous places. Boom. A 9-story tower was moving at high speed and plunging directly into the abyss. Within the true treasure space, Jianghu carried the shadow-killing sword on his back and looked at the abyss. He said softly, "The great sky holy land sent many strong beings to search the abyss of space trap in order to find Mount Shenhuang. I should be able to get enough chips here to trade with the great sky holy land. Look, it's the rank 7 supreme treasure, Heaven Connecting Tower. It's the Heaven Connecting Tower of the Fourth Universe. I heard that 1,000 years ago, there was a huge battle in the Fourth Universe. Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the human race used this Heaven Connecting Tower to resist the full-force attack of the United Camp and the Myriad Races Alliance for the human race. Its power is incomparably powerful. Although the abyss of space trap had not been formed for long, many of the experts who cultivated in Mount Shenhuang had stayed behind. They were well informed and naturally knew what happened in the Fourth Universe. Moreover, after that battle, Jianghu did not intend to continue hiding the information about Heaven Connecting Tower. With his strength, there was naturally no need to hide in this Chaos Sea and let the news spread. Therefore, all the major factions in the Chaos Sea knew about the existence of Heaven Connecting Tower. Now, these experts who were wandering in the abyss of space trap immediately knew that Jianghu had come when they saw Heaven Connecting Tower. Therefore, these experts from the various factions in the Chaos Sea hurriedly sent this information back to their own factions. Patriarch, the human race's Tao Lord Mountain Sea of the Fourth Universe just entered the abyss of space trap. Master Heavenly Venerate, we found traces of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Ancestor, just now Tao Lord Mountain Sea came to the abyss of space trap. Although the Chaos Sea was huge, the news spread very quickly. In just one day the news spread throughout the 4 primal universes and the 2 holy lands. After all, ever since Jianghu obtained the 8 Clouds inheritance, he had become a moving treasure in the eyes of the entire Chaos Sea. Who didn't want to obtain the inheritance from Jianghu? However, they didn't have the ability. Back then, dozens of heavenly venerates and almost 1,000 universe realm Tao Lords joined forces and surrounded the 8 Cloud ruins, but they still couldn't stop Jianghu. In addition, in the past 1,000 years, Jianghu had fought many battles in the Chaos Sea and killed many Tao Lords. He was infamous. This made everyone understand that it was impossible to obtain the inheritance from Jianghu. Instead, they had to hide from Jianghu. All the Tao Lords of our race, listen up. Do not provoke Tao Lord Mountain Sea. If you see him from afar, avoid him immediately. Pass down the order. All the Tao Lords are not to provoke Jianghu. Thus, Jianghu entered the abyss of space trap without any obstruction. Now, only those heavenly venerates dared to provoke him. As for heavenly venerates, they were usually in the depths of the abyss. As for Tao Lords? Now, all the major factions knew that even the top universe realm Tao Lords wouldn't be able to last more than 3 strikes from Tao Lord Mountain Sea. When they saw heaven-piercing tower go directly into the depths of the abyss, those Tao Lords heaved a sigh of relief. This was a malefic star. In the 2 wars of the 8 Cloud Ruins and the 4th universe, Tao Lord Mountain Sea alone killed more than 2,000 Tao Lords. They all thought that I would start a massacre. I'm not stupid. Jianghu stood in the treasure space of heaven-piercing tower and looked at the churning chaos fog outside. Although I can easily kill Tao Lords and am even better at it than many heavenly venerates, won't I be making enemies everywhere if I go on a killing spree? I'm not afraid of making enemies everywhere, but it will harm the human race and the races that rely on us. All the foreign race experts he had killed over the years had either attacked him of their own accord or had enmity with him, such as the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Apart from that, he would not take the initiative to kill other Tao Lords. Jianghu knew very well that if he massacred foreign race Tao Lords in Chaos Sea for no reason, the nature of the situation would be different. In that case, the heavenly venerates of the other races would also be able to hunt down the human race and the Tao Lords that relied on the human race. At that time, weaker experts like Tao Lord Mi Luo, Tao Lord Longwall, Tao Lord Qinyu, and the others would find it difficult to move around in Chaos Sea. Therefore, even if he could obtain eternal EXP, Riverward would not do such a foolish act of killing at will, much less do it. He was a human, not a beast. With my combat strength, I can easily capture the Tao Lords of the Great Sky Sacred Ground. Then let's begin. Then Jianghu went all the way down. At the same time, he used his spirit sense to scan his surroundings to see if there were any experts from the Great Sky Sacred Ground. With the current strength of his essence spirit, he could scan an area of 30,000 light-years. A year later, in the depths of the Void Trap Abyss, Dual Spiral Domain. Whoosh. 2 huge vortexes formed by the chaos fog were tearing everything apart. They tore apart the surrounding void and disturbed space-time, making it impossible for people to teleport. This was a terrifying danger zone left behind after Mount Shenhuang disappeared. The core area of the 2 huge vortexes was enough to annihilate the top universe realm Tao Lords. At this moment, at the edge of the dual spiral domain, there was a huge stone celestial body floating in the air. The largest diameter of the stone celestial body was more than 1 billion kilometers, and there were 9 Tao Lords entrenched on it. All of them were staring at the core of the distant vortex. A supreme treasure was about to be born there. No one expected that the dual spiral domain formed by the disappearance of Mount Shenhuang would be a place where supreme treasures have a high probability of appearing. In other places it's already not bad if one Tier 5 supreme treasure appears in an epoch. But here, in just a short 1,000 years, more than 10 Tier 3 supreme treasures, 6 Tier 4 supreme treasures, and even 1 Tier 5 supreme treasure have appeared. The Tao Lords were all waiting for the supreme treasure to appear with burning eyes. Suddenly, boom. In the distance, a stream of light was flying forward at high speed. The suction force of the dual spiral domain is extremely powerful. Who is it? Who dares to fly above the dual spiral domain? Aren't they worried about being swept down? It's Skirich Tower. A 9-story tower, it's Skirich Tower of Tao Lord Mountain Sea. No wonder he dares to charge in so directly. So it's a Tier 7 flying supreme treasure. If I had one, I would dare to charge into the depths of the dual spiral domain. On the stone celestial body, the 9 Tao Lords were all amazed. Skirich Tower is turning. It's flying towards us. Instantly the 9 Tao Lords were all frantic. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea had no ill intentions towards them, why would he turn in their direction? Even if they wanted to flee now, it was already too late. They were already very close to the tower, and within the dual spiral domain, they didn't dare to teleport. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, we're willing to hand over this supreme treasure that's about to appear. They chose to back down. Skirich Tower gradually decelerated, hovering above the stone celestial body. Whoosh! A black armored figure flew out, staring downwards as he swept the 9 Tao Lords with his gaze. Don't worry about the other 8 Tao Lords. I came here for him. Jianghu pointed downwards at one of the universe Tao Lords. Instantly the other 8 Tao Lords on the stone celestial body turned to look, wanting to see which unlucky fellow it was. They saw a tall muscular man with 8 arms. He first looked around, then looked up at Jianghu, his face filled with terror. Chapter 647. Me? The 8-armed man looked around. The other 8 Tao Lords all stood off to one side, intentionally moving a bit further away. Clearly they were quite willing to see this 8-armed Tao Lord suffer a tragic fate. This was because this 8-armed man was the strongest among the 9 of them. Naturally, he had the highest chance of obtaining the supreme treasure that was about to appear. These alien Tao lords could also see that Jiang Xi didn't care about the supreme treasure that was about to appear in the dual whirlpool domain. He was completely targeting this 8-armed man. They weren't worried about their own safety because Jiang Xi had roamed the Chaos Sea for so many years and had never wantonly killed anyone. In the past 1,000 years, many of his attacks were basically targeted at the Great Sky Sacred Land. Tao Lord Hong Ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Jiang Xi looked down at the 8-armed man. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I've never met you before. We have no enmity. I've also never targeted the experts of the 4th universe's human race. May I know why you're looking for me? Tao Lord Hong Ran hurriedly said in fear and anxiety. Although he was a top universe Tao Lord and came from the eternal universe that didn't fear calamities, he naturally trembled in fear when he encountered someone who could easily kill him. In fact, he wanted to escape just now, but it was already too late when he saw the sky-piercing tower. No enmity? Your Great Sky Sacred Land has always targeted the human race. That's enmity. Jiang Xi sneered. The other 8 Tao Lords watched from the side and stayed away, afraid that they would be implicated. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, don't be unreasonable. Tao Lord Hong Ran said directly. If he wasn't in front of Jiang Xi, he would also be an extremely arrogant expert. Now he could only endure. Don't struggle. Jiang Xi's expression was cold. Come in. Then he berated. Instantly, a whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the sky-piercing tower. A powerful suction force instantly acted on Tao Lord Hong Ran below. No. Tao Lord Hong Ran roared and struggled with all his might. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're going to fight to the death with my Great Sky Sacred Land. Celestial Master Dark Ink of my Holy Land universe is in the abyss of pitch void right now. If you kill me, he'll definitely come for you. This roar caused the surrounding void to tremble. Tao Lord Hong Ran was already resisting with all his might. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink? I just happened to have a score to settle with him. Jiang Xi said coldly. Whoosh. Although Tao Lord Hong Ran tried his best to resist, he was still constantly being sucked into Heavenspan Tower. Then, it was completely sucked in and disappeared. This caused the 8 spectating alien Tao Lords to tremble in fear. They were so quiet that they didn't dare to make a sound. Although they knew how powerful Jiang Xi was, they were still terrified when they saw it with their own eyes. Tao Lord Hong Ran, who had dominated the Chaos Sea for countless eons, had been devoured by Heavenspan Tower so easily? I thought there would be a great battle. This Jiang Xi is too crazy. He actually doesn't take Tao Lord Hong Ran seriously at all. Moreover, many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land are in the abyss of pitch void. Especially that Celestial Master Dark Ink, he's the 2nd Great Sky Venerable expert of the Great Sky Sacred Land. His strength is incomparably terrifying. There aren't many in the entire Chaos Sea who can defeat him. That's right. Isn't he worried that he'll be intercepted by the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land if he attacks here? This abyss of pitch void isn't the vast Chaos Sea outside. He can escape at any time outside. Once he's blocked here, he'll probably be in danger. While they were discussing secretly via voice transmission, Jiang Xi held Heavenspan Tower in his hand and slowly descended, causing the expressions of the 8 alien Tao Lords to change drastically. What are you doing? You've already captured Tao Lord Hong Ran of the Great Sky Sacred Land. Why aren't you leaving? Jiang Xi stepped on the huge rock and looked at the 8 Tao Lords around him. These alien Tao Lords were all above the Yin realm. 2 of them were even top universe realm Tao Lords, 1 step away from becoming a half-step heavenly venerable. He said directly, I captured Tao Lord Hong Ran to wait for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come and stop me. You can also help me spread the news that I, Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, am waiting for the experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land to come in the dual whirlpool region of the abyss of pitch void. I'll only give them 10 years. If no experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land come in 10 years, I'll kill Tao Lord Hong Ran. Everyone, do you understand? Riverward asked with a cold gaze. Don't worry. Tao Lord Mountain and Sea, we'll do our best to help spread the news of such a small matter. How would the 8 alien Tao Lords dare to disobey? This Jiang Xi was really domineering. He directly wanted to go against the entire Great Sky Sacred Land. Naturally, they weren't willing to get involved. Now they were just spreading the news. Even if Jiang Xi didn't instruct them, they would take the initiative to spread the news. After all, those who wanted to watch the show didn't mind blowing things up. Then everyone continued to wait for the treasure to appear. Don't worry about me. Jiang Xi waved his hand. Heavenspan Tower, which was originally in his palm, directly landed on the huge rock. Then, It rapidly expanded to hundreds of millions of kilometers tall and stood in the center of the huge rock. Jianghu entered the space of the supreme treasure and waited. Tao Lord Hong ran, "If none of the experts of your great sky sacred land come, don't blame me when you die," Jianghu said with a smile. Tao Lord Hong ran, who was imprisoned in Heavenspan Tower, didn't say a word. Jianghu smiled. It was Tao Lord Hong ran who reminded him of this decision just now. Since the experts of the great sky sacred land wouldn't let him go, then it was just right. He would capture an expert of the great sky sacred land and wait here. It would save him the effort of searching the great sky sacred land. If he searched bit by bit, he would probably spend thousands of years and could only capture 10 or 8 experts of the great sky sacred land. Now he just needed to wait for the rabbit to appear. It would be best if he could capture Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan this time. Jianghu's heart was filled with fighting spirit now. If it were a third step Heavenly Venerable from the 4 primal universes, he might not be able to defeat them and wouldn't have the strength to capture them. But Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan from the Holy Land was different. This third step Heavenly Venerable didn't have a miniature universe and only relied on a full set of 7-step true treasures to maintain the combat power of a third step Heavenly Venerable. And Jianghu didn't lack true treasures the least. A 7-step true treasure was like a piece of paper in front of him now. Jianghu was one of the key figures in the primordial realm's Chaos Sea. His every move was valued. He hadn't made a move since entering the abyss. Unexpectedly, he suddenly captured Tao Lord Hong ran from the Great Sky Sacred Land and announced that he would wait for the arrival of the other experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the Dual Whirlpool region for 10 years. There are many experts of the Great Sky Sacred Land in the abyss. Be it in the depths or the outer region, they can all arrive in the Dual Whirlpool region within a year. Tao Lord Mountain and Sea gave a 10-year deadline. Obviously there's plenty of time. Tao Lord Mountain and Sea can be said to be the #1 madman in the Chaos Sea. Even the invincible Heavenly Venerable Purple Firmament didn't do such a crazy thing. He's the 8 Clouds inheritor. He's indeed different. The news spread rapidly. That day, in the depths of the abyss of Pitfall region, in a dangerous place called the Fantasy Spirit Zone. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was one of the most dangerous places after the formation of the abyss of Pitfall region. It was famous for its illusions. Even with a 7-step primordial spirit true treasure, it would be difficult to escape once lost. Of course, the more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunities. If one was lucky, they would be able to gain a lot here. Rumble, an ancient flying ship floated outside the Fantasy Spirit Zone. On the flying ship, there was a huge plant creature, a fog creature, and an 8-armed man. They were the 3 great experts of the Shenhuang Mountain: Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon, Heavenly Venerable Xie, and Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan. Qing Yan, that Tao Lord Mountain and Sea captured the experts of your Great Sky Sacred Land and specially spread the news that he was waiting for your experts in the Dual Whirlpool region. He even gave you 10 years. He knew that you were in the abyss of Pitfall region, but he still dared to take the initiative to spread the news. It seems that he's here for you. If you don't go, I'm afraid you'll become the joke of the entire Chaos Sea. Heavenly Venerable Xie chuckled. Qing Yan, are you going? Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon also looked over. They all knew some of the past between Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan and Jianghu. Back then, Jianghu had briefly appeared in the Shenhuang Mountain and killed a top universe realm Tao Lord of the Heavenly Feather Race. In the end, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan attacked and almost died in the Shenhuang Mountain. That kid has many supreme treasures on him. Although he's only a Tao Lord, even I don't have the confidence to capture him, let alone kill him, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon said. Many supreme treasures? My Great Sky Sacred Land doesn't lack supreme treasures. Since he dares to act so arrogantly this time, I'll capture him and force the 8 Clouds inheritance out of him. Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan sneered. He looked at Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie. Are you going? No. I don't want to provoke the humans of the 4th universe. Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xie both shook their heads. What a joke. Apart from Jianghu, the humans of the 4th universe also had Heavenly Venerable Ming. The Great Sky Sacred Land wasn't afraid of Heavenly Venerable Ming, but they were worried that they would attract Heavenly Venerable Ming's killing intent. Then I'll be leaving. I'll be back soon after dealing with Jianghu. After saying that, Heavenly Venerable Qing Yan rode his Tier 7 flying treasure and quickly turned into a stream of light and left. The Fantasy Spirit Zone was the most dangerous place in the abyss of Pitfall region. The 3 of them believed that they might be able to find some traces of Shenhuang Mountain's disappearance here and then use it to find Shenhuang Mountain. Therefore, the three of them were unwilling to give up on investigating this place. After Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen left, Heavenly Venerable Blood Moon and Heavenly Venerable Xia looked at each other and then sent a message to the Tao Lords they were familiar with. If anyone is near the dual whirlpool domain, leave as soon as possible. If you can't leave in a short time, try to hide as much as possible. Don't run into that Tao Lord Mountain Sea. Dual whirlpool domain on the giant stone celestial body. Sky Piercer Tower stood in the center and waited silently, but there were already 11 Tao Lords around it. Clearly, many experts had already known that the dual whirlpool domain was about to be born. When they found out that Jianghu was only targeting the experts of the Juntian Holy Land, coupled with the temptation of the treasure, 3 other Tao Lords still took the risk and rushed over. At this moment, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you're too arrogant. How dare you provoke the Juntian Holy Land alone? A woman with 8 arms rushed over with a giant hammer and roared as she attacked Sky Piercer Tower. This was another top-tier universe Tao Lord from the Juntian Holy Land. In fact, the Tao Lords of the 2 Holy Land universes were basically all at the universe Tao Lord level. Finally, another one. A cold laugh came from the 9-story tower billions of kilometers tall. Come. Boom. A powerful suction force swept toward the 8-armed woman. The 8-armed woman was stunned. After hearing the news, she immediately rushed over and didn't know that Tao Lord Mountain Sea had attacked Tao Lord Hong Ran. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that the 8 Tao Lords deliberately concealed the news when they spread it. As a result, this 8-armed woman was taken into Sky Piercer Tower without any warning. Another month passed. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, how dare you provoke the Juntian Holy Land? Come. Just like that, for half a year, Jianghu used Sky Piercer Tower to capture a total of 54 universe Tao Lords from the Juntian Holy Land. After that, no other Juntian Holy Land experts dared to challenge him. Moreover, the Juntian Holy Land had already given the order that apart from Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen, no one was allowed to attack. Now, the anger of the entire Juntian Holy Land's upper echelons had almost gathered into an ocean and was about to drown the entire Holy Land. However, they could only suppress their anger helplessly and wait for Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen to take action and capture Tao Lord Mountain Sea. There was no other way. Because the Holy Land universe couldn't produce new Heavenly Venerables, the number of Heavenly Venerables in the Juntian Holy Land wasn't many, only 7. Moreover, none of them had miniature universes, and their actual combat strength was far inferior to a true Heavenly Venerable. Boom. In the depths of the pitfall abyss, a terrifying figure flashed and headed straight for the dual spiral domain. I'm finally here. Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen was filled with endless anger for countless eras. Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen had given the various forces in the chaos sea the impression of a friendly Heavenly Venerable. However, in reality, it was just that he disdained to interact too much with those powerhouses who couldn't become eternal, let alone start a conflict. However, it was different this time. Tao Lord Mountain Sea repeatedly provoked the Juntian Holy Land. This was a disgrace to the Juntian Holy Land that had stood tall in the Chaos Sea for a long time. It was absolutely unforgivable. Time passed day by day. Rumble. The whirlpool of the dual spiral domain became even more terrifying, tearing the surrounding void. On the other hand, the outermost giant stone celestial body was much calmer. The 11 alien Tao Lords on it were all waiting expectantly. I reckon that Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen will arrive soon. That's right. Just wait. The Juntian Holy Land is counting on Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen to defeat Tao Lord Mountain Sea. I'm really looking forward to it. I think Heavenly Venerable Qin Yen will win this time. Last time outside the 8 Cloud Ruins, Tao Lord Mountain Sea escaped with the help of Heavenly Venerable Ming Ming. Now that he has no one to help him, he'll definitely lose. Just as they were chatting, a huge bolt of lightning suddenly appeared about 100 light-years away from the dual spiral domain. The terrifying bolt of lightning cut through the void and arrived above the giant stone celestial body in the blink of an eye. This scene made the group of relaxed Tao Lords immediately excited. A great battle was about to break out. Chapter 648. Human, hurry up and hand over the experts of my great sky sacred land. A majestic voice resounded through the surrounding void. The huge bolt of lightning in the sky disappeared, and a tall 8-armed man appeared. Behind him floated the phantom of a giant hammer that was 1,000,000 kilometers tall. It was Celestial Venerable Dark Ink of the Great Sky Sacred Land. He looked coldly at Sky Piercer Tower below. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink. A cold shout rang out. Jiang Xi walked out of Sky Piercer Tower, reached out and shrunk the tower into his palm. He looked up at the colossal Celestial Venerable in the sky. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink, you sure are impressive. The fate of your 54 Universe Realm Tao Lords is in my hands. You have a favor to ask of me, yet you dare to be so arrogant? Celestial Venerable Dark Ink snorted and said coldly, Speak. What will it take for you to let them out? He restrained his anger. After all, Jiang Xi was speaking the truth. He couldn't ignore the fate of 54 Universe Realm Tao Lords. Simple. You come in and they leave. Jiang Xi pointed at Sky Piercer Tower. As soon as these words came out, the alien Tao Lords who had been watching from the sidelines were all shocked. This Tao Lord of the Mountain Sea had really gone mad. How could the lives of 54 Universe Realm Tao Lords be compared to the lives of a lofty third-step Celestial Venerable? After all, there were only about 10 third-step Celestial Venerables in the entire Chaos Sea. Impudent! Celestial Venerable Dark Ink roared angrily, You're provoking me. You're courting death. Provoking? Jiang Xi laughed. You're wrong. This is an insult. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink was even angrier. At the same time, he understood that Jiang Xi had been waiting for him from the beginning. Not only to take revenge on the Great Sky Sacred Land, but also for that palm strike. It seems you're not willing to hand them over? Celestial Venerable Dark Ink looked down. I've never thought of handing them over. Jiang Xi sneered. Hong Ran Huin. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink stood in the sky and suddenly said a bunch of names. I'll avenge you. Upon hearing this, the alien Tao Lords who had hidden themselves within their flying treasures all grew excited. They understood that Empyrean Dark Ink's words meant that he had given up on rescuing the 54 Tao Lords. Clearly, the battle was about to begin. Tao Lord Mountain Sea, I'll make you understand how foolish it is to provoke a third-step Empyrean. Empyrean Blue Sink suddenly roared. The million-kilometer-tall giant hammer shadow behind him suddenly grew 10,000 times larger and smashed down on the giant stone celestial body. The power was so great that everywhere it passed, the void was shattered. This attack. Empyrean Dark Ink is too strong. We're so far away but we're still affected. The alien Tao Lords who had been hiding within their flying treasures were so terrified that they hurriedly took control of their treasures and scattered in every direction. In order to watch this shocking battle, they were even willing to risk their lives. Fortunately, Empyrean Dark Ink did not target them. But of course, Jiang Xi had no intention of attacking these alien Tao Lords. Boom. The giant hammer shadow that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth smashed down on Jiang Xi who was on the giant stone celestial body. Ah, good timing. Jiang Xi was looking up at the sky. The height of a human seemed rather small in front of Empyrean Dark Ink. However, Jiang Xi's aura did not lose to his opponent at all. Kill. Jiang Xi slashed out with his Tier 8 ultimate treasure, the Shadow-Slaying Sword. Sword light lit up and instantly streaked across the void. Then, the light suddenly exploded and gathered into a huge black and white sphere. Countless sword lights with a destructive aura were compressed into the black and white sphere. In an instant, the diameter of the black and white sphere reached 10 billion kilometers. Poof! The black and white sphere suddenly exploded like a bubble. A resplendent sword light flashed and swept directly toward the giant hammer shadow that was descending from the sky. Tier 7 Secret Technique, Mountain Sea Sword Sutra Heavenly Tao Volume 3. Destruction and Rebirth. This Tao Lord Mountain Sea is too arrogant. He's obviously only using a Tier 7 Secret Technique. How can he block Empyrean Dark Ink's Tier 9 Secret Technique? It seems like Tao Lord Mountain Sea is only SOSO. The 11 Tao Lords of other races were watching the battle from afar. Ever since the 8 Cloud Ruins appeared, the experts of the various factions in Chaos Sea had also broken down the ranks of secret techniques and knew the characteristics and power of each level of secret techniques now. The Sword Tao secret technique that Jiang Xi used looked quite mysterious, but in reality the power condensed was not as strong as Empyrean Dark Ink's Giant Hammer secret technique. Humph, Tao Lord Mountain Sea, you'll definitely lose today. If you let go of the Tao Lords of my sacred ground and follow me to the Great Sky sacred ground obediently, I can consider sparing your life. Empyrean Dark Ink snorted coldly. You talk too much. Jiang Xi sneered. Then die. Empyrean Dark Ink's heart stirred. Instantly, the giant hammer shadow grew larger and was about to collide with the sword light. A shocking scene appeared. The giant hammer shadow with monstrous power actually shattered like a bubble and disappeared without a trace. Boom, boom, boom. Then, the terrifying impact produced by the collision of the two secret techniques spread out. In almost an instant, it had spread hundreds of light years away. Empyrean dark ink also took a few steps back under the impact, shattering pieces of the void. He looked at Jiang Xi with confusion and shock. A level 7 secret technique defeated a level 9 secret technique. Impossible. Empyrean dark ink roared in shock and anger. Even if you have the many mysteries of the 8 cloud inheritance, you still have to die today. Whoosh, each of his 8 arms held a strange dark golden hammer. It was his level 7 offensive supreme treasure that could be divided into 8 parts and was very suitable for his body. Take this. Empyrean dark ink roared. Bus, bus, bus. The level 7 supreme treasure spun continuously, and streaks of golden lightning shot out from each of the hammers. Then, according to the level 9 secret technique he created, it condensed into an incomparably huge hammer that was no longer a shadow. This was the combination of a secret technique and a supreme treasure. If the supreme treasure was strong enough, it could greatly enhance the attack power of the secret technique. 8 lives. Jiang Xi's body skyrocketed 1,000,000 times, becoming a towering giant. One of the 2 ultimate techniques of the 8 cloud inheritance, 8 lives, was an ultimate technique that specialized in the body. The attack methods hidden in it could increase his body's strength in a short period of time. Destruction and rebirth. Then the giant Jiang Xi swung his sword again. The level 8 supreme treasure, Killer Shadow Sword, wrapped in a layer of black and white sword light, also suddenly became 1,000,000 times larger and directly met the dark golden hammer. This was a true head-on collision. Without the restrictions of the primal universe's laws of heaven and earth, his sword directly erupted with the strongest power. A level 8 supreme treasure and a level 7 secret technique against a level 7 supreme treasure and a level 9 secret technique. The huge Killer Shadow Sword slashed through the void and directly hit the dark golden hammer. Clang. A terrifying power erupted. Even though the Chaos Sea space was extremely stable, terrifying cracks still exploded at this moment. In just an instant, the dark golden hammer directly flew out and smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Impossible. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared, his face filled with disbelief. Whoosh. But in the next moment, the giant that had become taller than him held the stone-gray sword and slashed out again at lightning speed. This sword directly smashed into Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was still flying backward. Crack. The level 7 supreme treasure armor on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's body directly cracked into fine lines. His body's aura also weakened slightly. But immediately after, the armor and his body recovered to their original state. A level 8 supreme treasure? A third step Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink looked at Jiang Xi in shock. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Jiang Xi, who was like a towering giant, continuously swung the level 8 supreme treasure, Killer Shadow Sword, and used the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's destruction and rebirth sword technique. It looked like a demon god had descended into the world. He was fighting with the equally tall 8-armed Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink and was not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, he had a slight advantage and forced Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink to retreat step by step. How can he be so strong? He's a Tao Lord. Don't Tao Lords only have the combat strength of a half-step Heavenly Venerate at most? He must have obtained that level 8 supreme treasure from 8 Clouds inheritance. But even if he has a level 8 supreme treasure, he shouldn't have the combat strength of a third-step Heavenly Venerate, right? Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink kept retreating and found it even more difficult to understand. Moreover, he discovered that his attacks could not hurt Jiang Xi at all. Whether it was Jiang Xi's body or essence spirit, there was no sign of weakening at all. It was like Jiang Xi's body and essence spirit were also wearing extremely high-grade armor and soul armor. This made Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink jealous and angry, but he still remained calm. Judging from the current situation, he indeed could not do anything to Jiang Xi, but it was not to the extent of being completely defeated. It seems that I can only delay him now and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground. But at this moment, collect. River Word, who was like a giant that could hold up the heavens, suddenly shouted. A 9-story pagoda spiraled out from his body, and then rapidly expanded, becoming a colossus that was 9 light-years tall. The supreme treasure, Heaven-Piercing Tower, revealed the power of a level 9 supreme treasure for the first time. The huge 9-story tower directly pressed down on Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, who was originally considered huge, was now smaller than an ant in front of the 9 light-year tall Heaven-Piercing Tower. Therefore he had no room to dodge at all, let alone escape. Bus. It was as if a world was slowly crushing down. The void trembled slightly. It was extremely slow but also extremely fast. The entire heaven-piercing tower almost instantly fell on top of Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink's head. This. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was stunned. He just wanted to continue fighting and inform the other Heavenly Venerates of the sacred ground. Then he could not move. He was directly locked by the terrifying aura of heaven-piercing tower. So heavy. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink only felt endless pressure coming from the huge heaven-piercing tower. This was not pure gravity but also a kind of suppression. The moment heaven-piercing tower pressed down on him, the two seemed to have become one. That endless pressure also became his own pressure. This made him feel as if he was carrying a huge miniature universe. It was so heavy that he could not move an inch. Impossible. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink roared with all his might as thunder and lightning energy erupted all over his body. He tried his best to resist the suppression of heaven-piercing tower and flew slowly with great difficulty. That speed was probably not even 10,000 kilometers per second. No. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink tried his best to resist, however, accelerating to 10,000 kilometers per second was already his limit. The faster he went, the stronger the suppression of heaven-piercing tower was. Seeing this scene, Jianghu just chuckled. This was the first time he used heaven-piercing tower with all his strength to display the power of this godly monarch's supreme treasure. Yes, the supreme treasure of chaos origin godly monarch. When he received the inheritance of 8 Clouds godly general had once revealed that heaven-piercing tower once belonged to a divine monarch of the primordial realm. That peerless divine monarch was one of the few beings who could stand close to the emperors of the primordial realm. Therefore, heaven-piercing tower was naturally powerful. In the past, he was not strong enough to unleash the power of this supreme treasure. Now that he had reached the limit of a Tao Lord, his actual combat power was comparable to a third-step celestial venerate. Naturally, he could unleash some of its power. Of course, this was far from the true power of heaven-piercing tower. It's more than enough to suppress this third-step celestial venerate without a miniature universe, Jianghu thought. Withdraw. He shouted coldly again. The base of heaven-piercing tower opened, and a terrifying suction force erupted. No. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink could not escape from heaven-piercing tower. I'm a third-step celestial venerate, a celestial venerate of the eternal universe. I'm not afraid of calamities. How can I be defeated by a Tao Lord? My life and death are in someone else's hands. Impossible. This can't be. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was going crazy. It had only been tens of thousands of years. Last time he had almost killed Jianghu with one slap. Now he was about to be suppressed. The next moment, with a final roar, I can't accept this. The roar disappeared, and the void where the dual whirlpool domain was located returned to silence. The other 11 Tao Lords were hiding in their respective flying true treasures, watching the battle from afar. They had seen the entire process of the battle and saw the unbelievable outcome of the battle. Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink lost? He couldn't fight back at all. Is heaven-piercing tower really a 7th-tier true treasure? Something big happened. A Tao Lord suppressed a third-step celestial venerate. The 11 alien Tao Lords were deeply shocked. After they snapped back to their senses, they hurriedly spread the news of the results of the battle through various channels. All the major powers in Chaos Sea were indeed paying attention to this battle. This was because this was the first time the 8 Clouds heirs were fighting a celestial venerate. Soon they all received the news and learned the result of the battle. For a moment, the entire Chaos Sea fell into silence and confusion. Originally they guessed that Jianghu would definitely not be a match for Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink, but he would be able to survive in the end. But now the result was reversed. Moreover, although Heavenly Venerate Dark Ink was not dead, his life and death were now in Jianghu's hands. It was no different from death. The major factions of Chaos Sea immediately raised their vigilance against Jianghu. However, the Great Sky Sacred Land is in trouble now. The Great Sky Sacred Land is controlling the forces of the Fourth Universe behind the scenes to fight against the human race and suppress their development. Now, the human Tao Lord of the mountains and seas of the Fourth Universe was able to capture Celestial Black Ink and 54 other Tao Lords despite being just a Tao Lord. If Tao Lord Mountain Sea becomes a true Heavenly Venerate in the future, he will probably be even more terrifying than Heavenly Venerate Purple Firmament. If this continues, the Great Sky Sacred Land will suffer a huge loss. I really don't understand. As an eternal existence, why does the Great Sky Sacred Land have to deal with the humans of the Fourth Universe? It's the same for the Red Lotus Sacred Land. They directly destroyed the humans of the Second and Third Universes. No matter what, These two sacred lands are in trouble after becoming enemies with the human race. You think too highly of the human race. After all, they are not eternal. When the calamity is over, the human race will disappear in the crisis of the calamity. Even if the sacred lands are temporarily at a disadvantage, they are still eternal existences. In the next calamity, they will still be the strongest faction in Chaos Sea. The attitudes of the major factions toward Dao Lord Mountain Sea were very complicated. Some were optimistic, while others were belittling him, but not a single faction was able to guess why Riverward had captured so many powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land. Chapter 649. The major forces of Chaos Sea had guessed one thing correctly: the Juntian Holy Land was in trouble. Because they had been paying attention to Jiang Xi's every move, they soon discovered that Jiang Xi had gone directly outside the Juntian Holy Land universe after leaving the abyss of Pitch Void. What was he going to do? For a time, the Chaos Sea was filled with exclamations. The celestial venerables and Dao lords of the major forces were puzzled. Could it be that this Eight Clouds inheritor was really going to provoke the entire Holy Land universe? It was fine if he was in the abyss of Pitch Void. After all, there was still some distance from the Juntian Holy Land. If something really happened, there was still a chance to escape. Outside the Juntian Holy Land, with the foundation of this Holy Land universe, they could quickly organize nearly 1,000 Dao lords. The remaining 6 celestial venerables could also quickly rush over. Even if Jiang Xi had the combat strength of a third-step celestial venerable, he couldn't defeat so many powerhouses alone, right? Otherwise, there would have been other third-step celestial venerables challenging the 2 Holy Land universes over the years. The incomparably huge Juntian Holy Land universe floated in the endless chaotic gray fog. At this time, a 9-story tower 9 light-years tall stood outside the Holy Land universe, only 1 light-year away. 1 light-year seemed very far, but to celestial venerables and Dao lords, it was no different from 1 meter. They could cross it in an instant. In the treasure space of Heaven Connecting Tower, the desperate celestial venerable Qin Yen saw Jiang Xi's crazy actions and sneered crazily. You're courting death. Even if you have the strength of a third-step celestial venerable, you can't withstand a single blow from the Juntian Holy Land. I advise you to let us go obediently. Otherwise, the human race of the 4th universe will be implicated by you and be annihilated. Celestial Venerable Qin Yen still wanted to live. Want to live? Sure. Jiang Xi smiled. Celestial Venerable Qin Yan's eyes flashed. I know you have a way to contact the other powerhouses in the Holy Land. Now pass on a message for me. I need 3 8th-tier true treasures, 10 7th-tier true treasures, 100 6th-tier true treasures, 1,000 5th-tier true treasures, 10,000 4th-tier true treasures, and 300,000 1st-tier to 3rd-tier true treasures. With this as a deal, I can consider letting you go, Jiang Xi said with a calm smile. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink's eyes widened in shock. Was Jiang Xi crazy? With so many supreme treasures, the Great Heaven Holy Land would likely be emptied out. 8th-tier treasure? He knew that 1,000 years ago, Great Sky Supreme had once bestowed 7 8th-tier supreme treasures. But those were the cornerstone treasures of the Great Sky Holy Land and could not be taken out. Apart from 8th-tier supreme treasures, the value of other supreme treasures was also unimaginable. For example, 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 low-tier true treasures. Even the entire Chaos Sea did not have that many. Impossible, this is kidnapping and extortion. He shouted angrily. Yes, I did kidnap and blackmail. Jiang Xi's smile remained unchanged. That's impossible. Just kill us. Alright. Wait. Can you reduce the number a little? Like those 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 low-tier supreme treasures, we can't take it out at all. Even in the entire Chaos Sea, it's impossible to have so many low-tier supreme treasures. Celestial Venerable Dark Ink said with great difficulty. He lowered his head, feeling even more ashamed and furious in his heart. Haha, to be able to see the famous Celestial Venerable Dark Ink lower his head, there's no harm in reducing it a little. Jiang Xi laughed loudly. How about this? 300,000 Stage 1 to Stage 3 supreme treasures can be reduced to 30,000. However, these 30,000 must be low-tier supreme treasures with special functions such as suppression, bewitchment, armor transformation, armor cracking, and so on. Unknowingly, Riverward had added his own goal into the conversation. Low-tier supreme treasures were ordinary to begin with. Those that could have additional functions were all rare items. Therefore, if the Great Sky Holy Land wanted to take out 30,000 such low-tier supreme treasures, they could definitely find the 2 mountain peaks and deliver them to him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the Great Sky Holy Land was willing to trade with him. As for killing Celestial Venerable Dark Ink and these Universe Realm Tao Lords, Jianghu felt that it was better to retrieve the damaged parts of the Supreme Treasures for now. In terms of value, his Supreme Treasure, the Seventh Mountain, was naturally more valuable. This Supreme Treasure was also a Supreme Treasure that surpassed the limits. However, due to the restrictions of the Chaos Sea's Heaven and Earth laws, a large portion of its power could not be unleashed. If he could find the last two mountains, the seventh mountain would evolve into the ninth mountain. Although the power that the Supreme Treasure could unleash could not break through the limits, the quality of the Supreme Treasure itself would definitely return to its original peak state. When he reached the upper realm in the future, this Supreme Treasure would be his greatest trump card. Therefore his primary goal was to find the two mountains. As for these powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land, he could kill them at any time in the future. In any case, they would not run out of the Chaos Sea. On the other side, in a magnificent temple in the Great Hammer Divine World of the Great Sky Holy Land, Celestial Venerable Dark Ink had already begun discussing the deal with the other Celestial Venerable powerhouses of the Great Sky Holy Land through the incarnation he left in the Holy Land. The 7 Celestial Venerables sat in front of a huge round table. These are the conditions he proposed. How should we decide? Celestial Venerable Dark Ink spoke of Jianghu's conditions in a low voice, his expression extremely ugly. He is robbing us. 3 Tier 8 Supreme Treasures and so many Tier 6, Tier 5 and Tier 4 Supreme Treasures. 30,000 Tier 1 to Tier 3 Supreme Treasures. Has he gone mad from poverty? It should be that the human race has gone mad from poverty, with Celestial Venerable Wan Luo leading the other 6 Great Sky Holy Land Empyrean powerhouses were incomparably furious. In the end, everyone's gazes fell on Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. Great Sky Supreme rarely appeared. Therefore, the affairs of the Holy Land were usually handled by the strongest Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo frowned and finally said, "My Great Sky Holy Land has already stood tall in the Chaos Sea for thousands of epochs. In these long years, the Supreme Treasures we have collected can be said to be massive. Besides those 3 Tier 8 Supreme Treasures, taking out the rest is not a big deal to us. However, if Qin Yen dies, it will be a great loss for us." Hearing Celestial Venerable Wan Luo's words, except for Celestial Venerable Qin Yan's incarnation, the other 5 Celestial Venerables nodded solemnly because the Holy Land universe was not enough to support the birth of new Celestial Venerables. The current 7 Celestial Venerables of the Great Sky Holy Land had all existed before the creation of the Holy Land universe. If any of them died, it would be a loss. And Celestial Venerable Qin Yan was ranked in the top 3 among them. He could be said to be second only to Celestial Venerable Wan Luo. If he really died, the loss would be great. As for the 54 Universe Tao Lords, these Celestial Venerables did not care much about them. This was because the Great Sky Holy Land had too many Quasi-Tao Lords, and the Great Sky Holy Land universe could only support a limited number of Tao Lords. Only when the other Tao Lords died would the Quasi-Tao Lords have a chance to break through to become Tao Lords. Therefore they were not worried that the death of these Tao Lords would cause great losses to the Holy Land. Just like last time, in order to compete for the 8 Clouds inheritance, they had lost nearly 100 Universe Tao Lords. However, after more than 1,000 years, the gap of nearly 100 Universe Tao Lords had been filled. So we will trade with him? That's the only way. What else can we do? Celestial Venerable Qin Yen is in his hands now, and Heavenspan Tower is in existence that we can't shake. Although the Celestial Venerables were furious, they could only agree to this deal helplessly. They all knew that the 8 Clouds inheritor Jianghu had hidden his strength too deeply. Without a sound, his actual combat strength had reached the 3rd step Celestial Venerable level. He even suddenly took out 2 powerful treasures that were at least rank 8, a stone sword and a Heavenspan Tower. They could confirm that the stone sword definitely came from the 8 Clouds inheritance. As for the Heavenspan Tower, it was a treasure that Jianghu had possessed since a long time ago. This was because Jianghu had once used this treasure to block the attacks of other Tao Lords when fighting for the 8 Clouds inheritance. Now that they thought about it, this Jianghu was really in existence with deep fortuitous opportunities. To be able to possess a rank 8 treasure before obtaining the 8 Clouds inheritance. Try not to provoke him in the future. After this calamity is over, even if he can cultivate eternity, he will eventually go to the upper realm and will never be able to return to the Chaos Sea. At that time he won't be able to threaten our Great Sky Holy Land at all. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo added. The other Celestial Venerables nodded. Now none of them doubted whether Jianghu could cultivate eternity. Obviously he definitely could. Jianghu was only at the Tao Lord realm, but he already had the combat strength of a third-step Celestial Venerable. When he really became a Celestial Venerable in the future, how strong would he be? It would probably be easy to cultivate eternity. Fortunately, they were Celestial Venerables of the Holy Land universe and knew some secrets. For example, after cultivating eternity, one would eventually have to go to the upper realm because the Chaos Sea did not allow powerhouses above the Eternal Realm to stay. This was also the reason why the two Eternal Supremes had never appeared in the Chaos Sea. The use of a rank 8 treasure needs to be applied to the Supremes. I will handle this. Our Holy Land's treasure vault has a stock of rank 4 to rank 7 treasures. It's very simple to take them out. Only rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures are a problem. We definitely won't be able to take out 300,000 of them. We can only search for those low-grade treasures with special functions in the Holy Land. Now let's start searching. Celestial Venerable Wan Luo looked at the other Supremes in front of the round table and quickly made arrangements. The rich and overbearing Great Sky Holy Land did not really take so many treasures to heart. In any case, they were eternal existences. If they took out the treasures now, they could still search for more treasures after countless epochs. In their eyes, protecting the life of Celestial Venerable Qin Yen was more important. Apart from Celestial Venerable Qin Yen, the other 6 Celestial Venerables of Great Sky Holy Land began to act separately. Among them, 5 Celestial Venerables were responsible for dispatching the various Tao Lords in the Holy Land. Then, through these Tao Lords, they mobilized the perfected Lord-level clansmen to search for various treasures with special functions. With their efficiency, the search was naturally not slow. In a short day, they collected 30,000 rank 1 to rank 3 low-grade treasures. As for Celestial Venerable Wan Luo, he went to the giant hammer in the center of the Great Hammer Divine World to report this matter to Great Sky Supremacy. Great Sky Supremacy's true body was not in the Holy Land. Although Great Sky Supremacy knew everything that happened in the Holy Land, it was impossible for him to pay attention to every detail. Therefore, sometimes, Celestial Venerable Wan Luo and other experts had to use the giant hammer treasure left behind by Great Sky Supremacy to inform them of the happenings in the Holy Land. Soon, when almost all the low-grade treasures were collected, Great Sky Supremacy's side also responded. I reject the deal. The 7 Celestial Venerables led by Celestial Venerable Wan Luo were stunned. After working for so long, the Supremacy rejected the deal? Not long after, the 7 Celestial Venerables gathered in the temple again. However, this time, there was an additional figure shrouded in gray fog on the main seat. It was Great Sky Supremacy. Supremacy, why is this? Celestial Venerable Wan Luo mustered up his courage and asked. Yes, Supremacy. Qin Yan's strength is second only to Wan Luo. If he falls, our Holy Land will lose a pillar of support. Supremacy, please reconsider. The other Celestial Venerables also chimed in. Only Celestial Venerable Qin Yan lowered his head and did not say a word. His expression was extremely complicated. His eternity was given by Great Sky Supremacy. If Great Sky Supremacy wanted him to die, he could not resist and could only die. Great Sky Supremacy snorted coldly after hearing the few Celestial Venerables' words. Stupid. Haven't you thought about why Jianghu proposed such a deal? What benefits does this deal bring to him? If the deal is completed, although Qin Yan's life will be preserved, Jianghu will definitely gain greater benefits. Otherwise, he would never propose such a deal. You should know that treasures below the 9th stage are like chicken ribs to the eternal powerhouses of the upper realm. It was rare for Great Sky Supremacy to speak so much. He also revealed a lot of information that shocked Celestial Venerable Wan Luo and the rest. Even Chaos Sea did not have a rank 9 treasure. How could it be so useless in the upper world? Great Sky Supremacy's face was dark. It was just that under the situation where his entire body was shrouded in fog, those Celestial Venerables could not see his current expression at all. He guessed that 1,000 Transformations Divine General must hate the human race very much. Otherwise, he would not have ordered him and Red Lotus to destroy the human race in the 4 great primal universes when he had just descended. If 1,000 Transformations Divine General knew that his Great Sky Holy Land had a deal with the human race's current prodigy and yielded to the threat of the human race's prodigy, it might incur 1,000 Transformations Divine General's dissatisfaction at that time. The one who would suffer losses would be him, Great Sky Supremacy. As for Celestial Venerable Qin Yan's life and death? To be honest, Great Sky Supremacy did not care at all. He was high above, a true eternal existence. Furthermore, he did not have 1,000 Transformations Divine General's background and strength. He could not return to Chaos Sea at all. This great sky holy land was very important to him. But those lives inside, whether it was celestial venerables or ordinary life forms, were not as important as imagined. Even if the 7 great celestial venerables all died, it would not affect him at all. Now the only thing that puzzled him was why did Jianghu propose such a deal? Great Sky Supremacy carefully recalled what had happened inside and outside the Holy Land recently. What surprised him was that he discovered that not long ago, Jianghu had actually appeared near Great Sky Holy Land. This Holy Land universe was opened by him. Of course, he could investigate the situation around the Holy Land universe. However, at that time his attention was not on Chaos Sea. Hence, although the Holy Land universe had recorded the scene back then, he himself did not know. Now that he investigated, he immediately found out about this situation. Very quickly, Great Sky Supremacy found the crux of the problem. Something is wrong. The black armor on his body is vibrating. This is a characteristic that would only appear when there is a reaction between true treasures. In that case, after discovering this point, Great Sky Supremacy looked at Celestial Venerables Wan Luo, Celestial Venerables Qin Yen, and the other great beings who were in low spirits and said in a low voice, "Send those 30,000 low-grade true treasures over." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.